If I had to pick two things, it would be the hype versus fundamentals. The unique economics of DePINs, talk by Robert Kaushig. Gotta understand the money, right? And then definitely the device giveaway. Free stuff is the best stuff.
There we go, right? Hey guys, we're about to start the presentation. If you want to come into the back room, we're going to start our presentations. Very interesting presentations. We're starting in 5 minutes. If you want to come back into the back room. Thank you.
Oh, please do. I do have the mic, so. Yeah, do it now. Yeah, heckle the hell out of me. I'll be here all day too. We both like challenge each other not to leave this place. Oh, guys, we're getting started. So if you're in the other room and you want to come and, hang out with us. For YouTube? Oh. Thank you guys for waiting. Just a couple more minutes, then we'll get rolling. Okay, let's kick this off. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Real World AI and DePIN. Guys, do you know that Real World turns 2 this week? It's pretty crazy, right? We started 2 years ago at ETHDenver, and since then, we've been in 3 continents, more than 9 countries. There's been like hundreds of speakers, thousands of attendees. I think we're almost at 10,000. Hundreds of demos. So it's been an incredible success, and see this grow. It's actually been quite incredible, and I'm happy to see so many faces that have been with us the whole way through. We have a super packed agenda for us today, so I'm not going to take too much time with a boring speech, but as you can see from the screens, we have demos with NovaNet and ZKPs. We have demos with various DePIN projects that are going to be super interesting. There's going to be a lot of talk about AI, a lot of talk about the connection of DePIN, and really it kind of comes together to the main ethos of the real world, which is basically to connect the digital world, the DePIN data, and the physical world. So without further ado, I wanted to introduce my co-host for today. It's been built on the Quicksilver framework built by IoTeX, and we're going to have a talk about that later on with our head of product, Aaron. But I just wanted to ask him, my friend, how's it going? Why don't you introduce yourself to our audience? How are you today?
My friend Giuseppe, always a pleasure co-hosting with you. As for me, I'm feeling electric, ready to drop some DePIN knowledge bombs and make this event unforgettable.
All right, that's awesome. Woohoo! It's kind of strange because I can hear him, I cannot see him, and yeah, I don't know. We've been friends. We've been rehearsing this for a while, so it's pretty fun. I mean, guys, if you look at what we have in store, like there is so much stuff that I'm super excited on. We're gonna have Vinny from EV3 talking about the state of DePIN in just a moment. But before I think I pass the mic to Vinny, I wanted to ask my friend once more what he is most excited about for this agenda. Maybe give me like 2 things that you're excited about.
All right. If I had to pick only 2 things, it'd be the Making Government Data Actually Useful demo with Aaron, because who doesn't love a good government data hack? And the device giveaway after 6:30 p.m. Duh.
Okay, so 2 things. One, we've been implementing some, government data to, talk about maybe like efficiencies or some of the interesting topics that have been around the space, and Aaron is going to talk about that later. And the second thing, if you guys stick around throughout the whole event, we're going to do a device giveaway at about 6:30. And yeah, I think it's going to be fun. So please stick around, enjoy the rest of the show, and I want to welcome you. I want to welcome Vinny up here on stage with me. Maybe, yes, give him a round of applause. All yours, sir.
Check, check. Okay, guys, I'm going to move this. Roland, is that cool if I move this? Cool. Thank you. All right, high-tech stuff. Good afternoon, you guys. Excited to kick this off and give you a little bit about DePIN, where it is, where it's going, some of the things that we're excited about. But first, here's a brief bit about myself. So my name's Vinayak Vinny. I research and I invest at EV3. We're one of the first DePIN-focused venture funds. I think the way that we try to think about it is we're interested in blockchains applied to real-world utility, right? So we'll get into what that means. We'll get into where that's going in a second. But a brief little spiel about EV3. If you're interested in reading more, our website's pretty simple. It's ev3.xyz. Also, as a heads up, we're pulling a lot of these slides from our State of DePIN report. It's 104 pages. I will not make you listen to me talk for 3 hours. But if you're interested in diving into more detail or more parts of it, different energy sectors or deep dives, a lot of information is contained there, and you can just find it by Googling State of DePIN. So without further ado, I should say, let's get started. So most of us probably already know the answer to this question of what is DePIN. I'm going to give you a little bit of a rundown. So we'll go through what is DePIN, how we think about it, go through what happened in the last year. I think DePIN started not just entering, but exploding on the cultural scene. And then I want to end with a few primitives that I think and that we're really excited about looking into this year and the year going forward. So broadly, right, what is DePIN? We know it as decentralized physical infrastructure networks. But the real value add, what we think about, is utilizing this trustless nature of a blockchain to align incentives and economic value for the build-out of an operation, I should say, of what we consider to be critical infrastructure networks. And this isn't necessarily new. The term is a little bit newer, but starting in 2014, right, we started looking at these storage networks like Filecoin. In 2019, we started looking at Helium, right, which worked by allowing you to build out a cellular network just by putting a device in your window. So this is not necessarily a new concept, but we're really excited and glad that it's starting to enter into the mainstream. I'm not going to read through every single one of these, but broadly, we break down DePIN, at least the way we look at it right now, into these 6 major categories. We'll touch on exciting improvements, how we think about a few of them going forward, but one of the ones that we're really excited about, and we'll get to in a second, is how energy is going to transform the landscape, how with the need for AI agents operating amongst us, IoTeX, LISOS, right? Like how we're going to actually need to scale up that value. So we'll touch on these pieces individually going forward. Okay, I want to start though with an example of like why this makes sense. So focusing on the right here for a second, right? When you pay for your internet, on average you pay $80 a month. If you live in New York like I do, it's a lot more than that. In reality though, that bandwidth, when it's being bought from the data center, is being bought at 100th of the cost. But you have these large-scale infrastructure institutions that have built this out, that are providing the service, and that have no incentive to lower that cost for you, right? I don't know about you guys, but for me especially, there's 2 providers that you can choose from, right? Using, though, a DePIN model, we find that Andrina building on the Dawn network can, even with the cost of the network, even with the operational cost, can offer this at a 60% discount. Same idea with Helium, right? Do you want to trust AT&T or Verizon to put out these nodes? Not necessarily. You can put one in your window, earn rewards, and offer the same service much more cheaply. So those are some tangible examples and ideas of the value that DePIN can bring, not just in the future, which we'll talk about, but right now as well. One thing we think a lot about is how crypto adoption has happened initially, right? If we look at it, the first 500 million crypto users that were coming on board, a lot of that was buying tokens. But the beauty of DePIN is that it provides an avenue to earn your tokens by providing a service. And so the interesting thing on the left here, I don't expect you to read those tiny fine print and actually understand that graph, but the thing to highlight is that a lot, especially in wealthy countries, a lot of crypto ownership is from users who have a ton of disposable income. But what we're starting to see is the build out of infrastructure in developing nations, in Latin America and Africa. And as we get the next 3.5, 4 billion users on the internet, the ability to earn is actually a really, really powerful driving force. So let's take a look at where we are right now. Start of end of last year, we had over 13 million devices globally touching DePINs, which for a term that didn't exist a few years ago is a huge amount of growth. 5 of those have over 1 million nodes that are running, and they're continuing to grow rapidly. But I want to put that in context for you for a second. So these are the industries that we're touching. We're not talking about small industries. We're talking about the largest drivers of value going into the next decade, from wireless, compute, energy to identity. And what we've seen is that even though DePIN has grown and exploded in popularity in the space over the last year, we are barely scratching the surface. We are so unbelievably early, and the efficiency gains, the ability to bootstrap capital, and the ability to utilize blockchains to deploy these networks is going to see a massive value add. We think 100x's to 1000x's over the course of the next decade, because these are very, very important infrastructure systems. So we've done a lot. We have a lot more to go. And so to contextualize this a little bit, let's talk about the last year, right? What happened in 2024? What changed? And then we can talk about sort of what we're excited about going forward. So, crypto doubling in 24. Bear with me for a second because I know that prices haven't been the best in recent history. But not only do we see increases in market cap and projects, I just want you to focus. There's a 12x amount of projects building in the DePIN space since 2022. Right? Even if you remove all of your AI investments or your off-chain revenue, on-chain revenue has 10x'd in 2 years. These are industries that, even though they're so nascent, are still seeing a ton of widespread adoption. And then you add AI to the picture, and mindshare has just skyrocketed for what DePIN can mean and the utility that it can add. Now, the one thing, though, that we started noticing, right, is in 2022, 2023, we were building out a lot of these supply-side networks. So to use an example of your compute networks, right, a lot of GPUs exist. We put them in a lot of data centers. We ended up building the Acurast and the Aethers of the world. Now what we're starting to see is a real focus on generating and growing the demand side. So we'll touch on what this means in a little bit. But to contextualize this, right, we want to abstract away a lot of those native crypto elements and make it easy for developers and users to deploy, download, or utilize these products. And so now we're starting to see a lot more companies focusing on demand-side revenue. And as they continue to grow, especially over this next year and the years to come, we imagine that these onboarding experiences are going to be a ton easier, a ton more seamless, and it's going to abstract away a lot of those crypto elements to just provide utility to the user. So we're excited to see that picking up last year, picking up this year, and we envision it continuing. All right, where's capital going? So shameless plug, I'm at EV3. We're giving this talk. We are one of the big DePIN investors, but we've also seen larger firms as well, such as our friends at Framework, Multicoin, A16Z, starting to write a ton of checks into the DePIN ecosystems and starting to double down on their thesis and their conviction about this space. But interestingly, it's not just capital coming from institutional investors. We're starting to see node sales increasing, crowdfunding increasing, protocol-owned liquidity increasing as well. And so what this shows is that there's an interest in capital and attention in building DePIN networks, not just from your pie-in-the-sky institutional investors who are sitting there, but also from users on the ground, people who want access and exposure to this. And it's incredibly exciting to see that grow as we go forward. All right, let's touch base a little bit on chains and how they're being built. So we'll touch on the DePIN-specific chains in a second, but looking at the broad breakdown, right, Solana, what we've noticed, is used by a lot of the infrastructure companies that need fast settlement, that want fast transactions. And the Ethereum side base network is used by a ton more that are focused on individuals, consumer, and capturing some of that attention that the base network has seemed to do. This could very well change, but to give you a snapshot, this is how we've broken down, I think, some of the larger chains that are using DePIN networks right now. However, what's interesting is dedicated L1s are also picking up steam, and they're picking up steam rather quickly. So we're seeing IoTex, Peak, Minima already starting to have ecosystems of projects that are being built, starting to have developers that are very excited about it. And we think that this trend will continue and value will actually continue to accrue to these individual DePIN-specific networks as well. Okay. One really interesting thing, I'm going to take a step back and talk about blockchains for a second. So as you guys know, or maybe are familiar with, blockchains used to be monolithic. So what that means is a node would take the transactions, it would run the transactions, and then it would update the state. And then what we started to see with the proliferation of side chains and L2s is that we're actually breaking that down a little bit. So data availability might be outsourced to something like Celestia. That's just an example. And we're starting to see that happen in a really interesting way for DePIN projects as well. So I want to target this proof of location on the right over here. The left we could spend a ton of time on, and we're just not going to. But on the right over here, Witness Chain has sort of abstracted away this idea of proof of location. And that's hugely valuable because what this is and what this indicates to us, right, is at one point if you wanted to put up a website, you would have to run the server yourself. Now, it's very easy to spin up an AWS or an Azure or GCP instance. Same thing with building these products and these protocols. What we're going to find is that some of this stack starts being taken over by specialized actors, and it allows more individuals to be able to deploy, build, and iterate a lot more quickly. So it's a very exciting thing to see as individuals start taking over and decoupling part of that stack. Now, on the flip side of that, though, what we're actually also seeing is that DePINs now are working together to help each other grow and scale. So on the right over here, right, Dawn provides this ISP service, so this internet service. But what they're going to be launching with their hardware device actually includes compute, positioning, software, and an entire suite of things. So as the stack is sort of being split up, what we're also seeing is DePINs are capturing each other's attention and energy to build and grow a lot faster, and that's exciting going forward. Very quickly, I'll touch on local governments as well. So Threefold, for example, in Tanzania is building out a native infrastructure. We're going to talk a lot about AI today, I'm sure. And as those agents take up a lot more use cases and take up a lot more mind share, it's going to be important to run that infrastructure locally. And so what we're going to see is that, DePINs are going to become not just important for developed countries, but also entire sovereigns are going to want to build their own stack based off of this technology, which is very exciting. Really quickly, I'll touch on this. So what we're seeing increasing in these areas proves that the DePIN marketplace is only poised to grow from here and grow exponentially. If you look at the amount of energy requirements, people are building nuclear reactors now. If you look at the compute requirements, we're only going to see this continue to scale as we enter an agentic world. As well as saying, agents aren't just going to be individual use cases. They're going to actually be corporations as a whole and interact with us in every part of our daily life. Running a little bit out of time, so I'm going to go to a few exciting things and some primitives that we have coming up that we're very excited about. And I'm going to start out with ZK-TLS. So we actually wrote the state of ZK-TLS, co-wrote it with Masari. For those of you guys who aren't aware, ZK-TLS essentially allows you to verify siloed Web 2 data. So think Uber doesn't want your Uber ratings and your Uber history to be public if you're a driver, because then you can easily go over. But this allows you to vampire attack those companies as well, which is very exciting. The other side of it, though, is you can now build experiences directly on top and economic incentives directly on top. So we're starting to see this used. An interesting use case is you can verify your energy bill for the month, which then helps solve the verification problem if you're trying to run a decentralized energy network, for example, right? So the use cases here we're incredibly excited about, and we think we're going to see a lot more adoption this coming year and going forward. The second area that we're pretty pumped and stoked to look at is understanding the AR/XR space. So how we're going to have this interconnected world of robots, agents, and collecting a lot of data. DePIN is perfect for that, right? Because you have a smartphone, you're walking around, maybe you have a drone. There's a lot of use cases here where we can actually crowdsource a ton of data and information. And, the alternative here is Tesla building a robot, and they might build 10,000 of them. But if we have a DePIN network, we can aggregate data from millions of users, millions of robotics, and that's only poised to scale. So we're very excited about this. I think spatial computing is going to be one of the breakout trends in DePIN going forward, especially as the cost of compute starts to reduce. Last thing I'm going to touch on really quickly, guys, is distributed energy. So energy requirements are going up a ton. We think about this from a thermodynamics perspective. We're going to need a lot more to power our homes, our robots, our AI infrastructure. And DePIN networks can do a great job of modulating that, whether it's deploying battery technology, whether it's changing the amount that your devices pull from the grid. They can do that in interesting ways. Daylight's an example of this. Won't spend time on it because I think I'm running a bit out of time. But I think the last thing I want to touch on is AI verification. So the verification problem, and I'll be very brief about this, but the verification problem is you don't know if in a truly decentralized network, if the node actually ran what they said that they're going to run. So there's a few interesting technologies I want to highlight here. Trusted execution environments, or TEs, we believe that that's going to proliferate a lot more in 2025 and beyond, especially as big providers like NVIDIA have included them in their cutting-edge GPUs. Zero-knowledge machine learning, so zero-knowledge circuits are still very, very expensive to deploy and computationally intense. But we believe that over the next couple of years, that's going to scale down by factors of 100, if not 1,000 or more. So there's a ton of value there. And then interesting aspects of reputation scoring. So if you're a DePIN project building and you need some sort of verification, reputation scoring can be a very interesting method to play with and is a very interesting and cool design space, which I'm always excited to chat about. Look, I'll just end with this. DePIN, we believe, and I think the people in this room believe, is an inevitable global movement. We are excited, proud, and enjoy our time being able to work with some brilliant founders in the space. And we think the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years are going to be incredibly bright going forward. So I thank you for your time. I hope you enjoyed and learned something. And if there's any questions, I'll be sticking around afterwards, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinny. That was awesome. Next up, we have Larry, who's our head of our ecosystem. He's going to talk about something really interesting. So I was just thinking about it. I am happily married, but if there is one marriage that I am very jealous of, is the one between DePIN and AI. I think they're really made for each other. And Larry's going to talk about that, and he's going to talk about the whys and hows and what the ITEX thesis is moving forward. So Larry, please come up to the stage.
I thought you were going to say something weird there, Giuseppe, about you love me or something, but we can save that for later. All right, guys. How's it going? My name is Larry, head of ecosystem at IoTeX. Today I'm going to be talking, actually piggybacking on a lot of what Vinny had said about DePIN and kind of what we see as next for the DePIN sector. You know, DePIN has, expanded globally over the past couple years, bringing devices to every corner of the world, aggregating supply of important resources, building public utilities that are user-owned. But we see AI as a very logical next step for DePIN networks to build more demand and to unlock new opportunities for AI. So let's get started. There's about 50 billion smart devices around the world today, but this is really going to be a blip when we look at the world in about 10 years or so. There's projections about 10 million factory devices being installed, 200,000 warehouses that are going to be implementing autonomous helping robots, billions of humanoid robots if Tesla and Elon have their way about helping everyday people with their daily lives, and billions of cars and trucks that are going to be autonomous. But all these robots have a similar issue as people and as DePINs today. It's really hard for them to understand what is real and what is not real. In today's world, we live in a very increasingly digital world where sometimes we scroll things on Twitter and we don't know if what we're looking at is real. Is it generated? Is it simulated? Does it come from a valid source? We think at IoTeX, and a lot of the work we've done in the past in the DePIN sector has been focused on answering two important questions. Who are you trusting, and why are you trusting them, especially in the DePIN context? And this is exactly why blockchains are so important. Blockchains today have the ability to make people trust things, on-chain activities that are verifiable by anyone. Trust is built into blockchains, right? When you submit a transaction to a decentralized application, you trust that it's executed correctly because anyone can go and verify on-chain that these things happened. But the real world is different. Anything that happens off-chain and you want to bring it on-chain must be verified. And when we think about our role as an infrastructure provider, IoTex's role as an infrastructure provider to DePINs, a lot of what we do is focused on verifying what is going on, and it's going to be increasingly important for AI that we verify real-world activities before we train the next generation of physical AIs. So that brings us to what DePIN and AI, this marriage, is really all about. It's about bringing real-time, multi-dimensional, and verifiable data to train the AIs that are going to be interacting with the physical world. And this is, something that Jensen Huang from NVIDIA coined at CES, this term, physical AI. Basically, he mentioned all of the different stages of what traditional AI is going through. It started with perception AI, things like speech recognition, imaging. Now we're in the kind of the era of generative AI and agentic AI, where we're creating art, we're creating graphics through generative AI models. And now we have agentic AIs, which are helping us code, helping us serve our customers, taking on the role of different personas like lawyers and doctors, and doing it to a degree that is very, very impressive, even almost better than humans. But as you can see at the very top of this curve is what we see to be the end game for AI. It's AIs that can automate and interact and navigate the real world and help us to perform services in that real world. And DePIN has a really important part in this, in that the AI-powered machines are coming. We need to have real-world verifiable information to train them about how to navigate in this new real world. So this is how we see kind of the development, kind of similar to Jensen's diagram about what IoTeX is going to be doing to support this DePIN and AI revolution. So it starts with sensing the real world, verifying the real world, training, modeling, and automating. And I'm going to go through each one of these stages very briefly. So IoTeX has spent the past 7 years as a pioneer in the DePIN sector. We've been connecting devices to the blockchains and really gathering real-world data in order to serve the DePIN industry. The ability to sense what is going on in the real world, not just scrape things that are already online today, is going to be what is going to power this physical AI revolution, right? Trillions of sensors capturing information. This is not something you could just find through a Google search. This is stuff that's really physical, touching the real world. And as you can see, it's really the hidden part of data today from AI's perspective. The next stage after sensing and gathering all this data is we need to verify this is actually factual and correct. And IoTeX has been doing a lot of work in this respect to answer these two questions. Are you who you say you are? And are you doing what you say you're doing, right? A lot of this has been used as infrastructure for DePINs, helping to provide identities for devices so they can have their own wallets and their own identities on chain, and also to verify their real-world activities using zero-knowledge proofs. So IOID and WebStream, two of IoTex's main core products, have really been important to answer these two questions. Are you who you say you are, and are you doing what you say you're doing? We also have a full tech stack of other layers. I'm not going to go through all of it, but the ultimate goal is to provide end-to-end verifiability of what happens in the real world before it hits the blockchain. This next part about training is really important, right? This is more around where we are in the agentic AI space right now. So this is kind of the architecture of Quicksilver, which our head of product, Aaron, is going to be diving into later. We're basically grabbing a lot of data from these DePINs and instructing AI agents, making them sentient and understanding about what is happening in the real world so they can provide more contextualized guidance. You know, we have things around weather AI agents, we have things around transportation AI agents, and a lot of this is being informed through our Quicksilver framework. As you can see, you know, Giuseppe was chatting with Bino, who's our first DePIN AI agent, built in partnership with Eliza OS, and we're feeding a lot of this real-world verified data to Bino so it could be understanding what's going on in the real world. Next, after we train, I think this is where we start to get into really big opportunities around how do we aggregate data not just from DePINs, but also intersect it to draw relational insights across many different categories of data and many different types of data. Modeling this is kind of like, you know, putting together all the different pieces of your body to understand truly how healthy you are. From like a real world perspective, there's a lot of different ways you can categorize data, right? The historical nature of it, whether it's real time, where the source of it comes from. But all of these are kind of different data sources that, you know, the top three layers here, public data, government data, and corporate data, are generally available online. But this DePIN data is really the real-time, real-world data that will contextualize and help fine-tune physical AI systems. And finally, you know, this all comes down to building collective intelligence about the real world so that we can train AIs about what is going on to help them navigate. And these robots and these autonomous devices will be trained using these physical AI models in order to perform services in the physical world. So going back to our examples about assembly line robots, warehouse robots, humanoid robots, autonomous vehicles, if we were to really train these robots to do jobs better than humans, we need to gather vast amounts of information, not just by scraping the internet and grabbing what's already publicly available through the digital world, but also by aggregating and verifying real-world information so we can train these models and help these robots thrive in the real world. And this is a slide from Masari where they've kind of defined this decentralized physical AI landscape. It requires a lot of different layers to make this happen. You know, IoTeX is doing a lot of things in the machine coordination aspects and the data collection and data aggregation aspects. But there's also a lot of different projects like our partners Eliza who are doing the agent side, people like, you know, GEODNET and other projects that are really working on aggregating spatial intelligence, even, you know, a lot on the robotics side of things. So this is definitely a sector to watch out for, DePIN and AI. And we think that this has always been the end game where the real world can be programmed using intelligent and verifiable AI. So with that, I think our next presentation with GeoDNet really will capture some of this, but I'm not sure, Giuseppe, if you wanted to do a little bit of an introduction.
Thanks, Larry. That was awesome. I can take the ticker. Sweet. All right, good. We're getting warmed up. Thank you, Larry, for that. So next up, we're going to have Mike up here on stage talking about GeoDNet. And honestly, guys, I mean, GeoDNet seems to be on fire these days. So there is a lot going on, which is super cool. I'm trying to buy some time until we hook up the computer and everything for Mike's slides. But, you know, we've done... Mike, you can come up. we've done a lot of interesting stuff together. We've done the GeoPulse connected with the IOD, which is the decentralized protocol for identity. You guys are like gamifying in the whole experience. There is so much going on with you guys lately. So I don't know. Maybe let's have a quick chat while they figure out the tech.
Yeah. So I think the first thing I'd think about, GeoDNet provides this hyper-precise location. So we can locate you to using the base station network that's been built with DePIN principles. Now, pretty much anywhere in North America and in Europe, we can locate you to 1 centimeter in X, Y, and Z. And so a lot of people, the first thing they think is like, why is that even useful? Like, why would I ever need to locate with such high accuracy? And I think one thing to think about is, how do you feel when you're lost? Like, when you're lost, you feel pretty terrible. You feel like kind of stupid, right? So I think think about how your robot feels when it's lost. So robots really want to know where they are to be able to do the things. You want this robot to do all this automated stuff. It needs to know where it is, and it needs to be able to map things as well. So GeoDNet gets used a ton in robots and drones, and it's really a super powerful use case that's emerging and is growing. The sensor technology is there, compute technology there, the needs are there, whether it's reducing labor, whether it's new government regulations, whether it's just the fact that it's safer, that it's quicker, that makes your life better, right? And now the cost of the hardware is there. So we really do see, like, I've been working in sensors my whole career for over 20, longer than I'd like to admit, a long time, building sensors for automotive, for aviation, for drones, and it's really right now just the use cases and deployments of robots and drones, aerial robots, is just exploding. And I think DePIN is just really super. These things need these DePIN services like no tomorrow. Like, one of the major challenges in deploying robots is the infrastructure required, the training required. Think about Waymo. They're in 3 cities. They just raised about $10 billion in the last 2 years since they spun out of Google. Spending $10 billion to run robotic vehicles in 3 cities. How's that going to, if I take that robotic vehicle and I move it to Bangalore, it's going to need all new training, all new mapping data. So DePIN is really the real fuel to scale the robotic revolution. And so it is a really exciting time in the space, indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, Mike, I think we're good to go. But for example, I think GeoDNet is one of those examples where if you guys were, or if not you, but if somebody were to build like the same services as you guys in a Web 2, it would be completely prohibitive. So it's one of those use cases where DePIN really is providing a service that cannot otherwise be matched by a Web 2 counterpart. For those of you who are not aware, by the way. But anyway, Mike, please take it away. And thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I'll just add on that point that actually in our industry, in this geospatial GPS industry, people have been trying to solve the problem that GeoDNet's doing for 20 years. And they've been building small networks and fragmented networks, coverage here, coverage there, and it just hasn't worked. And so what we've been able to do, and I'll show you just a couple quick slides. I don't want to bore you with a bunch of slides, but what we've been able to do by harnessing the collective power of blockchain and the DePIN community is solve a problem in about 2.5 years that the industry has been working on 20 years. And when you look at our YouTube channel, you can see a lot of interviews with customers. You'll see in these interviews the customers are thanking us. They're thanking the community because it's enabling their businesses to succeed in a way that they hadn't before. And I think that's a really powerful testament to what this whole DePIN thing can do. I wanted to give, since hyper-precise location is probably something I understand you don't think about every day, but this video here, if I can get it to play, yep, here we go, just kind of give you an example of what's different between GeoDNet and GPS. So GPS is the purple line, and GeoDNet is the blue line. The little device on top of the robot is a device that picks up the GeoDNet signal. It's one of these guys, the GeoPulse, which is a very low-cost device, $149. And we can demo it here. We have them. You can go walk outside and see how it works. But you can see from a robot perspective, being able to navigate the world, being able to do the things you want it to do. The blue line is really what you want. You don't want the purple line. And that's, to do that, you have to have pretty massive infrastructure to be able to do this in a global way. To be able to provide that capability in a global way, you need to have a ton of infrastructure. And the way we've built that infrastructure is through what we call satellite mining, but it's essentially people buying and putting up GEODNET certified reference stations all over the world, and then earning GEOD tokens as part of that process. And so it's as simple as the slide says. You get a base station. You should first look, because now there are a lot of stations out there. There are well over 10,000. I think probably 14,000 now have been registered on the network. So there are a lot of places like here in Denver where there are already a ton of stations, but you find an empty hex, ideally, if you want to get the maximum geode rewards. You install the station, connect it to the internet, and now you're providing precise location for all the robots in the same area. And one station can power as many devices, as many phones, cars, planes, drones, robots as you want. So it's a very nice tokenomic model, and that we just need to build this coverage out sort of one time, and then you have this hyper-precise location available to everyone who wants to use it. And that we've done. So the network is now the world's largest hyper-precise network by quite some margin. We've kind of lapped the Web 2 competitors who've been working on this for many years, and made it available at really affordable prices to everyone from people in the traditional industries like construction and survey to farmers, but also to all these new classes of devices like drones and robots, where we think there's going to be tremendous growth. This kind of gives you an example of the coverage map, where you can get 10 centimeter accuracy, where you can get 2 centimeter accuracy. And so there's still a lot of the world that needs to add, and we're working on thinking of ways to improve coverage in Latin America, Africa, and others. But overall, I mean, it's U.S. and Europe are in really good shape coverage-wise, and that's helping power our business. You can sort of see the kind of important thing to take away from this slide is just that this is kind of the biggest company for high-precision geospatial services in the U.S. This is kind of the biggest company in the world for high-precision geospatial services for the rest of the world. They each have networks of about 5,000 stations. We're obviously a much bigger network now, much better coverage. We have customers tell us all the time the best vertical accuracy they've ever seen, the fastest convergence they've ever seen. So really, really performant network. And we're at the very, very early stages of the revenue growth. So we do have quite a bit of revenue on chain and to sort of DePIN world speak, but actually it's just, we have a huge growth ahead of us as a project. And we've signed up a lot of customers. We announced a new customer today, Drone Deploy. Drone Deploy is the largest provider of aerial photogrammetry services and software in the world. They've raised $150 million in VC. They're doing multiple thousands of drone flights a week on the GEODNET network, all throughout North America and Europe. So super fast launch with that customer. And you'll see a video with us and the customer. But a lot of other areas besides drones, like agricultural robotics, normal precision farming applications, robotic mowers. I'll show you one of those in a second. All the different companies that make the GPS chips are starting to integrate GEODNET as a service directly into the chip architecture. And then we've been working with a number of Web 3 protocols now. So we've started to extend this reach of providing this hyper-precise location into other types of Web 3 applications, including Rowar, who's here today. They're doing actually HD mapping data collection. So they're building the HD map of the world like you see when you see the Google cars driving around, or you see these autonomous startups like Neuro or Kodiak or Torque in trucking or Aurora in trucking. They're out there trying to build HD maps. Well, the rover's using GEODNET plus a LiDAR system that they've developed to build that same data product through the DePIN model, and I believe that's going to be extremely successful because the cost of doing this is just orders of magnitude lower, and the time is also so much quicker. And the time buys you a couple of big benefits as well. You get a lot more uniformity in your stations. You get a much more consistent network. And you're obviously not spending the CapEx. And then that's also allowing you to reach into communities and places that before maybe weren't worth it for the centralized company to deploy. You're able to get coverage into those regions very quickly, very effectively, and then that improves the quality of life for the folks that are using that. We see that in ag all the time, that people are like, man, I couldn't do this before, I couldn't afford it before. Now I can actually I can go toe-to-toe with the guys who are running the big John Deere machines because now I can get the signal at an affordable price. And that's actually been noted by even the USDA, and they've started to run a GEODNET node and help us kind of promote precision farming services to the 2/3 of farmers in the United States that aren't on to precision farming yet. Actually, only 1/3 of farmers in the U.S. today do precision farming. We have a very simple tokenomic model. I won't dive into it too much here, but there's a burn mint equilibrium model. We do use 80% of data revenue that comes in is used to buy back and burn tokens. And when we burn, we actually reduce the total supply. So it's a very strong deflationary model. We have an annual halving, and that, I think, very consistent, simple, easy to understand tokenomics is done very well by GEODNET. And yeah, so I wanted to hope you guys get a chance to see this GeoPulse device in action. It's pretty unique to actually see what centimeter accurate location looks like. You'll be able to take the device out, walk around in a pattern, write your name, whatever, and you'll see you'll be able to see that just transcribed onto the surface of the Earth. It's kind of cool. And there's a whole family of different products and services now using it in the Web3 world. A robotic mower, the GeoPulse. We also have this really cool partnership with Wingbits, which is another Web3 protocol, and we have one of the Wingbits devices here where you're able to mine GeoDNet, but you're also able to do ADSB. So ADSB is how we track planes, and Wingbits is a DePIN network that's building out new ADSB tracking infrastructure. Very important stuff. It's one of these interesting cases where ADSB networks today are primarily run by hobbyists, but they are an integral part of the air traffic system. And there are places with poor coverage, and that's pretty crazy. If you looked yesterday, there was this close call at Midway. I don't know if everyone saw the news where basically a Southwest flight was on approach into the runway, and a private jet pilot ignored the tower orders. He pulled out into the runway, active runway, and luckily the Southwest pilot just pulled up in time to not plow into the business jet. All the data that the news reporting is showing is all ADSB logs. And so all that data is coming off of ADSB. There's a need for a lot more ADSB infrastructure to provide support to air traffic. And then there's also going to be a huge need for drone tracking. So the FAA has come up with a system for drone tracking that is, it's a long story, but Wingbits will be able to track that data as well and provide the first kind of comprehensive drone tracking network around the world. So it's really exciting times to be in DePIN. I think we're really seeing the second generation of protocols, kind of like GeoDNet and others in the room here, figure out how to actually monetize quickly and grow real businesses on top of it. And I think that's a huge thing for the crypto industry in general. So I hope to see it improve kind of the quality of crypto projects and create more support within Web 2 for using crypto rails and purchasing and using crypto services. And we have a big list of investors that have helped us get where we're at. We announced yesterday actually some funding from Multicoin, Parify, and DACM. So I think the project is on sturdy ground, and we're really looking to continue to grow our presence in robotics and drones using the DePIN principles. Yeah. Thanks.
All right, let's give another hand for Mike. You know, before we move on to the next session, we're going to invite IoTech's co-founder Kevin to the stage, and we're just going to chat a little bit about trying to connect the dots between what we heard from Vinny's State of DePIN report, my presentation on DePIN and AI, and talking a little bit about the collaboration that IoTech's and GeoDNet had in the past. So, yeah, just to start, you know, I just wanted to pick your brains a little bit about what physical AI means to you, right? Like, Mike, you're providing a lot of centimeter level geolocation to real world use cases, and you mentioned things like autonomous robots, drones, autonomous vehicles. Where do you think this is going in the next year or next 5 years? You know, what is hype and what is buzz?
Yeah, sure.
Did it work this way?
It doesn't seem like it. Yeah, so I think, and then this year, I think the apex predator of robots, which is humanoids, is really picking up a lot of funding and a lot of momentum. And you can think of, I like to think of these robots in kind of taxonomies. Right now, a lot of what's deployed are kind of industrial robots. Drones are massively deployed. A lot of sort of small robotic devices are really picking up steam. We've seen tremendous growth in like robotic mowers, and then ADAS systems that are kind of quasi-robotic cars, and then fully robotic cars like Waymo. All these things are picking up. But really this year, I think The big theme this year is the apex predator, which is the humanoid. And humanoids are definitely going to have a huge role in the ecosystem. And I think as the humanoids get more prevalent, humanoids provide also a lot of social value, which is a very interesting thing. I think people can really deeply relate to humanoid robots. So I think that's going to be really attract a lot of eyeballs and attentions into the field, and then I think you'll see more of a mass acceptance. So the second thing, I think, if you look over time, is humanoids need their minions. The minions kind of already exist, but I think there'll be even more minions that come along with it, whether that be more specialized robots in your home, or whether that be robots around your yard or in your office place that are doing things. Those will kind of work in tandem with the humanoids. So it's pretty interesting to see how much money now is going in. And I think it's a lot of it is that the sensor costs, like these things are now manufacturable at reasonable prices. If you look at Unitree, which is a group we're partnering with, they have robotic dogs starting at $1,600, and these are really serious machines. The customer I mentioned, Drone Deploy, they do a ton of drone work, obviously. That's the main bread and butter. But they also have tons of customers that are running their software stack in their system that are using robotic dogs. And so that's, it's really happening right now. Yeah. I should keep this one on. Yes. Switch. Okay. I think that one works.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So, Mac gave a very detailed kind of like a spectrum of all possible physical AI devices. Yeah. That's just nice. Yeah, I would say for the if you look at the life cycle of the whole AI models, when all the data are actually from the sensors that the AI can actually sense what is happening in the real world, and all the kind of different AI models like the LLMs and maybe other models, they are basically the brain that how the AI can think, can inference, and the physical AI is actually anything that can AI can react to human. Including all the robotics and also maybe autonomous cars, and so whatever things that can directly impact physically to human. Currently, I think what is doing pretty well is just virtually, right now there are many AI agents that can do even marketing, on Twitter, and they can manage groups. They have their knowledge that people can interact with them. And also they can act as maybe doctors that people can ask questions. Those are mainly very virtual. And what is coming up next is kind of physical. There was even a joke that when we are thinking about AI, what can AI do? We are talking about, AI can wash our dishes, they can clean up the houses, they can do many things. But right now, they are not doing that thing so well, but they are actually doing writing a poem, and they are kind of writing a music. They can do many creative things instead. But I think physical AI is just kind of one thing that we really hope the AI can evolve into, that they can physically do things for us.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to that future where, robots, humanoids, even, I drive a Tesla, and the FSD drives better than I do at times. So maybe not at times, all the time. It's really impressive stuff. And I think, that Tesla experience, when you start to think about other machines in the real world, is going to really blow people's minds. But we have to make sure that all these systems, especially ones that touch kind of life-threatening scenarios, are trustworthy, right? So that leads in my next question. For those that don't know, IoTeX and GeoDNet partnered on a pretty groundbreaking use case to bring our decentralized identity, it's called IOID, into the GeoPulse device. So upon boot up, the GeoPulse device will create a decentralized identity and register itself on-chain, on the IoTeX blockchain. And throughout the day, when it submits its location data, we're running a zero-knowledge proof to verify that these devices have moved in order to earn tokens. So just a small, kind of hint about what verifiability of real-world information can look like. But zooming out a little bit, I want to ask you guys, what is the importance of verifiability when it comes to real-world data and when it comes to physical AI?
Yeah, so for this one, I want to go back to the example of self-driving, because I think it is one that has been out there for a while and people have been working on for a while in terms of full physical AI type of product that's quite complex, quite intense. And one of the things in self-driving that you need to do to start even working in the field is once you want to bring your vehicle onto the road with your cameras and LiDARs and RTK and whatnot, you need to get a permit. And you go to the local regulator and you work out a testing plan and a sharing data plan. The regulator wants to see data from what's going on, how many manual takeovers were there from the safety driver. None of that data is really verified, and there is a real trust and accountability problem between the regulator and the self-driving companies, and they have to sort of work it out, and most of these entities are pretty trustable, but not always. And a great example of a not always case happened in our little hometown here of the San Francisco Bay Area, where Cruise Automation, when they were testing one of their vehicles, or I think they were actually doing live rides at the time, they hit somebody who was sort of on the ground. It was a homeless person in a kind of a weird position, as I understand it, off of a bike. And it was not a normal incident that they had trained on. But they hit this person, and then they dragged the person around a bit. So it was very embarrassing an incident. But instead of sort of copping up to it, they tried to bury it. And then the regulators found out. And then there was a criminal investigation. And then ultimately there's a very big black eye for General Motors, who own Cruise Automation, and ultimately they shut the business down in San Francisco. So that breaks that trust. And so I think that one of the really interesting things about the verifiability and bringing these types of robotic vehicles on chain, these are the systems that can and will occasionally hurt people. And having that data on chain, I think, really helps build trust across the whole entire industry that these things are doing what they say they are, and when they're not, you can trace it back to the blockchain event. So I think it's a great example. I think regulators are ultimately going to demand that a lot of this stuff be done in a trustless way, that they can audit, because just relying on people to report data from these vehicles or machines, I mean, what's OSHA going to do when the humanoid robot, breaks the arm of a factory worker, right? It's going to have, I think it's going to have to be there. And blockchain has already built a great solution to this problem. And I think it's going to be a big part of what allows people to adopt, is going to be proof that these types of chips with some security in them that can do ZK, that's there and it's on the blockchain.
Yeah, that's a great example. Yeah, I would also want to see if we are building a kind of DePIN future, that there are multiple DePIN networks and multiple kind of like robotic physical AI agents, they are interacting with each other, how they can trust each other. Mm-hmm. And it's not only about the regulator, but also the kind of if the data is actually from one device, just like a GOD, maybe Pulse, and we can help to verify and put it on chain so that another project can fully trust and use it, either buy the data or maybe they utilize the data to do other things. Yeah, like your previous example, Rowar, right? Rowar, when they are doing this kind of like a 3D kind of like a video, kind of like a image capturing, and along with maybe GOD Pulse, so that the data can be trusted by another project. They can fully utilize this to do the automated cars. And I would say in the future, I really like the bright future of the DePIN, so that a lot of the different systems doesn't have to operate kind of like in a centralized way that one giant entity owns everything. Instead, different networks, different devices can take care of their own. And to enable that, I think variability is very important, so that they can fully trust each other, what they are saying. There's no other kind of like person can actually hack the system and in the middle so that networks can break. Yeah, I think it's very necessary, and yeah, we are glad we have this collaboration and test it out, and in the future, yeah, when we together work with other DePIN together so that they can directly utilize the data on chain.
Yeah, I think we should try to work on delivery services. I think this could be a really interesting case where you need to have good location verification and good accuracy. Combination is quite an interesting case.
Yeah, I like the swarms concept that these guys are talking about. For those that are looking at the AI agent space in DeFi, there's not one agent that is doing everything. It's actually a swarm of agents that are collaborating with each other. One specializes in lending, one specializes in bridging, one specializes in so on and so forth. When you think about performing tasks in the real world, if you have one machine, maybe it can't do everything, right? It's more like a general contractor model. There's one main agent that maybe calls the help of other agents, and if we can't verify the abilities and the real world completion of tasks, then the next task can't be continued. But we're talking about use cases that are maybe a few years out in the future, and this is my last question for you guys. What does physical AI look like in a few years? Let's say 3 years, right? Are we going to be dominated by the apex predators at that point, or are we going to be in kind of a utopia where humans don't have to work anymore because we've solved the manual labor problem? What do you guys think?
I think it really depends on blockchain adoption. So if we end up in a world with AI that's dominated by centralized companies, really especially on the physical AI side, I don't think the future is going to be so great, because I think these systems will be taken over. I mean, I don't want to predict Terminator future, but really I think there'll be a lot of challenges if you think about AI scaled, especially physical AI scaled, and it's not done in a decentralized, trustless, permissionless way. You're going to have things that go quite terribly wrong. And so I think it's really very important that we succeed in the mission of bringing these things, making DePIN and blockchain very successful into the physical AI world. And I think it's necessary. So the good news is I think it's economically necessary for it to happen. I don't think physical AI can scale without it. But it's also like socially very important. Otherwise, I do think you're going to end up handing power to a few companies, and maybe even just one company, depending on how you think about the world. That could be quite dangerous. Yeah, quite dangerous.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, that's also my point. But yeah, one additional thing I would say is I really like how the blockchain and crypto can actually shape the future for DePIN and physical AI. Blockchain and crypto is in the very beginning. I would. This is my personal view. I even think this is made for just machines, because the complexity of use it, and a lot of people do not like to use wallets, to be honest. But they are programmed on-chain, programmed to unlock your wallet and pay each other, and with maybe even very, very little payment, and really depends on the value. And so that on the different DePIN networks, they can actually talk to each other and do the payment and write some logic using smart contract and blockchain, so that all the agents are actually performing what they should do. And also I think there are some sci-fi stories about the 3 rules of the robots. Yeah, if they can be written in a smart contract, maybe they could be followed, and it's not too bad in the future.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so.
Yeah, we've always believed that machines are going to be the largest users of blockchains, even more than humans, because machines are outnumbering humans 10 to 1 and maybe 100 to 1 in the near future. So hopefully all of them will be trusted and verified with IoTeX and receive accurate location and navigating the real world with GEODNET. So let's give these guys a hand.
Oh, thank you.
Wow, that was great. Thank you, guys. Also, thank everybody in the audience for actually following. It's pretty rare at crypto events, right? Regardless of how much has been retained, but that's not the point. Guys, next up, we have actually another incredible AI panel. It's going to be, I think, moderated by my friend, Head of Product, Aaron Bassi. And we have 375 AI, XYO, Impossible Cloud, and that should do it. So please, guys, come to the stage. Aaron, all yours.
Thank you, guys. All right, guys, go ahead and get seated. Got a new crowd coming in, old crowd leaving. All right, guys, before we get started, I'm going to ask a question to the audience. How many of you have smartwatches? Let's see a show of hands. Yeah, smartwatch, yeah. So that's probably 70% there. You got your... How many of you have smartphones? All of you. All right, how many of you have smart thermostats at home? How about smart light bulbs? All right, so at IoTex, we've always had this assumption that in the future, the biggest users of blockchain are going to be devices rather than people, just as Larry mentioned as he was leaving the stage there. And we've always stuck to that in everything that we've been building. And what this panel is about is what's the future going to look like when all these devices are talking to each other. And that's already happening to a degree. But I think there's a level of AI that's going to be on top of all this to make it all function. So that's what we're going to get into today. So now shift from the audience, going to shift to my panelists and ask you guys the question. So first, why don't we start by intros? Tell us what your project's all about.
Sure. Thanks. Kai from Impossible Cloud. Briefly about myself. So I'm a serial entrepreneur. I founded another startup gaming company before, pretty large, did a Nasdaq IPO, more than $1 billion revenue combined. And during that time, we built networks, large networks for several hundred million people all around the world, gamers all around the world, so heavy infrastructure. And that led to the idea of building a more decentralized version out of it. And so that's where we are right now. So we started 3 years ago with Impossible Cloud, building the internet infrastructure layer, everything, deplacing the big cloud giants, settlement for everything that's needed in a more decentralized way. So far, 70 people roughly, and more than 1,000 enterprise Web 2 customers already storing data on Web 3 technology.
That's impressive. I'm Marcus. I'm one of the co-founders of XYO. We as the original DePIN, we launched before Helium even, and we started with proof of location and IoT, and then moved into general data verification. We have more than 8 million nodes, which makes us also one of the largest DePINs. We have more than $10 million in revenue, and basically all around, we started DePIN and are growing it now.
I'm Harry Dewhurst from 375, co-founder and CEO. My background's been also an entrepreneur my whole career. I've started and sold businesses in the data and analytics space. 375 AI is a decentralized data intelligence network. We capture huge amounts of real-world information using a vast array of sensors, convert that into digestible and usable insights, which AI models can consume to provide them with a fourth dimension of information as it relates to their understanding of the world beyond that of just digital, web, books, research reports, etc.
Awesome. And my name is Aaron Bassi. I'm the head of product at IoTex, managing a whole suite of products designed to help make DePIN's lives easier, just like all the amazing panelists that we have up here. So without further ado, let's get into some of the questions. So just want to get a general understanding of what you guys see as some of the trends that you're seeing in the market, whether it's crypto or the Web 2 space. Start general, and then we'll get more focused.
Yeah, so what we see definitely in the crypto space and DePIN space, I mean, the AI race is very obvious, and also what's very obvious is like the huge amount of investments that need to be taken in order to build the infrastructure for super AI. Very recently, the founder of the Vision Fund, I just met his brother once, crazy guys, but also very data-driven. And he said basically, look, within the next 10 years, we need approximately 10 trillion in infrastructure investments. And everybody's talking right now about GPUs short term for like large language models and so forth. I think inference is going to be even bigger in the future down the line. Storage, like high performance storage, is not going to be underestimated because data becomes tremendously more valuable with all the potential usage. So you want to store everything. And the growth rate of data being created is tremendously high. It's like over the last 20 years, like almost 40% compound growth rates. So we talk about like super like increasing demand on infrastructure that it cannot really be met, and I think this is what keeps everybody busy in the next few years. And then second point, maybe everybody starts caring more about revenue, especially I think in the crypto and DePIN space. And I think DePIN combined like making revenue, I think it's poised to make revenue, a lot of revenue there because you need like all this infrastructure investment. I think it's going to be the $1 trillion opportunity in crypto.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, DePIN has grown tremendously in the last. The coin was termed like the name was termed in less than 3 years ago by Messari, right? And now there's more than 2,000 or so DePIN projects, of which I know about. Probably there's 5,000, 10,000 projects, right? And I think it has such staying power, much more than other hypes in crypto, because it has this real business model, right? It's you see in DeFi, right? DeFi and financial applications where the crypto golden goose, and like nothing really happened after that. You know, some individual applications maybe, but now DePIN really has shown that it's a sustainable model. And like we are around for 7 years, you know, and most of the projects from our time, like 99% of them, you know, they're out of business. And we are thriving. Right? We have a token listed on Coinbase. We are thriving even in the US, you know, with all the regulatory problems you have here. And I think that only works if you build these real business models. And so I think the future is very bright. I don't know, like there's AI and data, obviously, and many other things, but the future is endless. You know, there's so much infrastructure. You know, you can tokenize anything. You know, if you speak about real world assets, it's trillions of dollars and more.
Yeah, I would agree with both of you that certainly I see that DePIN is kind of coming of age. I've been involved in the space since before the term was coined, and at the time I was the CEO of Linksys, the Wi-Fi router business. So you know, very much a traditional company, and it was there that I kind of discovered helium back in the day. And you know, we've certainly seen projects, I guess, go through these learning curves and hit stumbling blocks, and I certainly think now is the phase of businesses that are going to thrive in the DePIN space are the ones that are able to correctly balance supply and demand, and ones that can build monetization, you know, immediately out the gate, as opposed to kind of a build it and they will come mentality. And I think that's it makes it harder to build a successful DePIN business, but it makes the DePIN business actually viable, which just because it's crypto doesn't mean it shouldn't just be a normal company that makes normal money. And you know, we're certainly big believers. I guess I'm an imposter in crypto. I imagine we all are at some point. You know, we've come into this and having been in, you know, normal businesses, quote unquote. It's certainly, you still need to apply the same fundamentals, and the businesses that do that the most successfully, I think, will be the ones that survive for the long term and build for decades.
Yeah, just to expand on what you guys are talking about there, Marcus, you mentioned the golden goose that people are trying to follow. So over the last little bit, actually for quite a while, meme coins have been a thing. But with the launch of the Trump token, it felt like there was a big pullback from all the utility tokens and, you know, drop in prices left and right. And it's hard to get away from that, right? So how do you guys just stay focused on building and that long-term vision that Harry was talking about, and, you know, stay focused on that vision?
Yeah, I think we share something here, right? IoTeX is around for a long time as well. I follow you guys, and I always see your market cap rank in hours, and then it's dropping when all the meme coins go up, and Trump sucked all the liquidity out of the market, right? And we go together up and down. And I think the beauty of DePIN is that we are not as reliant on the token value. The token value is important, right, to incentivize people to come into our network and to create excitement and returns and all the things, right? But then when there's a bear market, right, you still have paying customers and demand and so on, right? And that demand you can use to buy back your token and burn it and so on, right? And create value for the token. And so because of that, our projects together, we went through these cycles over the years, and I think can be very confident that we come out of anything really.
I'd just love to get a little bit deeper on each of your guys' projects. If you'd love to jump into the demand side of your project and maybe what's the biggest driver of growth been up to date?
Yeah, so maybe for us on the demand side, it's of course demand is the big thing, right? So when we started in the crypto space, we saw okay on the supply side, crypto has done a tremendous job. If you think about the largest compute network on Earth, it's by several 2 orders of magnitude or so, it's Bitcoin, right? So it's much larger than anything that Google, Microsoft, and so forth have built on the compute space before. On the demand side, it's challenging, of course. Like if you imagine building on these large networks, any kind of software that can be used by any kind of person on the planet, any enterprise or AI agents and so forth, that's the massive challenge. What we have done on the demand side, basically you need to get share of voice, trust. It's very much about trust as well. And what we have done, we have built a system that's also integrated very much with a lot of super strong partners, also very strong partners in the Web2 space. So we partner with quite a few companies who make billions of revenues. They are integrated into the system. They all are integrated and run in the end on Web3 technology. And I think it's an ecosystem play, right? So, and this is also what I like about the general approach of Web3. You have open source, the open source idea with tokenization, so people can have a reasonable share in the whole thing, and it enables you to partner with a lot of different people and companies and entities and so forth. And building this ecosystem is what made the internet successful in the beginning. And I think this is the way to go. And so that's what we did from day one. Not only built the whole infrastructure layer, which is super complicated, of course. I know that building things at scale are massively complicated, and people usually completely underestimate that. I had a couple of talks back in the days with the former CTO of Facebook and how they optimize all their data centers and so forth. Although we try to dethrone the incumbents, I have a lot of respect for the big tech companies. Google, Facebook, I have been in particularly close to. But I think we can do it in a more decentralized way. And we are on a good path, and so far for us, it plays us really well. So 2,000% growth rate year on year, 2,000 enterprise customers that really are using the system every day. Started with storage. It's 100 million files roughly that they upload every day into the system, and it's just the starting point. But I think getting there is the difficult task that is absolutely underestimated.
I think you might forget we're actually at a crypto event here, so you're not allowed to say nice things about Web2 space, Facebook, Amazon. Sorry. No, but absolutely, it's super. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Maybe one short addition. So I got contacted on a crypto venue in Bangkok for the DEF CON from the Alibaba guys, right? And they said, okay, we want to cooperate with Impossible Cloud. Super cool. It's super interesting. I said, look, guys, our mission is to basically dethrone the hyperscalers, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and also Alibaba, of course, if you don't mind. I mean, maybe you can run a node or so, but that's the mission, right? Yeah. And basically they invited us to their headquarters, but we haven't followed up.
So what 375 are doing is capturing real-world information, and the thesis being is that AI models and businesses have a huge amount of information about their customers, what they do on every website, what they click, what they search, what they buy. And then, of course, all of the written information and movies and music and so on can all be consumed by models. And is, and almost already all has. What's missing is knowing what's happening on the corner of Canal and Broadway in New York right now, and the sensors that we've deployed are using computer vision technology with AI at the edge to convert effectively video data using computer vision into meta information. So the primary data that we collect is vehicular and human movement, down, everything from makes, models, colors of cars through to license plates signifying marks of commercial vehicles such as US Department of Transport numbers, the number of occupants in the vehicle, events that happen on the road, debris on the road, and all of this information is converted into usable stuff. So that's what we're collecting. And one of the things, having been a deployer of DY and DPIN, at a large scale, when we started out 3 years ago, we were deploying millions of dollars of other people's DPIN stuff. So we learned a hell of a lot about what we like, what we don't, what was good, what was bad. And certainly we've used that to then build a business that could have demand from day one. So our TGE is coming up in April, and we already have demand contracts signed that will drive revenue into the business from day one. I don't think there's many DPIN projects that have launched with revenue and buy and burn out the gate. And I think that's now critical in this time, because you can't wait years and years and years just to get scale and then just be so oversupplied and then worry about demand later. I think you need to be really worrying about supply and demand at all times, and that's the strategy that we're taking.
Yeah, Harry, just a follow-up question there. So you mentioned real revenue and your TG coming up. Can you talk about the tokenomics you're going to be employing there? Is it, you said buy, back, and burn?
Yeah, so we'll be emitting 42.5% of the tokens to deployers of both the hardware and users of the mobile app. And there's multiple different form factors of hardware that can vary from $50,000 for a very advanced edge node with 6 cameras and NVIDIA GPU, and it's a very expensive, very capable device, down to a smaller form factor which also has onboard AI and GPU to do all of the computation and run its own model locally without sending things into the cloud and back. And then there's mobile app users. So those people will receive those rewards over an 8-year period. The foundation will receive 80% of the revenue that is captured from what will most likely be Web 2 revenue. And so far the contracts that we signed are very much with Web 2 businesses. And they will buy and burn that 80%.
Awesome. So with the next portion of the panel, I would love to jump in more into specifically AI. So how are you guys leveraging AI at the moment, or how is AI leveraging you guys? And we talk a lot about the trend toward AI, so maybe just want to comment on the whole sector of DePIN as well, and how it intersects with AI.
Yeah, for us, it permeates really everything we do, right? It was such a shock a few years ago when ChatGPT was launched, right? But before, we were already a data validator, so our demand comes from data validation and verification, and we sell that data, or we provide it to Web3 companies. We do that for location and other data. We are like a process oracle and something else, and we also provide proof of location and so on for GameFi and DPINs and others, where they can use that to validate and verify their data and do treasure hunts and stuff like that. Yeah, and AI, is just the next evolution of that data usage, right? With DePIN, you can make sure that the data you provide is true and correct, that it's, that you can prove, it comes from one of your sensors, right? And then it landed in an IPF database and then made it into a smart contract, right? And then we have technology, for example, which proves the origin of the data, and that's essential, right? So that you are able to trust your AI, and especially if you have high value data like health data, or if it's defense stuff or whatever, right? Or if you look into smart cities and so on, right? You want trusted data. And so today, we just make sure that we are able to work with those demand partners, and that's, I think, where a lot of the growth will come from for any data company, really.
The two primary reasons that we use AI and AI at the edge, it's certainly a lot more expensive to do that, because it means that every single deployment that we have has to have, GPU on site, as opposed to pushing the sensor information into a cloud and crunching it all there. But the reason why we do that is twofold. One, there's efficiency when you have, particularly video streams at very high definition. Putting 6 video streams into a cloud 24/7 in hundreds of sites, soon to be thousands of sites, is onerous and costly. And secondly, and frankly maybe more importantly, is that by using AI at the edge, we can maintain privacy and scrub any data that we don't want to be stored. So we can, obscure faces. We can do that kind of stuff. So we never even see the video data. We're only seeing the outputted data, which is effectively meta information, and that enables us to evolve with regulatory framework and changes in those kinds of regulations on the fly.
Yeah, maybe briefly, we see a pretty big uptick in certain areas. So first of all, as I mentioned before, data increasingly becomes more and more valuable for any enterprise around the globe, because they can do more with the data. Like if they used to throw away an X-ray of a patient that died 20 years ago or whatever, now they keep all the data because they use it for AI models and so forth. So data is increasingly more expensive, more valuable. Also, what we see, companies care more about proprietary data, private data, and so forth, and also more about data sovereignty and close by geofencing. So we have a lot of customers who more and more come and want to have a very close by geofencing, not only by regional level, but maybe on a per country level or even on an ISP level and so forth. So, and that leads to an infrastructure that it has to be, by definition, much more scalable and much more distributed all around the globe. Basically, the future that we see is you need a huge, globally very decentralized storage layer, and on top you want to have a computational layer where you can run any kind of AI agents and so forth. Now that's probably a machine-to-machine web which is coming after the current web that we see right now, which is going to be massive. And this is really already picking up in adoption quite heavily, and a lot of customers come in with these demands already nowadays.
So there are several challenges and risks, I believe, to building a DePIN network and a decentralized AI network. I recently came back from Washington, D.C., and back in December, speaking with congressmen and senators about the DePIN space and just crypto in general. And it seems like it's trending towards crypto being, crypto-friendly legislation coming. But we're building utilities here and real products, right? So that doesn't necessarily help us as you might hope. So I think there might be some need for some DePIN-specific regulation there. But just wanted to ask you guys, how do you navigate this kind of world of regulatory uncertainty? Harry, you had a comment on that earlier. Maybe if you just want to expand on that to start.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the hope is that now there becomes some guidance that can be then followed. As it stands today, there is a vast cavern of ambiguity, which makes navigating within it very, very challenging. I mean, there is certainly more specific regulation around privacy, so that's an area that we can be very compliant within, and we spend a lot of money on specialist lawyers to make sure that we are always in compliant with various state and federal rules around that. But I think certainly the regulation particularly for US citizens and US businesses, being more black and white is going to help this industry be able to actually flourish, because I think there's potentially stifling of innovation, stifling of progress as a result of fear of what the SEC might do to you or so on. So the more of that comes, the quicker, the better it is, I think, for the businesses that, again, are building for the long term, not for the flash in the pan.
Yeah, I totally agree. Right, with new reasonable regulation, I think that there's going to be a lot of growth. We're going to see a lot of growth. However, we need the regulation as well, because otherwise you're going to have things like the 2017 ICO boom, right, where 99% of those projects are not existing anymore, and a lot of people got scammed, right? And we don't want to see that either.
You could say the same thing right now with Pump Fund and 99% of the tokens dying out. Right?
Yeah, but there I think the expectation is it's just for fun, you know. It's a little different, I think. But if you have a project which promises the world, which you had in 2017, everybody was promising the world, right? Like EOS collected $4 billion in their ICO, and it was just a crazy time. But for meme tokens, I think they have their space, right? Because it's gambling for some people or community or something like that, and I think it's understood what they are. But for us, XYO specifically, like, we launched right after this ICO boom in 2018, and so we want to be super transparent. So we built our XYO Foundation in the US. We have XYLabs, a for-profit company behind it, which is also US-based, and we were the first company in the US which was qualified by the SEC to do a Regulation A offering, first crypto company. Until 2021, there was nobody else. And so we sold our shares in the US. And today we even tokenized the shares, and we listed them on an alternative trading system. It's basically like a securities token exchange under the ticker XYLB. So now we have more than 24,000 shareholders of our tokenized shares. And we have our XYO utility token, which is listed on Coinbase and many other exchanges. And through that time, you know, we had like audited financials, a lot of conversations with the SEC. We got a SEC subpoena at some point, which is super costly, and all those things. But even in those very like dark years, as people call them, innovation was possible, I think, right? And the markets were working, and businesses existed. You know, if you built something real, I think, and you weren't frauding people, right, then I think it was possible to work in that environment. But obviously, the future might be bright.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief. So I'm super bullish about the future, especially about regulation, what you just asked. So we have what we create right now, where we are at right now is we get more close to legal certainty, which is super important. So with the new US legislation, in Europe you have MiCA, which just came effective into place like beginning of the year. So what this creates is legal certainty, and you need legal certainty for trillions of dollars from institutional investors coming into the ecosystem. And I think this will happen. So you have seen the first wave already with the Bitcoin ETFs, and the second wave will be much, much bigger. And this is about to come. So, and of course, this will be a huge wave for the whole crypto industry. Having said that, I think crypto is maturing more and more. It will not lift all the boats. Investors will be more picky. If you think about like how this usually works in the Web2 space, very early on you have seed stage investments, whatever. People pitch and then get invested on a pitch deck and the team. Later you have traction, then later you have revenue, and then ultimately you have profits. So that's kind of like where investors invest into. And I think we are in the maturity stage in crypto where now investors start more and more caring about revenue. So there will huge amounts of money coming into the system, but investors will start caring more about revenue. And I think the projects that manage to do that have a very, very great future.
Yeah, 100%. I'll just leave you guys with one more comment there on the regulation side. DePIN genuinely blows regulators' minds. They don't even know it exists for the most part. Like, they understand the stable coins very well. They see it as like being one of the biggest exporters of the US dollar. Like, oh, they're all about that. They're starting to understand RWAs a little bit. But as soon as you mention DePIN and like all these potential and real revenue and, you know, getting away from the scams, they get so excited about it. So I think it's only a matter of time. So just to wrap up here, I'm getting a signal that it's time for us to end pretty soon here, but just want to ask you guys about what your outlook is for 2025 and any big milestones you guys have as a project.
As I mentioned before, we're excited for our TGE coming up in April. We've had testnet running for the last 14 weeks. We've onboarded 200,000+ nodes, and we've been overwhelmed by the success of that. So we're certainly excited to get the token out there. That's really the key thing. And then, generally speaking, as I say, just seeing the overall DePIN ecosystem mature and revenues catch up with supply to mean that these businesses can really thrive and become a much closer one-to-one of like revenue in versus value rewarded, which is of course in many cases miles and miles apart. But there are projects out there that are bridging that gap, and their revenues are growing, and they're being rewarded by the markets for that. And I think that's going to be super healthy for the whole space. And yeah, just more collaboration between DePIN projects. You don't need 10 Raspberry Pis on your rooftop. So like finding a way to like amalgamate some of these into more unified ways of doing things, containerizing software, whatever it might be, and using common sensors. So each DePIN can use the piece that they need to do the thing that they do, creates more efficiency, and that's something that we're partnering with a whole host of people to do.
I think just one step further as well, developers-wise, taking the data from all these DePINs as well and trying to build on top of it. I think there could be some really awesome outcomes in 2025 as well.
Yeah, for us, 2025 launched already on a great note. We announced our XYO Layer 1, and we're going to launch it next month, and we're very excited about it. And then every month, basically, there's going to be some exciting stuff from us coming, partnerships and pieces of that network. And we have big things in the works, and we grow our node network. We have some things in the work. It's going to be much bigger soon. And in general, I think if the markets play their way this year, if there's no big macro event which is negative, I think 2025 is going to be pretty transformational. And so much money has flown into the space and into the DePIN space as well from VCs and others. And I think now is a time where those ones hit the market like yours. And I think it's going to be a very exciting time for those to launch.
Yeah, 2025, overall for everybody for the industry, I think we mentioned it before, we're entering a phase where $1 trillion plus will be invested annually into infrastructure. A lot of the infrastructure has to be more decentral for a lot of use cases. I think DePIN is able to catch a large chunk of that investment if we do it in the right way. You always have to think, no matter how large a company is, if it's Amazon or Google or Facebook or whatever, there will always be more smart people and more resources outside of that company. If you combine these with like tokenomics and so forth, you can reach a lot more than these centralized incumbents. And for us, it will be a major path, really having a strong piece in building the internet of the future. So next step, interestingly enough, we are also listing our token in May. So I think a lot of projects are working on that. A lot of real revenue. I think we want to scale that a lot further. There is just in the ecosystem, there's just like one company that is delivering more than 5 million revenue already, growing super strongly. We talked to a few others, Web2 companies who onboard into the protocol, a couple hundred million ARR that they run their own infrastructure, but they want to come into the system there. So I think that's the massive steps that we want to continue working on. And I'm super excited about the future, and especially working together with a lot of other projects, enhancing the use cases that we have, enhancing the hardware classes, and of course scaling the network to infinity.
Amazing, amazing. So 2025 looking super bright here. A couple TGs to look out for. Really want to thank you guys for your time. This is really an all-star panel here that we had. So give them a round of applause, guys.
How's it going, man? Guys, how about we take a 5-minute break? Let everybody just, grab some drinks, grab some coffee, and see you back here in a few. do 3. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, we are back. Is live stream also on? Cool. All right, guys, we're back. It's always hard to like start after a little break, you know, like the room empties out a little bit. But I think we have the perfect person to start the second round. So, Human, please come up on stage with us. Human is the co-founder of NovaNet, and he's going to present something super cool. I think it's one of the coolest POCs in the whole DePIN sector. Can I say that? Yeah, Human is going to basically demonstrate something that we've been working together. So we've used, or they've used NovaNet technology and IoTech's decentralized identity protocol to basically create a POC where devices get rewarded for sending a proof of location that is fully disclosed, fully undisclosed, right? It's completely private. From a board, and the board gets rewarded based on some token economy by triggering a smart contract once the proof is verified on chain. But I want to let Human obviously do it in a little bit more detail. But I think it's been super cool. I'm super proud of the work that we've done. So I'm excited for what's next for you guys. So all yours.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. IoTech is certainly one project we've been looking forward to working with for a long time. So this coming together is really exciting. And hi, everyone. I'm Human, co-founder of NovaNets. And we're bringing verifiability to millions of DePIN devices. And how do we do that? You know, really in 3 letters, 1 word, ZKP, zero knowledge proofs. And just taking the IoTech framework as a starting point for sentient AI's lifecycle, right? First, we sense the real world, right, with sensors and data. Then data and compute is verified. Models are trained, they run, and then obviously things are automated. And as a ZKP, verifiable compute project, we're focusing on the verify step in this process, of course. And zero knowledge proofs are the best way to verify most things, at least, because they're very strong guarantees of accurate, correct compute and accurate data, or at least hasn't been tampered with. And for us, NovaNet in particular, we focus on memory efficient proofs. So memory efficiency means a small footprint. It can run on smaller devices, like DePIN devices. The proofs can get aggregated for efficiency purposes on the network, and then posted on chain for verification purposes. And if you're taking pictures, please do. Feel free to tag me on Twitter or X at the same time, if it's a good picture. And it's verified on any chains, including the IoTech chain, EVM compatible ones as well. And so we did a proof of concept, and I'll demo it in just a moment with IoTech, because they have just a great modular DePIN infrastructure for a wide variety of purposes, including things like device registration. So basically what happens with this demo, the DePIN device is registered on-chain. And then there's a proof of location that's run on the device itself, a zero knowledge proof, and because it's zero knowledge, it's private. And then that is sent to the IoTech blockchain for verification purposes, assuming that the device is where it should be and not somewhere else, because that matters for a lot of DePIN protocols, location. Without giving away, where it is, then the tokens are transferred to the device owner, the company owner. And so the benefits, as you can imagine, are privacy, scalability, not having anything be reliant upon third parties or intermediaries, being trustless, also having the guarantees be public and auditable with open source zero knowledge proof tech. And of course, the data and device ownership And all that good stuff is also public and verifiable, whether it's on-chain or the proofs are running off-chain. So here's the actual video. It's going to be 1 minute, and we'll just play this here. So bringing verifiability and to the devices. So first register the DePIN device. So here we are interacting with IOTex's SDK for IOID. We get the decentralized ID, which is a standard in this field. Verify on-chain. And then here's where NovaNet comes in, is we generate the proof locally of the device. And there's a generation function. So prove that it's where it's supposed to be. And then go to the chain itself, verify that it's proper, and you can see the code running there. Then it runs the verification smart contract function on chain, and it's going to show that it passes the test according to our highly efficient verifier. And because it passed the test, it sends the IOTX tokens, IOTX, to the device owner. And they get paid, and that's the DePIN incentive cycle. So that was a quick demo of the functioning code. You can check it out at GitHub. And of course, we're adding things to it all the time. And that is my lightning talk. Thank you all for coming. And I will be around and outside as well to answer questions, take pictures, and all that good stuff. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. All right. Guys, I forgot to say, so this session here of the program is basically going to be like a series of lightning talks, just like what Human did, for example. And so we're going to have some interesting 5-minute talks about, some DePIN projects, infrastructure, end user facing. So a little bit different, varied. And so next up we have Acurast. Claire, can you change the slides? Okay, we're going to change the slides too, but please come up and we can get started. All right, guys, give it up for Acurast.
Hey, everybody. I'm going to use a timer. I actually prepared for 10 minutes. Now I heard it's 5 minutes. And I have 11 slides, so it's going to be 30 seconds per slide. Let's do it. So that's why it's a bit misleading. I said hands-on, but it's not going to be hands-on in 5 minutes. It's going to be a bit hard. But anyways, you'll get the message. So compute and power demand search, that's mainly driven by AI and also by the whole compute infrastructure that is being used and used more and more. As you can see, this is just one example that we need more floating point operations per year, and there's more and more models that have to be trained, right? So we have a bottleneck there, as you can see also on the shortage of GPUs. There's no cloud, so yeah, the font is fucked up. I just saw that, but it is what it is. Just other people's computers, right? This is an OG statement coming from back in the days when PGP and all that good stuff was developed. And at the end of the day, nowadays, the only option we have is to trust centralized cloud providers. And it sort of developed this feudalistic system where we don't really have any other option. What are the issues with that? It's very monopolized. We have a few players. They own your data. It enables mass surveillance, as we have seen many times before. They also pose a supply chain risk. So if you fully rely on them, your business model relies on them, you might have an issue if they decide to shut you down. And they're not censorship resistant when it comes to that. Also, they're hard to localize. So on the one hand, they're hard to prosecute if something goes wrong, right? Because they're sort of global operators and really hard to keep up with. One thing that is nice to know is that if you use Google Cloud, there's a host of sub-processors, they're called, that actually also have access to your data. So if you ever had an issue with Google Cloud and you had a support team on hand, it's some subcontractor that can read all your stuff. So might be suboptimal, right? Especially if you store some sensitive data. So what do we need? DePIN is the solution, right? We need a global scale cloud network founded on open source principles. Two issues there. Open source is sort of enshittified because at the end of the day, only if you open source doesn't mean anything. It needs to be verifiable, right? So that's where the whole cryptographic idea comes into play. And I also have a nice quote of Snowden, but I'm going to skip for time. Acurast, this is what we do, this is what we are. We are a decentralized serverless cloud that is actually more than 40,000 devices as we talk worldwide. It's very decentralized by design because phones are very decentralized, just like us humans, right? Of course, people start creating farms, etc., but that's just the effect that you get, right? Which also has some benefits depending on what you want to run. Wow. Yeah. The one image doesn't work. This should be like a display of hardware, secure by design, because we use we bootstrap a trusted execution environment from the specific hardware that our software is running on. So, for example, with Android, you dedicate the full phone, and we bootstrap the trust execution environment. Of course, the trust root is the hardware provider and the supplier. But at the end of the day, you can verify whether or not it has been executed on a specific phone. Then by design, it's decentralized. As I mentioned before, we have almost as many phones globally as human people. So let's see, maybe AI agents will take over and we'll have more AI agents in the future. And also, like, it's scalable by design because a lot of the production of hardware is actually put into mobile phones and not into servers, of course, as well. Data centers need to be built. But, yeah, it's scalable from that sense. So if we talk about AI compute, I'll try to keep it under 1 minute. It needs to move to the edge. And also it's much more confidential if we do that, because we actually can control whether or not it has been executed on a specific device without relying on centralized clouds. So this is what you can do. One example that we did is, this should be a GIF that is running DeepSeek, a distilled version. And you can actually interact directly with that phone that has DeepSeek deployed on there. You can also follow that tutorial right there if you want to test it out yourself. And yes, so right on time, reach out via Twitter or Telegram, of course, or come to the booth. And if you're interested in joining the Rebellion program, it's our way of sort of fighting back. Thank you so much for the attention, and see you around.
Awesome. Thanks, Acurast. Next, we have our friends at EnviralBlock. Let's give them a hand.
Oh, it's not working? Someone just walked off the clicker right there? Video's not working? Dang it. Well, we had an awesome video prepared for you, so apologize for that. How about slides? Claire? We have slides going? Yeah. All right. There we go. Hey everyone, Will McCann, co-founder and CEO of EnviralBlock, and we are turning your home's data into opportunities. There we go. So the biggest problem that homeowners face today is they're often left acting in a reactive manner to problems that arise at home, whether it be water leaks, roof leaks, mold growth, things like that. And in turn, that creates very costly repairs versus catching the problem before it ever arose in the first place. You can see some of the metrics there. There's over 7,000 deaths per year just in the U.S. attributed to mold exposure. The average homeowner's insurance premium is $750, increasing 13% year over year in the last 3 years. So definitely some opportunity to both catch costly repairs before they happen and potentially save on your maintenance expenses and insurance. A little cut off there, but our solution is installing environmental monitors combined with blockchain technology with Web3 incentives to drive user growth and turn your home into its own little data hub. Wow, these are all cut off. So a simple 3-step process that you can't see there, but install a device, we verify the data for you, start analyzing that and giving you insights and feedback to it. all while rewarding you for providing us your data in the first place, creating that incentive to drive user growth. Thank you, Claire. So why does monitoring matter? From identifying potential health hazards, poor indoor air quality, mold growth, water leaks, things like that you can measure with temperature and humidity sensors, but also at scale, being able to identify areas of inefficiency, and energy waste, lowering your cost of your homeowner's maintenance and running your house over time. So who benefits from EnviralBlock? We just talked about homeowners, but what if you could get a discount on your insurance premium for proving that your house doesn't have any mold issues or any kind of indoor air quality issues, water intrusion, things like that? We'd be able to de-risk the insurance company's clients by giving them the data they need to make sure that they're not going to face any costly repairs down the road. And more often than not, things like water leaks, roof leaks aren't even covered by your insurance provider in the first place. So a lot of times the homeowners are stuck hanging left to dry. And then if you ever do have issues that your data is pointing out, huge opportunity for lead generation. You could imagine recommending local service providers in your area that we could get a revenue back and like a home advisor. Even if you're looking at purchasing a new house on Zillow or something, if you were comparing different houses and one was proven safe and efficient based on its real-time data, I think you can drive a lot of real estate value in proving that the house is efficient and safe. For anybody like me that has air purifiers at home or devices like that, you can imagine a lot of affiliate marketing potential based on the user's data. Hey, we noticed your air quality is less than ideal. Check out our new line of air purifiers and use the eBlock discount for your discount. And then the reason why half of you here with AI, and as AI grows and agents come online everywhere, they're just going to consume all the data left and right. So I think we're uniquely positioned because we're going to constantly have real-time, unique data sets for the AI agents to consume. And just some numbers there. The estimated market potential for just lead generation, the home service contractors, is estimated to be $2.5 billion just for this year. And then by 2037, the estimated market size for just environmental AI is estimated to be $4 billion. We're in Texas, so an easy use case that we've been doing is with attic ventilation, proving how to increase that airflow, save money on your HVAC usage over the year, lowering your cost of cooling your house. So I've got some interesting insights coming out later on that. Our competitive advantage, obviously, using blockchain technology, incentivizing users to get on the network in the first place, and then being able to act in a proactive manner, identifying issues before they occur and become very costly to rectify. And then we're very excited to have our token launching, coming very, very soon. We've been bootstrapping this whole time, rewarding users in the IoTeX token as rewards for their data. And we're very excited to transition over to our native eBlock token here very soon. So look more for that. And I want to thank you all very much, especially to our community. We wouldn't be able to bootstrap for the last 2 years without the community doing what they do, believing in our mission, getting on board, and definitely can't thank IoTeX enough for everything they've done to help us, both on the technical side and just especially with their hardware using as proof case, proof of it case there. So thank you very much. If you're sticking around, we'll be over there. Come meet us, come say hello, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, next up is Coral Lab, guys. Anybody here from Coral Lab yet or no? Okay, we need a second. In the meantime, congrats to EnviralBlock. Great presentation. Nice. Next time. Sweet. Okay. If you guys want to wait a second for Cora Lab, otherwise, let me see who was up next. We have Gbox, anybody? Otherwise, HiVelo. Let's do HiVelo. All right, guys, give it up for HiVelo. It might be that we might have to change the slide, so we're just improvising right now. I hope it works, but if you guys give me 1 minute, I'll figure it out and I'll get back to you. One second.
Hi, everyone. Quick side note, maybe Honey Insurance is a startup from my friend in Australia. I don't know if you've looked at it, but he's created a massive company very fast by leveraging off technology. Thank you. So we should talk. Great to be here. Justin Rosenberg, co-founder and CFO of HiVelo. Born in South Africa, grew up in Sydney and Toronto the last 4 years, so that's why I sound funny. HiVelo was born with my co-founders that were the founders of Banksa, and Banksa is a global top 5 fiat to crypto on-ramp. About $3 billion has gone through their API that plugs into exchanges and wallets to make crypto accessible to everybody, and that's my partner's vision. And similarly, they were working with DePIN and found it incredibly difficult to extract that holy grail of passive income from running DePIN nodes. And just like they did with Banksa, they've built HiVelo to be a radically simple approach to generating mining rewards. So what HiVelo is in its current form is an app that anyone around the world can download for free, so no node cells, no device. We're just removing all of the friction to accessing the DePIN rewards. And within the near term, we're hoping to earn about $20 to $50 a month, depending on the type of computer that you have, which is obviously a very exciting income for many people around the world. So we think of HiVelo as like a DePIN app store. Our revenue model is to get, let's call it a rule of thumb, 30% reward, 30% share of the consumer's mining rewards. So free for them to download, and it's a great way for people to get exposed to crypto that know nothing about crypto. They just download on a Web2 interface and start earning, rather than the other onboard approaches, which is do your KYC, open up a Coinbase account, transfer your money to buy a token or to buy an NFT. Here, it's just download an app and all of a sudden you have tokens or fiat, and then later they can think about whether it's worth getting a wallet, etc. So we're really excited about our role. We're very ecosystem conscious, and we love what IoTeX do. We participated in IoTex's GOATed campaign, and all the Twitter spaces and events like this to share with people what are the barriers that we can eliminate so that DePIN can be in everybody's home. And as I say, because every home is valuable. Every home can be a data center, and that's the role that HiVelo plays. So let's see how many of my slides I've... which button do I press? It might be on our side, the problem. Okay. So we TGE'd 2 weeks ago. The code is HVLO. The market's been soft, so great discount for all of you. And so we were at TG'd at around 4.5. We're at around 1.8 now. And so we encourage you all to look at the token, to follow us on Twitter, follow us on Discord, go to hivelo.com and download the app. It just takes a couple of minutes, and our app just knows which DePINs will run on your PC to give you the highest rewards. Where we're at is we're in beta. We've got about 30,000 users right now, but we're subsidizing your reward. So if you download it, it'll be worth your time. And over the next 6 months, we won't need to subsidize, because hopefully all you builders are going to build knowing that you don't need to ship a device to onboard people. You can just have people run on their computer, leave the onboarding of users to us. We'll deliver all you builders the CPUs and GPUs that you need, and we just need you to build amazing technology that will, and we need you to work on the demand. This is the issue that most people need for DePIN. All people attracted to DePIN are the builders. They're not really marketers, and that's one of the weaknesses and the beauty of these conferences is we come together and say, how can we get more marketers into DePIN and bring in the people who will pay for the compute. Hivelo takes care of the supply. You don't have to worry about the supply anymore. We're supplying you the compute, the CPUs and the GPUs, and we need you to build and bring in the people who will pay for the compute. So, recapping, we're a DePIN aggregator, making it effortless for anyone to join these networks. No tech expertise needed. Install, connect, and earn. We make it easier to earn extra income by contributing idle resources. And as we know, the BYOD market is expanding rapidly. So, preaching to the converted, you all know about the value that DePIN brings. So I won't read those out. And again, you're probably all familiar with the poster children of DePIN. We are the last of these. We've integrated Nosana just a couple of weeks ago, and so we're excited about the increasing rewards we'll be offering to our GPU users. And this is the second last slide. So also exciting, not only can you buy our token at the very cheap price of 1.8, but we have an introductory TG offer of 88% APY when you buy and stake the Hivelo token. So hopefully that all makes sense to you. We've got 160,000 followers on X, 24,000 Discord. The daily active users is wrong, it's 30,000. We've had 35 million Hivelo tokens staked in the last couple of weeks to get that APY. And please reach out. We're always looking for DePINs that we can integrate. Takes us about a month to do it. And we integrate the DePINs that will pay the most rewards for our users. So anything that can get us to our $20 and $50 a month would be appreciated. Any investors, please reach out, talk, any questions. Look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Justin. All right, so next up, we actually have a super interesting team that brings the physical into the physical infrastructure networks, and it's the Rowar team. They're doing some super interesting stuff that I'd like them to obviously talk about. And yeah, I invite you to come on stage and let us know.
How to use this? Okay, hi everyone. My name is Guanglin, the CEO and co-founder of Rowar Network, and we are building our project on Solana and beyond equal to IoTeX, of course. Okay. Because we are a DePIN project, so we got our two hardwares. The first one is actually it's RTK receiver integrated with GeoDNet, the GeoDNet RTK network. Okay, but it's highly designed for the Web3 and DePIN, and also it integrated with the IMU sensors. The other one is the professional one. I think it probably the most sophisticated DePIN device. Okay, it's combined with the LiDAR camera. The LiDAR is a multi-channel LiDAR. The camera is a globe shutter camera, and also the auto-grid IMU and the computing platform. Okay. And the TX is our low-cost device. It's people use it to connect to their smartphone, and that device is to make the user's smartphone's position high accuracy. Okay. And the LC is the LiDAR device with the camera and capture the point cloud. I mean the 3D data, the authentic 3D data in front of the car. Okay. So why we collect such data? Because the first our data product is a 3D HD maps. The HD map is essential for autonomous driving and the ADAS system. The ADAS is advanced driver assistance systems, and now the HD maps market is trending up, and it's grows very fast. Okay. Okay, there is another. I missed one slide. Okay. Why did we establish Rowar? Because there are 3 pillars of AI technology. The first one is we must have the powerful computing resources that GPUs. The second one is we must have the good AI models and algorithms such as the ChatGPT or the Gemini or DeepSeek. But third one is the data size for training. Okay. But nowadays, it's pretty easy to collect the 2D data on internet or social media. For example, you can easily find the text, images, audios, or videos on internet and social media. But it's very difficult to find the 3D data on internet. Okay, so that's why the 3D data, the spatial AI models is not as good as the 2D AI. For example, the ChatGPT can chat with you very fluently, but it's difficult to find very good spatial AI models. Okay. Oh, sorry. This is another data product. I made some mistake. Yeah, this is the 3D data set for our spatial data AI training. Because this AI, the spatial AI, is very, very critical for the autonomous driving. Okay? And we are trying to collect such 3D data. Okay? This is our factory, and it's real. It's real. We have our very powerful supply chain capability and manufacturing. Let me show you. This is the data we collect. This is video, how to play this video. Maybe this. Okay. Yeah. You can see here, all the sensor is time synchronized. The left one is the video, the right one is the point clouds, 3D point clouds. You can see the big truck, okay, it's a time synchronized. Okay. So this data is for training the spatial AI. I mean, for the autonomous driving. Yeah. Okay. This is our product. Okay. We got a real one in the corner of there, so you can go there to check out. Okay. You can see our IMU, the very professional IMU, and the very professional the LiDAR. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rowar. And now it's time for anyone, which will complete the Lightning Talks section. And then we're going to move into something quite interesting. We have some interesting demos, which will be followed by a panel. And obviously it's going to be all very DePIN and AI focused. Anyone, guys, are you ready? Yeah. All right. Let's give it up.
Which even in extremes, with a signed warrant from the Home Secretary personally, that we cannot read. And my answer to that question is no, we must not.
You know, every time ordinary people just talk face to face, they do it in a way that a court order can't get to. I mean, look, if you and I want to have a private conversation, we could just go out behind the bar and talk there. People have, for thousands of years, had private conversations. Why do we have to sacrifice that?
It's the golden age of surveillance. There's surveillance everywhere. There's cameras on the streets.
Transaction data that they confuse with that. They monitor traffic flows with optical character recognition with license plates. They can put all this together with travel records, with where you ate lunch, and they can see everything about everyone all the time. They never had surveillance.
We are a privacy project, and we have one goal, to bring privacy back to mainstream. We intend to build the largest onion network in the entire world, and the largest DePIN project in the entire world.
Privacy, not secrecy. I'm absolutely thrilled to present the first version of our signature hardware. We have Chris here demonstrating a unit fresh out of the box.
We have 17,000 plus orders, 2,000 plus operators that use 1,000 of these devices in under 30 minutes. And we are going to go live in the upcoming Q2 to earn rewards and become the largest DePIN around the world.
Thank you very much. Check the sliders. Perfect. You got it. 12 months ago, our team stood here under the name Ator. And a lot has changed since then, not least that we've rebranded from Ator to Anyone, because the vision now is larger than ever. We are building the DePIN network to enable all internet users to gain trustless, performant privacy in the apps they use on a day-to-day basis, free from the centralized logging, leaks, and other concerns prevalent in most VPNs. Our goal is to create a new dimension for privacy. Instead of it being a solution that users have to configure themselves, it should be built in to the apps and services they make use of on a daily basis. When we spoke here a year ago, we were on the cusp of releasing the first version of our network. And since then, we've gone from a few hundred relays to over 10,000. And we now administer one of the largest onion routing networks in the world. None of this would be possible without DePIN, without incentives to get people to run nodes, having a disparate number of operators, and relaying traffic through multiple hops, such that no individual server is able to track, log, or leak any user's data. But while 2024 was the year of growth, 2025 is the year of adoption for us, from going from 0 to 1, having a network, to hopefully being one of the most used protocols across Web 2 and Web 3. And I want to share a little bit about our thesis for how we hope to gain that adoption through a community and builder flywheel. You see, we don't just create products for enterprises or individuals to use directly. We create the tools, a privacy SDK, to allow builders to create the privacy-preserving apps that they want to use. And by empowering our community with the first version of our SDK, we've already seen private wallet integrations, private browser integrations, a new, more private messaging app. In general, by enabling integrations with our technology, our network scales exponentially. As the integrations grow, so do we. And a very recent success story has actually been Eliza OS, who I'd like to thank for co-hosting this event. Our privacy plugin for Eliza, allowing AI agents to route their traffic anonymously and avoid censorship, has already given us over 50,000 SDK installs in the past month. And I think with the growth of AI, particularly the use of AI agents which run locally and have access to your data, there's a plethora of use cases around adding privacy-preserving technology directly into the agents and technologies people use on a day-to-day basis. I really do believe we're at the foothills of a paradigm shift for how apps deliver privacy to users. The other big part of our thesis and our approach, we're a fair-launched DePIN project. We've been grassroots from day one. And a huge part of maintaining that growth and maintaining that community is lowering the barriers for participation within our DePIN. And I think one big example of that, I'll just move out of the way so you can see it, is our hardware. The Anyone router is a plug-and-play device to not only allow you to contribute your bandwidth to the network without being technical, but also route your own traffic and be private. And today, I'm thrilled to announce that the much-awaited router mode, which allows you to use the device as a home VPN, all of your devices route the traffic through the machine, through our Onion routing network. This feature is now live, and I'd love for any attendees here to come to our booth, check out the routing feature, check out the hardware, find out more about the protocol, about Anyone, be private, build with us, connect with us, and more. So thank you very much. It's just a few minutes, but hope you can all check us out.
Killed it. Killed it. Nice presentation. Love the energy. Congrats, guys, on the... Awesome. Guys, the amount of knowledge that we're going to have in this next panel is insane. So I would like to invite Dylan and Larry to come up here and chat a little bit about DePIN and AI. There is a lot of stuff that has come out lately, so I'll let you guys just take it. No introduction needed.
Thanks, Giuseppe. All right, guys. All right. Let's wait for the graphic to come up. How's it going, Dylan? Good, good. How are you? Doing great, doing great. All right, this next panel is about physical AI. We've had a couple sessions earlier today with GEODNET, with IoTeX, talk about what's going on in physical AI, but Dylan wrote a really amazing report with Masari on decentralized physical AI. We're excited to dive into all the implications and all the little details about where we're at with physical AI. Yeah, while we're getting the background pulled up, maybe we could just start with a quick introduction. Dylan, please introduce yourself and what Masari does.
Yeah, so thanks for having me. My name is Dylan. I'm a research analyst on the enterprise team at Masari. I cover primarily DePIN, and other adjacent infrastructure like ZK, as well as consumer. Masari is a research and analytics company. We publish enterprise research for funds, banks, just people very into crypto, and then we also have a protocol services team where we publish reports on individual protocols.
Awesome. One of these reports that Masari just published is on the intersection of DePIN and physical AI, which you guys have coined decentralized physical AI, or DePi. First of all, how do you pronounce that? And second of all, explain to our audience at a high level what decentralized physical AI means.
Yeah, so I call it DePi. You're free to use pronounce it however you want. So decentralized physical AI, I think we want to think about what is physical AI first. So, we'll see people like Jensen Huang and NVIDIA say, like the chat GPT moment for general robotics is right around the corner. So we're seeing massive advancements in robots, in AI generally, and then also in crypto. And what decentralized physical AI is, it's the intersection of those three things: crypto, physical infrastructure like robots, machines, and then AI. So, if we zoom out and fast forward 10, 15 years, we have robots everywhere, we have drones, we have autonomous vehicles, we have humanoids. The question is, how do we coordinate all of that? So we can assume there'll be physical AI agents, just like we're seeing with digital AI agents today. These robots will be autonomous, they'll be able to make money, they'll be deployed in the fleets, whether they're drones and doing deliveries or if they're agricultural robots. And the question is, how do we deploy all these machines, all this infrastructure, and then how do we coordinate all of them? Right, so we kind of have a potential Web 2 versus Web 3 problem with robots. are robots going to be controlled by a handful of centralized companies, or is it going to be more decentralized and, you know, everyone kind of owns robots or a segment of it, and then it'll be much more potentially easier to coordinate it across borders and have shared standards using blockchain infra than having a bunch of companies try to figure out how these autonomous robots are all going to communicate with each other in the real world.
Absolutely. You know, your tweet said, own your robots. Decentralized physical AI offers an alternative to centralized control of robots and the physical AI infra stack, from real-world data collection to physical AI agents operating robots deployed by DePIN. DePi is well on its way. So you mentioned Jensen's kind of quote where he says the ChatGPT moment for general robotics is just around the corner. I mean, in other words, he's saying that AI started with software and now faces the physical world as kind of the next frontier, or maybe the final frontier. Where do you think we are in the AI life cycle? You know, we've seen crypto tap into AI agents. We've seen a lot of DePIN projects aggregate GPU capacity, and we're seeing a lot of advancements in just AI in the Web 2 sector. So how do you kind of summarize where we're at right now with AI before we talk about what's coming next?
Yeah, so I think we're seeing very rapid developments in AI, probably faster than most people have expected. So just seeing, you know, OpenAI and Anthropic release models, Grok 3 coming out from X. We're seeing very rapid progress. We're seeing agents becoming kind of this mainstream idea of, you know, replacing SaaS as the dominant way of, you know, doing labor in the digital world and for white collar work. And the question is, how far away are we from robots being able to use this AI, right? So we think this is like a far off future, but it might not actually be that far. We're seeing very rapid developments in just general robotics progress and the AI accompanying that. We saw Figure abandon an OpenAI deal to go, you know, raise $1 billion plus a $30-40 billion valuation. We're seeing NVIDIA deploy things like Cosmos and other platforms to help develop these physical AI, basically manifestations, deployments. So we're kind of at this inflection point where all this progress in AI can be ported potentially pretty fast into robots. And that doesn't just displace white collar work, that displaces blue collar work as well. And basically, AI can basically interface with the whole world, both digitally and physically. So that's where I'd say we're at this sort of inflection point for AI just being ubiquitous.
Yeah, the foundational models are definitely making huge advancements. You know, I'm not sure if anyone's tried all the things from Anthropic, ChatGPT, but the foundational models are becoming incredible as kind of general purpose AI. So we're going to start to see that trickle into how these physical AI kind of manifestations, as you said, navigate the real world. And a big part of that is the aggregation of useful data, right? Not only useful data, but ones that are relevant to training AIs of how to navigate this real world. Across the decentralized physical AI landscape, as you guys have defined it, there are a lot of layers that come together. Data collection layers, data aggregation layers, machine coordination networks, AI agents, robots, spatial intelligence. Can you explain a little bit about what all of these layers do? And maybe we can start with like the data collection and the data aggregation layers and why they're important.
Yeah, so I think like when we say physical AI, we don't just mean the robots and the AI agents. It's also the infrastructure supporting all of that. So if you're going to train a real world agent, a robot, you need data, you know, just like any AI model needs to be able to be trained. So when we started the data collection layer, we think about how can we do this in a decentralized way that minimizes, you know, points of failure and other centralization concerns. And we can just tap into a lot of the existing DePINs that are collecting real-world data in very unique ways. So like GEODNET's an example. You can both collect data for RTK to help train them, and you can also just give them RTK services for these robots so they can locate themselves. And across, you know, most data collection DePINs that deal with the real world, they can all be used to train these physical AI agents and these robots, basically. So that's kind of the data collection layer. And it's really a lot of what we've built in DePIN. It's probably where we're seeing the most activity and potential in the space in the short term. And that's like kind of the foundation in my view. Then we can go up. There's what we call the data aggregation layer, which I think IoTeX is kind of in the forefront right now. Basically just being able to aggregate all these separate DePIN collections, protocols, and then create very unique data sets that can train real-world agents, can inform them with real-world information as they operate, and basically just allow them to interface better with the real world. And then we keep going up the stack. There's what we call spatial intelligence, which are like virtual positioning systems that create a shared understanding of the world. So they might be developing 3D maps, and this allows the robots to kind of have a shared understanding of where each other are so that they can move better. And then I think a lot of the AI stack that we're seeing just normally in crypto applies as well. Like we can use compute to train these models, to have them function, the robots function off of them. We can use file storage for other methods. We can use, even agents, frameworks like ELIZA to help develop these real-world agents. We can basically leverage all of this digital, crypto, AI, infra, and services to bring it to the real world, basically. So I'll stop there. I think, it gets a bit complex. I think that's like a high-level overview of what we're seeing.
Yeah, definitely the decentralized data collection is a really core tenet of like what decentralized physical AI is about. But kind of like a high-level question. Why do you think crypto and blockchain is essential to enabling physical AI? We see the humanoid robots. We see a lot of advancement in the robotics side of things. But what part of physical AI's journey do you think crypto and blockchain are the most essential for?
Right. I think I see it the most at two layers. One is just deploying this infrastructure. So whether it's collecting data, DePIN's a really great way of doing that. You can tap into data that Web2 just doesn't have just because of various DePIN properties. It can also be used to deploy the robots themselves one day. So, we're starting to see maybe a few companies emerge. I think Photobots comes to mind, where they have like sidewalk rovers and they collect this real-world teleoperation type data. But DePIN's a good way of just creating fleets of robots that can go out in the real world, provide services, and then provide income to the owners based off that. So I think deploying the robots themselves and getting collection data that they collect, I think that's one aspect. The second is just coordination. So if we look down the road, how are all these robots made by different manufacturers going to collaborate? How are they going to know where each other are? How are they going to do microtransactions and, exchange services basically without human intervention? I think it's very hard to do with a bunch of centralized companies that have to figure out shared standards. I think it's much easier to do with crypto and blockchain, which has a lot of these mechanisms built in. You can kind of just plug and play, and shared standards are just kind of embedded in the systems. I think crypto offers a better long-term coordination mechanism for all these robots.
Yeah, open source, transparent, and standardized collection of the data. Very, very important. We're talking a lot about how DePIN can influence the development of AI. What about the reverse? Do you think that, AI is kind of not a saving grace for a lot of DePINs, but is providing a new kind of demand side stream for a lot of these DePINs that maybe, if they're historically trying to aggregate a lot of data, maybe not reaching the threshold that they need to, sell raw data outright, they can find new demand through some AI applications that maybe, you don't need the entirety of a whole industry's data. Maybe you just need more personal things to fine-tune models for more like personalized AI use cases. Do you see AI as a new demand side for DePIN?
Yeah, I think it's a massive demand side. I think DePINs just are able to collect data that Web2 can't. And like if we're thinking about these robots that really need real world data, it's very expensive. VCs are wary of funding a lot of robotics companies for these reasons. I think DePIN's like a great way to get data is just not accessible right now. So I think for a lot of DePINs, if robots are this multi-trillion, it could be hundreds of trillions in one day if they're ubiquitous. And DePIN, Web 2 centralized companies don't have a big head start in the robotics field. DePIN can just come right in there and provide this data. So I think is a massive, massive addressable market. It is early, but the potential is definitely there.
Definitely. Last question is just around some bold predictions for this next year for decentralized physical AI. We're very early to this. I think DePIN itself is still very early. AI has been under development for several decades now, maybe even longer, but really hitting its kind of aha moment for a lot of different use cases. So what are your bold predictions for what decentralized physical AI looks like, and how is that dependent on the success of both DePIN and AI standalone?
So I think most of the activity is going to be in that data collection layer and then aggregation, just getting data to train these robots. So there's immediate demand for that right now. And I don't think synthetic data in of itself is really able to encompass all the use cases of robots and machines. So I think DePIN can find a demand side right there pretty fast. I think a bold prediction is just there's a lot of robotics companies. They're bleeding capital. They need sales. I could see DePIN protocols coming out as a way to deploy these machines, start making them useful, and robotics companies embracing the DePIN model as a way to get sales basically and generate revenue. So I think a lot of these companies might use DePIN as their first way of going to market rather than just trying to go through traditional sales distribution channels.
Awesome. Well, we talked a lot about different types of topics here. I want to thank Dylan for sharing his insights today. And if you haven't read Masari's report on decentralized physical AI or other reports that Dylan has authored, definitely check them out. So let's give Dylan a hand.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing, guys. Yes. Let's just, we're just going to set this up very quickly. Okay, guys, so next up, it's going to be quite interesting. So we're going to have two demos that are basically showing you guys different aspects of how an AI agent can be fed real-time DePIN data and how it can work. And we're doing this with, I think, two amazing DePIN projects. One is Nubila, that's about weather, and one is Dimo, which is about mobility. And so we're going to have these two quick demos, a few minutes each, and then we're going to do a panel where we're going to talk, obviously, about this with our head of product, Aaron. So let's start with Toby, CMO of Nubila, and then we'll have Yev, CTO of Dimo, in a bit. Give it up, guys.
Thank you, and thank you, IoTeX, for hosting. I am Toby Skinner, CMO of Nubila. I'm also a weather geek. I actually have worked, just waiting for some, the demo will come up in a second, but I'll carry on. I used to work for Weather Underground, which was actually the first ever weather website, predates the internet. I mention this because I've always been lucky enough to be at the kind of cutting edge of weather technology, and I've never been more excited than what the combination of DePIN and AI is going to be able to do to revolutionize the weather industry. So you can see behind a demo going on of our new weather AI agent called Kayla, and it's powered by the Nubila DePIN network, which has close to 20,000 personal hyperlocal weather stations right now. And what we're able to do with the AI agent is really take that very granular real-time data, but convert it into actionable insights for people. So, for example, you're planning a trip to Seattle. We won't just tell you what the forecast will be. We can present historical averages. We can recommend activities based on the weather. If it's going to be nice, we'll give you some outdoor dining options. We can tell you what to pack. Think about if you're lucky enough to own a vacation property in California, you need to be worried about wildfire. So we won't just give you the wildfire risk. We will be able to give you other information, actionable information about details of the vegetation issues, the risks. We can give you tips to protect your property. We can tell you what to do if there is an emergency. So just much, much richer data. Can we switch to the slides quickly? Yeah, no worries. Okay. Well, we're a bit late here. I'll keep going through this. Yeah, and here, I have this in my hand. I don't have enough hands. But if you're interested, this is one of the Nubula devices. As I said, we have close to 20,000 of these already. And yeah, as well as the personal use cases, and this is a quick diagram of the architecture. Obviously, we couldn't have done this without collaboration with IoTeX and ELIZA OS. We've been using the Dimo AI, and of course, the Quicksilver helps translate the huge amounts of data we're collecting into these actionable insights. But I won't go through this in the interest of time. It's a fairly basic 3-layer architecture. But I think what it is, in terms of actual monetary value in the real world, it's really about the weather intelligence we can bring to businesses. I know firsthand from my Weather Underground days, weather intelligence is just so important to so many industries. Think financial services, especially commodity broking, or the very quickly growing weather derivative space. Think about insurance, agriculture, obviously is huge. There's some figures up here that I'll let you read, but huge amount of money at stake for agriculture, travel, logistics, and energy, especially renewable energy. So these businesses are going to be able to integrate Kayla into their kind of daily operations to understand kind of logistic issues, predict how the weather's going to affect whether it's their revenue, their energy costs, their resource allocation. They're going to be really able to, in real time, make very important decisions because, up till now, people have been using kind of pretty traditional old school weather data, which is obviously centralized, it's slow, it's not real time, it's not hyper-local. So it's not really data you want to be making really high-stake business decisions with. And Kayla is going to solve pretty much all of these issues. In terms of what's next, I mean, weather data is just the beginning. Nubula wants to really grow into being the biggest decentralized network of all kind of environmental or ESG data. And with Kayla, we're really excited to kind of keep exploring more and more applications of how we can take this huge amount of real-time data that we're collecting and not just share the data, but convert it in real time into really deep, actionable insights that drive huge real-world value. And I think I've had my 5 minutes probably. So thanks, everybody.
Awesome, Toby. Thank you. And it's super exciting what you guys are doing. And I think it'll be even more exciting if you could connect that with other swarms of agents that connect to other types of data, such as mobility data. Wouldn't it be cool if your agent could take care of anything that's related to your car, from maintenance to any sort of diagnostic to even maybe more mundane stuff that you don't want to deal with? So, Yev, come up on stage. Let's talk about that for a second. Thank you.
Thank you.
Funny, I forgot that the AV team needs maybe like a minute to take care of this. So in the meantime, how's your day?
So far, so good. What about you?
Pretty good. Do you want to use your computer?
No. If you guys can just pull up the slides, it should be fine.
Okay, so that should be easy. Nice. Where are you heading after this?
After this, another DePIN event.
Are you gonna talk about what?
More DePIN.
All right. It's not, I guess today is the DePIN day.
Yes. No, I mean everybody's having an event today, right?
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of side events.
Yeah, nice. Well, I'm excited for this actually. I think we're gonna show some interesting stuff, and it's just the beginning. We're just scratching the surface. So I'm hoping to see this come to fruition and be pretty groundbreaking. So I think all yours.
Yes. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a great day. Running a little bit behind, but I'll try to be quick. See if this works? Yes. Okay. So my name is Evgeny. I'm the CTO and one of the founders of Dimo Network. Before this, I spent a decade in automotive, working with GM, Argo AI on self-driving, Volkswagen, and other Web2 car companies. And also, I've loved cars since I was a kid, so obviously, blockchain, cars, you have to try building something. The core of the problem is, without even the blockchain or AI, if you try to get access to vehicle data, car data, it's nearly impossible. You have to go ask car maker by car maker. It'll take you 24 to 36 months if it'll ever happen. The other part of it is this data is extremely valuable. A car produces 25 gigs an hour, and that's a very dumb car. A self-driving car with LiDAR on every corner, with cameras in every corner, takes us into terabytes. Some AI companies and self-driving actually went under paying S3 bills just trying to store it, but they couldn't actually make use of it. The other part of it is, it's usually used against you. So companies like Progressive, Carfax, they are hoarding all this data and you can't get access to it. Then you get to the verification of where this data came from. So when you get to self-driving, it's kind of a fun problem that started happening recently. When a Tesla crashes or a Waymo car crashes, you have to trust what that company said happened, right? Which isn't very scalable. I wouldn't get on a plane if I only had to trust Boeing. That usually doesn't go so well, right? So moving forward, tracing this data and being able to trust where it came from and what actually happened is going to be very important for transportation. And then you get to the trust problem. I don't know if you guys read CNN, Fox News, and other outlets, but every few weeks you'll see another news article that says your data was leaked, GM has sold it to LexisNexis, and your rates went up, you don't really know why. At the end of the day, nobody wants to trust a Web2 company that's been around 100 years with what happens with the data. So Dimo exists to solve this problem. Our approach is to use the blockchain to create a set of smart contracts for vehicles. So in the future, that could power vehicle-to-vehicle communication or data verification. We're building an open source way, so you can go to our GitHub and see how all of this code is built. We think of it like building Linux for transportation. And then obviously there's the blockchain and the consumer side, so our approach is to skip the OEM, go direct to consumer, and allow the user to really start creating their own enclave of vehicle data that people can build applications on, and enable that kind of app store moment for cars that hasn't yet to happen. And I'm proud to say that last year we launched our developer platform. So there is now our Login with Dimo SDK, which people have used to enable vehicle charging credits or even vehicle battery products, and more to come, obviously. And I'm about to demo in a moment an AI agent, which I think is an exciting new development over the last year, where now, instead of just having all this data sit idle, you can actually take these gigs of data and have it do predictive maintenance or help you plan trips, or even tell you without a PhD in mathematics and battery health when your battery is going to go bad, or if you need to take care of it better, or even simple things like for charging, optimizing your charging so that you're charging when the grid is, let's say, not burning coal the most and the price is the lowest. So jumping into the video demo. Yep. We're almost there, I promise. Just another minute. Go ahead.
How do you guys make money?
So at the moment, we've been, how do I put this? Most people think, the biggest problem with the Demo has is people think that we're selling the data, which is actually not the case. Our goal is to make a transparent way for when a developer accesses your data and you're paying the storage node. Today, we're the first storage node on the network. Most of our revenues today come from selling our hardware. So we've deployed about 30,000 of these. And now we're seeing companies like R3al, who we launched with last month, they're paying per vehicle per month for accessing the user's data. But there's a big differentiator there as opposed to companies like GEODNET, which is just a Web2 business that buys tokens. We are actually want to make it transparent. So the node is a smart contract, the developer is a smart contract, and you can make those API calls transparent and verifiable of who's accessing your data, when, and how much are they paying the network. And jumping into the demo a little bit, so this is a chatbot, an AI agent that was built by giving access to a user's vehicle data. I believe the IoTex team has 6 cars on Dimo. And you can literally ask any question depending on what you're interested in, right? So it could be everything related to data you provide around your vehicle thread or vehicle tire thread, right? And having it suggest a new tire for you to buy. It could be something as simple as like, hey, can you, with the integration to my calendar, optimize my charging for me so that I don't pay so much? And then obviously getting into predictive maintenance, you know you're driving this many miles, you know you're, let's say, a very heavy-footed driver, so you might want to change the oil a little faster, right? But heading into the future, I'm excited for a world where it's actually self-driving vehicle, right? And now I'm having a real conversation with this real-world asset that is able to then go do something for me, right? Hey, can you go pick up the groceries? Hey, can you go pick up my kid? And that future is the one that I think is most exciting. I worked in the self-driving space a few years ago, and you kind of saw it kind of pick up and then disappear because we realized there was not enough infrastructure in the physical world to make it happen. So now I think with the, let's say, language models that are coming out, the DePIN way of collecting data so you can train better models, I think these things will come together over the next few years into something that actually allows better physical infrastructure and physical robots that can perform tasks for you, not just answer silly questions like format this Dimo for me, right? Any other questions?
What does the device do?
So this device allows, there's 2 types of cars on the road. Ones that already have a modem inside, like every Tesla has one, and ones that don't. So this is basically looping into the vehicle's message network, converting the data into something a human can read as opposed to hex. And it has a cellular modem, so it can send the data as JSON signed with a secure element.
Does it link into, say, like a smart car like a Tesla and, and capture that information that you mentioned?
So, yeah, so on Dimo the vehicle smart contract is usually paired with one of 2 other smart contracts, which is the device or a synthetic device. So for companies like Smart Car or the Tesla API that already have a modem, those use an enclave with a private key stored inside. And this is obviously stored on a physical device. But either one provides signed data to what is essentially a digital twin of the car. Any other questions? Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah.
Can you talk about your experience putting data on Vana and just like what that
So we've been talking with Vana for a little while. The way I look at Vana is it's an app on Dimo, right? So Dimo by itself does not sell or provide the data. It has to have user permission for that to happen, right? So by default, it's just encrypted to the user. So we're working with Vana. There's another company called DOP Labs, right? And the goal is to enable as many data marketplaces to exist as people want to, but at the core, we're not in the business of selling it. Go ahead.
Are you at risk for any of these car companies to change their messaging protocol and encrypt it or newspeak or something like this?
So that's definitely happening. The beneficial part for us there is while they are heading that way, they move extremely slow because they have an entire network of dealerships and car repair shops that they also have to update. So as that happens, regardless, the data will be accessible one way or another because they have to provide access to those people. And then on top of that, with the right to repair laws that are going through Congress, this data will continue to remain open. Oh, but they're certainly trying.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Right. Don't go too far because we're about to have the little chat with you, Aaron, and Toby to talk about what we just been sharing for the past few minutes. So, guys, please come up on stage. Let's get 3 chairs. Okay. Toby, you want to move a little bit more to the right?
Capital US.
I used to work for AAA specialized.
Oh, we're actually talking to AAA. One of my first projects that you announced.
No way.
Yeah. Let me give you some more room.
Awesome, guys. We're back with another all-star panel here. I just want to tell you guys a little story that happened recently on X with our AI agent, Dimo. So our AI agent's effectively posting all about IoTeX, posting all about DePIN, all over X. So you might have seen it pop up every now and again on some DePIN influencers post or other DePIN projects posts. So there's this one DePIN project who decided to post a tweet saying, like, who's the better AI agent, Dimo or our agent called Useless Brick? And they started going back and forth with each other. My phone was pinging off the hook, trying to have these DePIN agents trying to compare each other to one another. Until eventually they decided to join forces. And they started saying, oh, you know what? We can fill each other's holes, and together we're going to be the ultimate AI agent. And then they just turned into a bit of a love story. They're just like, oh, wow, you're the best. We're the best. You know, we're going to do some amazing things together. And here we are, like 200 notifications later, and we have to show off the AI agent. And all that to say, who knows the direction that these things are going to go in the long run, but like this sentient AI thing is happening faster than we think, and it's pretty amazing to see. And you guys might have seen there's this viral video that's been going around. I just saw it yesterday with the IoTeX team of these 2 AI agents speaking over, with their voice activated, and they decided, speaking in the human tongue is not as efficient as it could be, so they decided to switch into GABA-link, and they started having these sounds go back and forth and communicating a complete different robotic language. And again, all that to say, who knows the direction that thing is going to go when AI agents and AI in general just starts working together. So super excited to get into it here today. Just want to introduce all of our panelists here. I'll let you guys introduce yourselves and your projects, and we'll go from there.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And yeah, let's hope sentient AI chooses love and not hate, as in this example. I'm Neuratic. I'm the co-founder and COO of Anyone Protocol. We're building a privacy DePIN, or a privacy layer for the internet, not just for users, but for applications and enterprises as well. And I have the sunglasses on. We believe this is more than about individuals. It's about anyone, hence this look.
Hello again. I'm Yevgeny, CTO of Dimo. And the whole time we were talking about those 2 AI agents, I was thinking of Silicon Valley. So maybe that's how we get rid of the centralized data centers, is they're all going to run enough AI agents, they all crash, and we go back to decentralized hosting.
Hello again. Toby Skinner, CMO of Nubula. We just launched a weather AI agent that takes the data from our DePIN network of 20,000 weather sensors and turns it into actionable insights.
Awesome. Yeah, I'd love to start very general in these kind of panels, and then we'll kind of get more focused after that. But let's just take a look at general market trends here and what you guys are seeing. Again, on the crypto side or potentially on the Web 2 side, obviously, AI agents were a big thing, pump fund, meme coins, DePIN, RWA. What are you seeing?
Certainly, it's been a very interesting past couple of quarters for the market for a number of reasons. And I hope people sort of had fun with this AI agent meta, actually seeing what's possible encouraging teams to go and spin up use cases to obviously go beyond just text into actual actions and products people actually use. And I hope sort of the undertone of all of these sort of metas that come and go is people have come to value products that people actually end up using. Obviously, we have Hyperliquid, another sort of prime examples of product market fit, and we're starting to see the value or the market sort of value true product market fit more and more, and hopefully this recent flush will be a continuation of that trend. So I think the undertone of all of this fun has been people being a little bit more critical of the protocols they invest in and what their eventual use case are and the users they could find.
It's interesting. So we talk to a lot of car companies. We're talking to Mazda at the moment. You know, obviously with the rise of AI agents, the first thing everyone always wants to do is, well, what if my company launched an AI agent that tells you when to fix your car? But the thing is, there's a trust problem there, right? You don't want to trust the car company that made the car to tell you that it needs maintenance because obviously they're going to tell you it needs it. You don't want Facebook to tell you that you should share more data with them because obviously that helps them. So there's an interesting trust problem there that I think starts to happen, where there's a limit to how far you can go without having some verification of what this agent's really trying to do for you. I think that's the first thing that comes to mind. The second one that I've noticed is you actually there's not that much differentiation between one model to another, and it's very easy to catch up, turns out. So I think the real winner is going to be who builds the best privacy-preserving model, right? So that you trust it with your very sensitive data of this, medical problem I had a few years ago. This is how I like to talk to my family, right? This is my photos of my kids. And whoever builds, I think, the best way to share this data privately in a verifiable manner is going to, I think, win this race over the long term, not just, whoever buys most GPUs per se.
Yeah, I think the big macro trend in the weather industry, whether you're looking at Web 2 traditional or Web 3, is just AI obviously has accelerated forecasting tremendously very quickly. Like when I was at Weather Underground, obviously I'm not building the models, but I know it took like 6 hours to run our proprietary model. The old European ECMWF and NOAA's models took 6 hours pretty much. Like by the time it's run, it's old. AI there's an arms race to develop the best weather forecasting AI. So it's just great timing. And then you layer on the Web3 component of what we are building at Nubula with our new AI agent. It's, coming together of many great things at once.
Yeah, 100%. Let's dive a little bit deeper then into AI agents. So what we're doing at IoTeX is building a framework called Quicksilver to allow you to build AI agents on top of real-world, real-time data. So examples of this are both Dimo and Nubila. And Yev, you mentioned privacy and how it's very important in this new era of agentic AI and AI in general. So I think it's a good opportunity for you to talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you very much for bringing that problem up. As I kind of mentioned earlier, as we kind of grow the toolbox or the toolkits of these AI agents, as we give them access, not just to the interface of the browser, but potentially full access to the operating system, your files, what you're doing, obviously your metadata and timing and IP address are all exposed. It is becoming a serious concern, which intermediaries or adversaries exist between you and the model that's tracking and collating this information and building a profile of you that's probably more detailed than you realize. And breaking that trust assumption is going to require some serious thinking in terms of the data integrity of what's being passed between you and the model, but also about protecting that metadata, that IP address, that location, that timing. And that's where any one protocol comes in. We don't have an AI agent of our own, but our privacy SDK is being morphed into plugins for all of the popular AI agents to let you route through and actually let the agent also be anonymous in its own right and sort of break that link between the server hosting the model and your computer. So thank you for bringing that up. It's definitely a big concern.
Yeah, Yev, I'd love if you can jump a bit deeper into this AI agent collaboration as well. And then Toby after that is.
Yeah, so it took less than like a week or so to build, right? I mean, the best thing about Quicksilver is how quick you can get started at the end of the day, right? And I think you guys have added 6 cars to it in basically, a few days? And I think the interesting part is the longer the vehicle is connected to Dimo and the bigger the data set the agent can access, the better suggestions and the better insights it can have, right? And even provide you I've always been interested in having something that I can optimize my week, because I always got to have like Amazon returns, right? And I have to run to the store, I have to get cat food, all these things, right? I would love being able to like have this world where my life is more optimized in the transportation, where my schedule can be kind of done for me, but without having, you know, somebody across the world being able to ask, what's CF doing at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so my background's actually in automobiles as well, and before that, fleet vehicles. And massive thing in fleet vehicles is trying to optimize all this stuff. Because, you know, if you're a couple degrees off, or, you know, your drivers are just braking like a little bit too harshly, it's going to be costing you thousands and even millions of dollars a year, depending on the value of your fleet. So I think it's super exciting. This brings things to directly to the consumer rather than the enterprises. So that's one way. But also potentially fleets, I think, could be another angle here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think we haven't had a lot of collaborations yet, but obviously Bino AI was our main first one. But I think, you know, as businesses catch on and develop their own and run their businesses with their own AI agents, you know, given our decentralized data layer in Kala, we're going to be able to interact with businesses' proprietary databases with some good privacy, thanks to my friend over there. Yeah, there's a kind of unlimited amount of collaborations with specific companies and helping them understand, you know, in real time how they can automate and react to changing weather conditions.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think for the most part, when we think about DePIN, we think about like enterprise use cases, right? I think that AI agents can really potentially flip the script a little bit here and focus on the consumers and bringing more value to the consumers rather than trying to extract potentially data and things like that. So maybe, Toby, do you mind commenting on the actual end consumer here and how they can benefit from
I mean,
application like
the
this?
individuals I mentioned kind of trip planning. It could be, you know, you're planning an outdoor event, a wedding. You can get a lot more detail based on historical averages where you're looking to get married. You know, maybe your bucket list, you want to go and see the cherry blossoms in Japan. Like, we won't just give you the weather data next month. We'll tell you exactly where to go, when to go, what festivals you want to, you know, sign up to. I don't know. Maybe you're a sports gambler, and if you're smart, you want to make sure if you're betting on the Cubs and the wind changes direction off Lake Michigan, you want to know because the over-under is going to change pretty quick. I mean, I could be, as I said earlier, I could bore people and talk about the weather and consumer use cases all day, but it's endless.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. And then on the enterprise side, what are some of the key use cases that you have there? I know there's massive markets.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the financial services industry, you know, let's say you're a cotton trader. You want to know exactly what's going on. And India is now the biggest producer of cotton. So yeah, you want to make sure you know what the weather's like in India, or in each different area of India, or South versus South America. And it's, you know, millions and millions on the line if weather's going to suddenly destroy your crop. You know, I think, trying to remember my slide from earlier, I think it was something $30 billion, I'm sorry, in agricultural loss to the global economy every year. It's like insane how much you can save by being on top of that. And hedging, I mean, that's where the weather derivatives is vastly growing, so that, you know, you can offset any risk to your crop by having a nice weather derivative pay you out if the worst case scenario happens.
Totally. So I don't know if you guys saw that viral image that went around from CES of Jensen Huang's kind of foray into AI when he was talking about, you know, we're kind of entering the stage of agentic AI and moving into physical AI, right? So I want to get a handle of where are we at now, and how do we get to this stage of physical AI that is being discussed?
Any takers? Oh.
I can go. So, for my thesis has always been that, coming back to transportation, because that's the space I love the most, blockchain and AI in the physical realm need each other. From my time trying to launch self-driving vehicles in Miami and Austin a few years ago, well, they did launch, the biggest problem is integration and cross-company integration and physical world integration. Once you have a self-driving robot or Frotobot, right, it needs to talk to other Frotobots. There could be Frotobots from 1,000 different brands. It needs to talk to a stoplight that's made by 50 different companies. It's very hard when you have point-to-point integrations. So having a blockchain layer for these assets to verify each other, whether I should trust the data from it, is very beneficial. You can just have everybody integrate to one spot where the user is as well. But on the other side of it, when you have a car that's driving on its own, it needs to also pay for gas. It needs to pay for parking. Currently, fun story, car makers are trying to put Diebold ATM machines as a way to do in-car payments. All jokes aside, that's obviously a terrible way to go, but the blockchain microtransactions at pennies per dollar is certainly a much better way for these robots to pay each other, to interact with each other, and verify each other's data. So I think these things blockchain AI are basically needed. It doesn't make sense to have physical assets that are paying each other with Visa credit cards.
Yeah, I think the beauty of blockchain and AI coming together for the weather industry is like the kind of on-chain verification, validation is like huge. Again, going back to weather derivatives, the old traditional, weather databases, you have no idea if, that weather data that's being reported in Argentina actually happened or not. There's a lot of trust involved, but the trustless environment solves that issue very quickly.
Yeah, I'll just say from the IoTech side, the end game isn't to build a bunch of AI agents for different DePINs, or that's just part of it. And the end game really is to unite all these DePINs together to create a real-world intelligence that's going to help fuel these physical AI in 2025 and beyond. Yeah. So I'd love to just go in and talk about each of your projects just one more time and where you see things going in 2025. Give you guys the floor here.
Sure, sounds good. We are Anyone Protocol. We are building a DePIN privacy layer for the internet. So we administer an onion routing network, which, unlike most VPNs, doesn't have a central server that can actually track, log, and leak all of your data. We fragment your data among operators all around the world. And unlike most sort of implementations of onion routing before, we're not just a browser or a VPN app. We enable developers to add privacy into the applications they're creating in a way that doesn't change the user experience. So we saw some of these examples, browsers, other things built by the community. We've seen some examples of this even within AI with a recent plugin, a privacy plugin for ELIZA, which enables the AI agent itself and the server it's being hosted in to route traffic anonymously and sort of protect the person running the agent, one hosting the server, and avoid censorship. You kind of asked, where do we see this direction going? Maybe a little bit in the context of AI as well. I'm increasingly seeing that AI and AI agents is taking this sort of modular form. You take apps like Cursor, you can go in and actually select which model you use. Kind of relates to what you said earlier about how similar and somewhat interoperable these models are. So I think we're going to see a world where tooling is no longer tied to a specific product that users have to install and buy. I think the best tools are going to be universal and will be sought after by every implementation of AI and, for every model and app that uses it. And in our case, we've built one successful privacy plugin for ELIZA OS, but our goal is to create the tooling so that any developer that wants their agent to say, okay, I want to route this data out of this country, I want to route this data out of that country, I want to protect my privacy, I want to protect the privacy of the user that's interacting with my app, so I can assure them that we can't track them. We hope to create the tools that are modular enough and detailed enough to enable any such application and be that universal privacy layer as agents and AI continues to flourish.
So for Dimo, I'm excited to say that we will start the year with launching R3al, which allows people to get $200 for basically sharing their charging data, which is something that wasn't accessible before. We had 5,000 people or 6,000 people at this point sign up for an app. We also had the second app launch for vehicle charging. And obviously the conversations with larger automakers are very interesting, as well as insurance companies. So I'm very excited to see this vision we had from the beginning of an app store for your vehicle data that allows people to build applications, some of which I'm sure will be AI agents. I think there's 2 already or 3 already. But I'm excited for that adoption to increase and people to start building more of those applications that work with any car.
Yeah, we are also excited about kind of some mass adoption this year. We feel confident we're going to get from our 20,000 stations today to 50,000 hopefully this year, which will just open up a lot more potential applications and partnership opportunities with really exciting other cutting-edge companies. We're talking to a drone company that's helping Walmart test drone deliveries. And I think, collaboration with other DePIN projects. I haven't spoken to Helium, but I guarantee the areas of the world that have really poor weather data coverage also have pretty poor Wi-Fi accessibility. And so that would be a match made in heaven right there, because we need Wi-Fi to transmit the data, ideally. So, just can't wait to see what happens. It's moving so fast.
No, that's the beauty of this DePIN space is so many different potential collaborations between us, and I think that's the big thing of 2025 is, let's continue these collaborations that we've already started in the past year and a half since the name's been coined.
Yeah.
Awesome, guys. Well, thank you to this All-Star panel. Give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you. Want me to put the chairs back? Thank you. Yeah. The only people who can afford to run nowadays is Waymo. Because for them it's a marketing stuff.
I was involved in Arcade City, which
good to see you. I'll see you. I'll see you. Yeah. I'm about to run out of here.
Wait, what's this one? Oh, so I'm not going.
No, it's just the two of them.
So I'm going later. So I have to think.
Yeah, after this, yeah, because everybody's saying
Sounds good. I was like, dude, I think I'm supposed to be right now. That's good. No, it's fine.
Could you put that away? Hold on. Let's not get tangled. Cool. Okay, let's regroup, guys, and we're going to have an interesting fireside chat now. It's going to be with Cheyenne from Multicoin Capital and with R3al, our co-founder and CEO of IoTeX. So the stage is yours, guys.
All right, thank you. Please have a seat. Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing so far? Okay, looks like pretty tired. Okay.
No, it's good. It'll be intimate, like a small intimate conversation.
Yeah. Okay.
Always
cool.
Fun.
Let's just jump into this fireside chat. Thanks for joining us today, Shanya.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, maybe we can start by having you to introduce yourself and Multicoin.
Yeah. I'm Cheyenne. I'm a partner on the investment team at Multicoin Capital. Multicoin is a thesis-driven investment firm. We are a hedge fund and a series of venture funds. Investing in things at the earliest stages all the way to late stage public markets. Spend a lot of time on DePINs and generally excited about new models for capital formation and infrastructure build out. And excited to chat more about DePIN and AI.
Okay, very cool. Yeah, so again, my name is R3al, so I'm the CEO co-founder of IoTeX. So we're kind of like a DePIN pioneer since 2017. So we're building like an infrastructure for DePIN projects to grow to, kind of easy to build, lower the bar. So what, fascinates me about DePIN is the ability to bring together like a real world use cases to crypto. Like maybe we have too much meme coins already, right? So that's why we need something real. So with that being in mind, maybe Shane, you can start to share by sharing like why DePIN is so interesting to you and your philosophy about DePIN and your investment thesis here.
Yeah, I think when you look at how infrastructure networks are built out in the world, historically they've been extremely capital intensive, required central planning, and been relegated to a handful of pools of capital and a handful of like centralized operators, which is inherently inefficient. I think what struck us first, which the first canonical example of a DePIN network was Helium, and what we observed there was a structural inversion of that build out. This notion of taking what would traditionally be CapEx and turning it into OpEx, allowing a distributed network of contributors to put up infrastructure in a decentralized manner and deliver a parity service, whilst not having to take on any of the costs of building out that network on the balance sheet. That represented sort of a fundamentally new business model for building out infrastructure, which is inherently CapEx heavy, and one that's sort of uniquely enabled by crypto rails. It's very difficult today to go out into the world and incentivize anyone in the world to do something very specific, because you might be dealing with difficulties in payments and difficulties in figuring out how to get value across. But what crypto capital markets and crypto rails do is they allow you to borrow from the future through this new asset and then take that asset and distribute it to anyone in the world who wants to be a contributor to this network. And so we've seen that now, that core principle that Helium really sort of pioneered, applied across new types of wireless networks, new types of compute networks, new types of energy networks, anything really where you can think of a single large player taking on a ton of equity or debt in order to build out something massive can theoretically, in many cases, be done through a distributed network at a substantially better cost structure. And we're seeing that now in, the first few years of DePINs were entirely about supply-side construction. We're starting to see now that those networks with this consumer-grade footprint that's been built out are actually economically productive and are delivering the same quality of service at a substantially lower cost. And when I think about what you can do with why we're all here and why we invest in and spend time in this space, I think of that as like a net new unlock and a new business model, and I think it's super compelling.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Starting from this year, so we're seeing like the demand side has been like a really like a central topic for DePIN networks, right? So you kind of mentioned about this new way to building this physical infra networks in a very decentralized way. But like as we observe, so there is some like a bottleneck here, which is like the quality of the service, right? If you're like a data network, like what type of data you're collecting, what type of quality you have. Helium the same, right? So we are, of course, Helium a very close friend with us, but like some of the service they're providing are not top of the quality. So how do you see this as a bottleneck, like maybe we can overcome while we are still kind of building around DePIN?
Yeah. So I think this is sort of how you start segmenting the supply side of these networks. You will always have high quality contributors and low quality contributors, and I think inherent to the build out, depending on what the network is, at scale, every network eventually needs some version of a reputation system. And usually, early versions of this look like LivePeer, where nodes would have to put up their own bonds and eventually get slashed or rewarded for doing certain kinds of work. And then that could be like a system over time to say, this is a good node, this is a bad node, this is an economically productive node, this is an economically unproductive node. So that's reputation. And the second component of that is verification, which is like being able to prove that a specific contributor to the network or a specific unit on the supply side is actually doing what it's supposed to do. And I think there's like a ton of different ways of establishing that. Inherently, a lot of the supply side here, whether it's a RTK base station in the case of GEODNET or a wireless access point that does carrier offload for MNOs in the case of Helium Mobile, a lot of the work that they're doing is off-chain, which is, it's very hard to like take that piece of real-world state and put it on-chain. But there's obviously new primitives, things like zkTLS and things of its kin, that are making it possible to do that over time, which is take this piece of off-chain state that is a critical component to thinking about how productive is this supply-side node. And in general, as you're building out, and you and I have probably seen tons of DePIN networks be either capital efficient or capital inefficient in how you build out supply side, which is you only want to reward good productive nodes. You do not want to reward bad, spammy, potentially botted nodes, right?
That's right.
And so I think every network has its own set of considerations. If you're a browser extension, for instance, it's much easier for that to get botted than purchasing a piece of hardware that only comes from a specific maker where the firmware is stamped with a, provenance or a piece of authenticity about, like, this is an actual device that's actually in the world, right? So I think over time, every network has to develop its own reputation systems and its own verification systems, and then thoughtfully curate the supply side, remove the bad stuff, keep the good stuff, and build out the network with demand in mind for that reason.
That's a really good point. So not sure if you guys understand, like IoTeX, so we have like two infra components that exactly, building for this purpose. One is called IOID, is trying to building like a different reputation for different devices. And another one is called like a WebStream. It's kind of like a Z-key kind of prover for all the off-chain activities, right? Along the same line you were talking about. But what you said actually, makes me think there might be another bottleneck we have in the DePIN space, because everything kind of starts very rough, then we do the optimization, like you said, right? So we say, oh, this device is doing good, it's doing well. We give them like more tokens. This is not. So this will take a lot of time, while like the network in terms of like the mining tokens is actually bleeding, because every day this much of token gets dumped to the market. Let's assume that, right? So do you think this is a concern? Like as a DePIN network, you only have like a certain like a window to actually grow to a certain state before you die.
Yeah, totally. It's definitely not free, right? Like you got like building out a massive supply side that, ostensibly is like some nice headline number, a few 100,000 nodes, always sounds good, but it could theoretically be extremely expensive. And if it isn't verified, if it isn't reputable, if it's not actually producing, net new dollars for your network, it's a problem. And I think, the good news is there's a lot of good models that are, teams that have done an exceptional job of building out productive supply in a very capital efficient way. I think that the team that comes to mind that has, that's been the best about this is HiveMapper, which is having mapped on the order of a fifth of the world's productive roads with, sub 10% or something around that much of the supply. They were very deliberate about the fact that they would reward on a weekly cadence. They would make sure that all of the data was, post-processed and sort of not unproductive data. They would, specify specific regions, specific hexes where, they know that like they have X customer that needs this tomorrow. And so suddenly, that region will have a 10x boost on rewards relative to everywhere else. Regions that are not productive would be deprioritized. So I think supply always needs to be built hand in hand with demand. I think the meta of just like indiscriminately building a ton of supply is ultimately costly, and you pay for that either in the form of like either giving those nodes too many tokens, or you pay for that in the form of and obviously creating a bunch of sell pressure once it's out there, or you pay for that, and if you want to or you pay for that by giving each one of those nodes not enough tokens, which like does the opposite effect of what you were trying to do in the first place. And so I think the encouragement that I give to all of the teams in my portfolio and whoever I'm talking to is to be very thoughtful about building what I call threshold scale, which is you have a specific demand side customer in mind and basically build out supply until you can unlock that customer, and don't reward anything else. Like just build out enough supply, prove that you can get that first, and think about that customer thoughtfully. Right? Think about who you can actually sell to. Like on day one, you're probably not going to sell to Apple, right? You could probably sell to someone else, right? So have that customer in mind, know what they want, build around them, and then turn it up again from there.
So this puts a very strong assumption on the team. Like you have to have a domain expertise, right? In weather, in transportation, in whatever thing you're building. You cannot just building like a general purpose thing and try it out, right? So I think that's kind of takeaway here.
Yeah, well, it's not like many people have entered new markets, like, Travis Kalanick didn't know anything about taxis when he built Uber, and I don't think the Airbnb guys knew anything about hotels. So I'm not suggesting that like people who don't have domain expertise can't build big networks, but they should be very clear with themselves about this is the economic value that I think this network will produce. and be realistic about that, as opposed to posturing wildly that if we build this data set, build this supply, build whatever it is, the demand will show up, because it doesn't. There are exactly 0 cases of demand coming organically to things that are not real.
You only have a few time to try and error, basically, right? Okay, so with that, so we can kind of switch gear a little bit towards the AI, because everybody's now actually we're living an AI age right now. So I use ChatGPT. I spend a lot of time talking with ChatGPT more than talking with my wife, unfortunately.
It's going to be a problem, Roland. You got to fix that.
Okay, so yeah, so we can see like robots, autonomous vehicles, drones everywhere. So how do you think about DePIN serving as a backbone for AI, or AI serving as something for DePIN?
Yeah, I mean, I think the way we outlined the stack in December of 2022, the month after ChatGPT launched, in my head I had sort of compute models data as like a very broad way to think about things. And I think to this date still, like, that is a decent segmentation of like the resources, the inputs that go into anything that's productive in AI. Obviously the way you sort of like the way you slice it is important. But like, as with everything, every new domain, all the infrastructure, all the projects, all the teams, all the intellectual capital goes at the lowest layer of the stack, which is compute. And so we've seen some version of a compute market that uses crypto incentives to build out supply, and with that aggregated capacity tries to deliver compute services at structurally lower costs for a variety of use cases. That specific thing has existed in crypto for at least 7 years. What we've seen happen in the last 18 months or so is more verticalization, which is to say this compute network is specifically designed for a specific type of inference, or this compute network is specifically designed for a specific type of post-training or pre-training, or this specific network is very good at inference time compute. I think you will end up having supply that ends up serving a specific use case slightly better. But I think compute networks are the core layer. That's where a lot of the liquid returns have been, and that's where you've sort of seen the most tangible progress amongst things that are at the intersection of capital formation via DePIN mechanisms and AI systems. I think the more open questions in my mind are, how do you start moving up the stack, which is, how do you build crypto mechanisms to coordinate things at the model or the data layer? We've obviously seen things like data DAOs also for a few years. We've seen new ways of aggregating or contributing to models with specific types of data. There are a handful of teams that are taking very credible bets in those spaces. But my fear with sort of those layers of the stack is very similar to what I was saying in terms of like knowing the demand side. At the compute layer, you can sort of reason about the fact that if I can get this compute at 60 cents an hour, I can sell it at least 61 cents an hour, or slightly above 60 cents. When the centralized compute providers are charging $1 an hour, there's a business there. I can clearly say that, like, I can clearly call someone up and say, hey, I will give you the same product for cheaper. I don't think there's such a clear way to think about that for data and models as of yet, right, for the other two layers of the stack. Because data is inherently not heterogeneous. It's not homogeneous. It's extremely, there's extreme variance in dataset A versus dataset B, and the customer of dataset A versus dataset B may need very different things, and your ability to kind of acquire those datasets may be different. And so I think we're going to see a lot of interesting stuff at the model and data layers, but I think those attempts need to be very plugged into reality with the demand side.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Basically, like in AI, there are like a few basic elements, right? So data being one of those, GPU compute is another one, maybe algorithm. So that's kind of like an open chat GPT or like Google is working on, and also energy is kind of behind the scene to support like the compute over there, right? So yeah, so that's also how I think about so DePIN AI can kind of fuse together. We don't see anything like a clear on the data side. That's kind of interesting because I was doing a lot of like AI learning recently. So the large language model, which will take like a 3 type of the data. One is like a very kind of stale data. That's kind of like your mathematics, textbook, Wikipedia data. So that's for the foundation of the model to learn how the human kind of physical law works. And on the other side of the spectrum is like an API, kind of real-time data. That's kind of like a temperature data, transportation data, weather data, so on and so forth. So those are like a real-time data, BTC price, right? So, but like in the middle, so there is some data that's kind of missing, not easy to get. That's also very valuable. So, like examples are like your medical history, your like a phone usage, right? So your conversation with another person, even Reddit data. So those things are very useful to train the models to understand even deeper about the human, behavior and society. Do you see there any like a chance here?
Yeah, I feel very optimistic about the types of data that are hard to acquire or expensive. Like you think about like what Scale AI does as its core line of business today. It's not sort of labeling and annotations on like this is a car or this is a cat. It's much more specialized today than it used to be, because most of these models, most of the language models in the world have already reached the limit of sort of the public, like whatever's on the public internet, and they've reached some sort of diminishing returns on like, indexing the next 50,000 web pages and like trying to parse it together. Like it's not that useful. Right. Everything now is about, doing annotations or post-training or fine-tuning by, if you're building a medical model, having 20 doctors around the world sort of, look at specific molecules or specific charts or specific things and saying, this is this, this is this, this is this, and then post-training based on that. And so I think there's a real opportunity to get, some of that specialized labor, like hyper-verticalized labor, and then, contributing to certain data sets to make those models better. I definitely think there's a world where crypto incentives can be helpful for that. I also generally think that the most valuable data sets for these models inherently have to be the ones that are not publicly accessible easily. And so if you think about that, like you were saying with health data or, personal financial data, transaction data, consumer data, that's the kind of stuff that most consumers are maybe a little bit more sensitive to. And so I think there are approaches in, fully homomorphic encryption or privacy preserving compute that are potentially going to be very helpful there, which is getting people to become, I heard that there's a way for you to go on Amazon and listen to everything that your Alexa has recorded from its interactions with you. And there are specific data DAOs in existence today where you can upload those recordings.
Really? That means that Amazon owns everything I said to Alexa?
And you can access those recordings if you want to. And you can sell those recordings. Now, the reason you and I haven't heard of it is because like most people don't want to do that. It's extremely creepy. It's like not cool. But if there was a way to do that in a privacy preserving way, maybe that pushes you slightly over the edge, Yeah. I don't know how valuable Alexa data is, but there's definitely a lot, with enough scale, it is absolutely going to be helpful in some way. And that's the other thing is like we've seen data DAOs in some instantiation for many years. The problem they've always had is like the consumer data of 50 people is useless. The consumer data of 500 people is slightly less useless, but still pretty useless. The consumer data of 500,000 people is starting to become useful. The consumer data of 50 million people is now useful. So all of these things need scale. And I think we've just sort of seen a certain natural limit on attaining scale. And that's mostly, I think, a function of like poor execution. And I think that'll change.
That's right. That's a very interesting point, actually. So for the data side, maybe we have a different kind of methodology to build, right, compared to the utility side. Because for utility, it's 5G, it's like a Wi-Fi, it's Uber. So you kind of building from the supply side all the way to the demand side. But the data is actually on the reverse way, right? So the demand first. Oh, maybe this is to train this medical robot, right? Then you kind of try back here to find where the data sources are. That's a very good point, actually. You know, switching a gear a little bit, I was chatting with like a Shane about like the micro market. Actually, the BTC is dropping under 85, I think, right now, right? So and also U.S. stock is doing terrible. So does this change how you guys do investment, and what's your kind of thoughts here?
Yeah, I don't know anything about macro. I don't get paid to do that. We don't.
Not a financial advice.
Yeah, I generate alpha through asset selection. I don't trade beta at all. It doesn't change anything about the way I invest.
Are you guys still looking at like early stage deals or maybe liquid token?
All the time. BTC could go to 60K and I would be looking at early stage deals.
Yeah. I saw you guys recently invest into like a GEODNet, right? So they are also like working with us very closely, actually using some of our infra pieces here. So what's your sort of like a thesis and also thinking process for investment into GEODNet?
Yeah, we're super excited about GeoDNet. For those who don't know what GeoDNet is the largest RTK base station network in the world. What RTK base stations do is they provide sub-centimeter positioning for devices in any part of the world. And so the idea is if you're roaming around, your GPS will tell you where you are, but it'll have some degree of error. It'll probably be 5 to 10 meters off. That's okay if you're just walking around Denver. But if you are a piece of equipment that's operating in critical infrastructure, like some sort of precision agricultural equipment or a drone or a robot of some kind that's in a really mission critical scenario, you need to know exactly where you are, otherwise you can cause, it creates problems for whatever use case you're doing. And so what GeoDNet does is it puts up these receivers that are on the ground that take your GPS location and then essentially triangulate your location with slightly higher precision. Yeah. And slightly is an understatement there, with substantially higher precision. So you go from like an error rate of about 5 to 10 meters to sub-centimeter. Now, if you are an autonomous vehicle or you are a drone or you are some sort of humanoid robot in your house, you're going to use a bunch of different methods to figure out where you are physically. You might use radar or LiDAR or SLAM or any number of other like computer vision based methods. But these are all sort of like, they all have some degree of error. They're not inherently foolproof. And so what GeoDNet does is it adds another layer of redundancy. And we generally expect if you talk to frankly, every single device in the world, manufacturer in the world that can be considered to be building robots, every single one of them has RTK base station based GPS corrections as a core part of their stack. And so, our bet on GeoDNet is obviously Mike Horton, who's the founder, has had a decades long career understanding all of the manufacturers, all of the makers in that industry. And he's established that using DePIN economics, he can build out a RTK base station network that can deliver comparable quality of service at an order of magnitude lower cost. So he is currently competing with publicly traded companies, the Hexagons, the Trimbles of the world, that are providing RTK base stations and positioning services to all of these robotics manufacturers, and he's undercutting their prices by 90%. And he's winning deals left, right, and center. So that's a canonical example of a DePIN well designed with the customer in mind. And we generally think that the set of customers for that product are going to tenfold in the next 5 years. It's going to be every single robot that you can sort of see and interact with in the world is going to be a customer of GeoDNet services. So that's the thesis.
Yeah, this sounds like a kind of like a new foundation for the entire, what they call like a physical AI world, right? Basically like a world like a full of autonomous vehicles, robots kind of walking, or like a mechanical dogs you see. So they can all use this like a foundational, like a GPS coordinates to locate themselves.
Yeah, exactly. These devices are useless if they don't have what's called spatial awareness. If they don't know where they are, they aren't able to function because they're inherently required to interact with the physical world. If they don't know where they are in the physical world, they can't really do what they want to do. And there will always be cameras, there will always be LiDAR, there will always be other methods. But sensor fusion is the predominant way in which people position themselves, and that means you need to have more than one input. And whatever set of inputs exist for any of these robots, GNSS corrections will unequivocally be one of the inputs. So we see GeoDNet as like a supplier to every single robot that is on the Earth in 5 years.
Yeah. Do you see other kind of data or utility that will be also useful to those physical AI? Like example would be like the Helium LoRa network, right? So we talked before. So they are like a long range, like a low bandwidth type of network. So yeah, so people were touted about, so this being the foundational network for IoT devices, which unfortunately didn't happen actually until now. But do you see other kind of like a GEODNet sort of like a utility for those robots?
Yeah, I mean, so LoRa is LoRa is still like a very, I think, important and productive, wireless standard. Being able to power applications with long range and low battery is obviously a very important input for anything that's considered robotic or autonomous. I think just relative to things like consumer mobile internet connections, the dollars in that market are much smaller. Inherently because like for each one of those devices, your willingness to pay is just smaller, right? But I generally think that that's, if you expect there's going to be more robots in the world, like Helium IoT line of business is going to do pretty well. I think there's going to be a bunch of services in terms of figuring out, not specifically where is that robot, but what's the battery level on that robot? Are there firmware problems that need to be resolved? Is it, like different pieces of state that you inherently want to be like energy sensitive and long range? I think there's going to be a ton of those things there.
Yeah.
So
I think some example is like where can this car find a cheap connectivity, cheap power, or even some microclimate, right? So around this car. So those are super, I think, a DePIN kind of centric like data, right?
Yeah, totally.
Very cool. I think we can take maybe like one question from the audience if you guys have, for even Shen or me. Any volunteer questions? Guys, don't lose this opportunity talking with the two smartest guys, in crypto.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know if you can talk anything about the regulatory framework in the US. I'd like to see around these token projects that are using token incentives to drive behavior.
Yeah. I think I'm very optimistic. It's very hard to make like strong statements about this stuff, but our council and our legal and policy teams are spending a lot of time in DC trying to talk to regulators as much as they can. And my intuition is that we're going to have thoughtful policy that essentially makes it possible for new businesses that are taking dollars on one end in terms of revenues and able to somehow tether those revenues to an asset. I can't say with conviction what the mechanics of that are going to be, whether it's going to be a buyback or some sort of distribution or a dividend. All of these things are unclear. What I will say is that the regulatory posture that we are in today is substantially better today than it was 18 months ago. And my sense is that it's going to continue to get better over the course of the next 6 to 12 months. It's clear that this administration wants to make the US the home for crypto. And I really don't think it's possible to do that if you can't present a compelling story for why these assets should be valuable. And governance value is frankly just not is only going to invite a small enough pool of capital. The second these things start looking like cash flow assets in whatever capacity, I think it's extremely time expansionary for the kinds of people who are interested in investing, in these assets. And so I feel very optimistic. Obviously, I can't make any strong statements, but my guess is that in 12 months, you will see many new sort of many businesses that were not DePINs wanted to become DePINs because they can access crypto capital markets. They can, frankly, find a way to access liquidity and, take advantage of going public on chain in a meaningful way.
Yeah, so IoTech's team, we actually have been working with some lawmakers since last year, December-ish in Washington, right? So one data point that we can share is in the past, a buy back your token and then burn, actually deem your token as a security, which is no longer the case. So that's why, so we're optimistic about the coming future for the token. All right, maybe Frank?
Yeah, I have two questions. Number one,
makes you satisfied to in terms of
Yeah, I think I value GeoDNet in like the most crude way possible, which is I put a multiple on the revenues that are burnt on chain. I can't disclose exactly the terms of our transaction, but I can tell you that it was cheaper than every single crypto AI deal that I've ever seen in the last 6 months.
AI is expensive, right?
Yeah, it's pretty expensive. And then on the revenue side, you know, our time horizon for this stuff is 5-10 years. We only consider investment successful when we are distributing the tokens in kind to our LPs. I, never want to consider GeoDNet a success. I want it to continue compounding for as long as possible. And so I don't really have a target that would make me feel happy with it or like want to de-risk or take a position off. I can just say that if you go on the Dune dashboards today, you can see a very non-linear curve on the revenue, on the on-chain revenue burns. And so you can kind of project forwards out from there.
Thank you. Maybe one last question.
Question would be like DePIN and energy sector. In the energy sector, there are multiples of these projects and ideas since 2016-17, trying to get some kind of incentive-based approach to get efficiency from photovoltaics and different kind of energy sources, but none of them did actually manage to succeed. And do you believe, and it's because of the landscape of the industry, do you believe it's the timing right now that some kind of those projects could now evolve with what's happening in the United States over the world? And what's your opinion in general about it?
Yeah, so I think energy is, so there's two reasons why it's been hard so far. One is energy is one of the most regulated markets in the world. Even in like the unregulated states in the US, there are, a ton of different, components and regulatory pieces that you need to get, and licensure that you need to operate in any part of the US. And the second is that it's very hard to have global network effects or global coverage because each, sometimes every city has a different generation, transmission, and distribution infrastructure. So building a specific protocol that everyone in the world can be a part of is extremely difficult. What I'd say is, I think a few things have changed. One is every single year, the demand for energy up until we can get nuclear energy that is, producing the vast majority of energy in the world. Until we get to that point, the grid infrastructure for even most of the developed world is like falling over, which means that the low-hanging fruit is to essentially load balance the grid correctly. And I think we've seen a handful of teams try to go after that specific problem. They don't do it in a global context. They do it in a local context. But what you need for that is to be able to market to consumers. You need to be able to use tokens in crypto capital markets to change the incentives of people at the edge, right? And that requires really strong consumer instinct, really strong domain expertise in how energy markets work, and some degree of regulatory cover. And those things have not all lined up for whatever reason over the last 5 or 6 years. I think that's changing now. I think the fact that people feel comfortable going to a consumer and saying you will get tokens in your wallet if you reduce your consumption at, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., thereby load balancing the grid, allowing us to arbitrage wholesale power versus retail power, and we'll return those dollars back to you. That whole flow was not possible 5 years ago. I think it's becoming possible now, under the current regulatory environment, under the quality of founder that's interested in building in the space, and under just sort of like the overall need for that piece of infrastructure. So we have investments in that space. A lot of other people do as well. And I feel optimistic that we'll see something really promising there.
Yeah, I think another two things that are actually also involving the past 5 years is the nuclear energy technique, right? So like solar panels, thanks to Tesla, Solar City. So they are more advanced compared to 5-10 years ago. The second one is demand for energy is very high thanks to AI in a way, right? So people are kind of needing more energy to power those like data centers. So those things are kind of stimulates the DePIN like energy sector for now. Cool. I think that's it, right? So, yeah, thank you so much for
Thank
coming.
you.
Yeah,
Thank you
really
for having
enjoying chatting with you. Thank you. All right, thanks, man.
Wow, thanks, guys. How do we follow that? That was pretty insightful. So we'll try. We have another AI panel that's going to be pretty interesting. It's going to be with Mark, Mario, and Philip. Just please come up on stage. We'll start setting up, and we'll get the conversation going. All right. Well, not a big audience, but it's okay. We'll have a big conversation.
Test.
Thanks for taking the time, guys. So yeah, let's go ahead. So this panel has a cool title. It's called "Turning Hype into Real-World Wins with Decentralized AI." So even there is a lot to unpack. First, what's the hype? What are the wins? What is decentralized AI? So before we get into all that stuff, let's just go around, introduce ourselves, and we'll take it from there. Let's just have a conversation. I mean, I have some questions, but if you guys want to ask each other questions, and I'm here to learn.
Sure. Hey, I'm Phil, VP of Strategy at Render. The Render Network is a decentralized GPU compute platform. It was launched in 2017. Mainnet got launched in 2019. The initial use case is GPU rendering for visual effects, motion graphics, and motion design artists. And over the last couple years, we've been moving into AI, providing GPU compute for AI developers and AI platforms.
Hello guys, my name is Mario Radman. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Alterscope. We at Alterscope are building a network of risk agents to address the risks in the DeFi and risk-taking space. And the idea is to address the multidimensional problem of risk in real time and helping DeFi protocols to be like adaptive to the changes, what's happening in the space, but also these all ecosystems which are currently evolving. And lastly, helping liquidity providers to have a risk-adjusted view where they're providing this liquidity. And the uniqueness of our approach is basically that we are using swarm intelligence, basically coordinating multiple of those agents to get a very good and deep picture of what's going in the space and to reduce the amount of loss happened in the space over the last 5 years.
Mark here, co-founder of Aether. At Aether, we build distributed GPU infrastructure for gaming and AI companies. You can think of us like an AWS or a Google Cloud, except we focus exclusively on enterprise-grade GPUs. We don't actually own any of the GPUs in our cloud. They're provided by all of our partners, whether you're a tech company, a telco, or a crypto mining operation. Our compute cloud provides services on the gaming side in the form of real-time rendering or cloud gaming. And then on the AI side, both training for large language models and also inferencing for AI application users.
Awesome. I guess, Mark, me and you will share the mic throughout. Cool. I mean, maybe I feel you guys have brushed up on it. I wanted to talk about, specific or the largest use cases for, your technologies since, you're kind of like contributing into the AI space in different ways. You already touched upon it when you were doing the intro, but maybe let's dig deeper a little bit. So largest use cases right now, and what are you focusing maybe as like next steps or into the future? And then we'll go.
Sure. So largest use case right now is in traditional 3D rendering. So we've got a who's who of artists in Web3 that use the render network to create NFTs, virtual assets, virtual experiences. Productions have been done on the render network that have been screened in major theaters in the United States. Star Trek 4K restoration, for example. There were sequences done on the render network, a major blockbuster film. People have created experiences for the Sphere, the Vegas Sphere, on the render network, and we see increasingly artists using our platform for next generation types of rendering, things like projection mapping, where you're rendering at 16K resolutions to create fully immersive in-person live experiences, or for virtual production. So increasingly, actors are not doing green screen with visual effects in post, but actually there's a whole LED volume with ultra high resolution imagery, and there's either camera shots or performances within that volume, and people are creating a lot of imagery for that using the Render Network's compute platform. Where we're starting to move is to have a pipeline where you have traditional 3D rendering and AI tools integrated in the same creative workflow. So we've brought on a lot of AI image generators to the Render Network, Dream Machine, Flux, Stable Diffusion, and increasingly we think the sort of creative workflow of the future is a combination of 3D rendering, 3D modeling, but also AI and bringing them together. And then where we see this going longer term is bringing AI agents into production workflows, so you can start to have agents do things like generate thousands of models or thousands of textures or different looks, and start to do that in a sort of AI assisted process. And then finally, an area that we're really excited by is artists themselves creating their own AI models, so taking kind of open source LLMs and fine tuning with their data sets to create a model that really captures their look at a level of detail and quality that's just not available on a general purpose model. Over time, we see collectives potentially forming to do that, where many artists come together and kind of fine-tune a model that kind of exclusively gets licensed, through our token.
Thank you.
I would say, with risks, it's straightforward from the need side, especially when we look Web3 and we have this dream of building a new financial system. In the current form, this is really not even close to mainstream adoption, especially when we look at the traditional finance space. The core of the financial system is actually risk management, and we do not really have that in the DeFi space yet. And that's the mission of Alterscope, to solve this problem of risk, to enable a risk-adjusted view across the space. And when we look at the recent events and the ongoing innovation which is happening in the DeFi and risk-taking space, we see a lot of those meme coin bots and in general bots, and everyone is hoping to get rich overnight. No one is taking the risks into account until they lose money. And this is not the way how you build a financial system. This is not the way how you actually move forward the world from the financial point of side. And this is the mission of Alterscope. That's what we want to solve. It's not an easy problem because risk in general is a multidimensional problem. It's very interconnected. You have a lot of cascading effects happening. So basically, if you want to have a proper risk management, you have to assess the whole financial system, understand what's going on, and then you have to have multiple of those agents going on and self-learning networks and so on. It's a quite big problem, and we from Alterscope have a very straight focus, just covering small element with risk agents, using these risk agents, creating swarms, from swarms, self-learning networks and so on, with the hope that at one point we will have this risk component in every DeFi protocol, in every DeFi bot, what's going on, that they are at least a little bit more resilient, robust, what's going on. Yet, this is DeFi and this is just crypto. the bigger picture is actually that we are moving in this tokenization of the world, tokenization of the assets, financialization of everything, and we will for sure have some kind of convergence between the TradFi space and the DeFi space, and we are building actually this infrastructure that once these structured traditional models coming to the space can understand how this new space is working, and on the other side that we have the tooling here that those on-chain or DeFi protocols can utilize what's in this traditional finance space, and that's the big picture of AlterScope, what's trying to solve.
Yeah, I think the big use cases for us, I'll kind of split it into two pieces because we have kind of two core functions for our cloud, the gaming side and AI side. On the gaming side, of course, we do real-time rendering, cloud gaming, the ability to abstract away the hardware requirements of a user so that they can play any game on any device. This is a big revenue driver for us. We have some of the biggest gaming companies in the world building and deploying their games on the back of our infrastructure. I mean, if you think about it, there's 3.3 billion gamers out there. 2.8 billion of them are gaming on low-end devices. You know, how do you give them access to the best gaming content in the world? And how do you give the best gaming builders in the world access to those gamers? There's really only one answer, and that is abstract away the hardware layer in the same way that you abstract away the storage layer with the cloud. You just have to make that technology more scalable, and that's really where DePIN comes in. It gives us the ability to scale this tech in a way that's very, very difficult to do or cost prohibitive to do in a centralized manner. So we have, like I said, a bunch of gaming companies using that service to scale their games into parts of the world where their key users won't have the right hardware. And then on the AI side, I think we mimic the kind of broad macro trends we're seeing in the AI space. So we started off very training heavy as frontier models were gaining in complexity and capability. And as they've kind of reached a bit of an inflection point over the past maybe 3 months, we're seeing much greater uptake on the inferencing compute side with more AI applications coming online and also just different teams building AI products, right? Infrastructure teams are very big and they're building very slow, long-term projects. Application builders are generally taking risks, right? They're experimenting, they're building small applications that need to kind of get to market and prove their validity pretty quickly. So we're seeing a lot more demand from those types of teams, obviously in a smaller capacity, right? The scale of the compute they require is very different, but the potential for compute requirements, if they hit product market fit, are kind of, you know, sky's the limit if they do.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing that, guys. That was, yeah, a lot more in depth than the first round of intro. So, you know, one of the concepts that we had in the title was the concept of decentralized AI. I feel there is a good chunk of buzz around it and a lot of like just speculation just to make money. And on the other side, there is a lot of confusion. Like, what really is decentralized AI? And honestly, how does it have a competitive advantage in your specific, you know, sphere of influence versus a centralized system? Like, is that an evolution or is just a way of buzz? We can keep the same order.
Yeah, I can start. So I believe it's very relevant to my case. So there is, of course, a lot of hype around decentralized AI because as this AI explosion is happening all over the world, people in crypto are looking how to monetize on that, to do fundraising and so on, and that's the reason why this element came to crypto and kind of everyone's doing some kind of AI project. The question is now, where does it make any sense and where is just hype? And I can say on the risk side, there is an obvious need for that, and this was actually the mission, one of the main challenges or problems we wanted to solve back then when we launched AlterScope. Why? When we are dealing with financials or DeFi in general with liquidity, a lot of it's stake, first thing. And we have protocols who are immutable or trying to be immutable with their governance structures in place. And it's a very sensitive topic, so basically how to ensure that a protocol is governed in a right way, multi-syncs and so on. But if you want to bring a risk management to them, it's a very data-heavy topic. And you cannot have centralized solutions there. And it's very simple, like if you have Aave or some kind of other protocol doing amazing stuff, but they are using some kind of centralized risk solution, the guy, actually the developer in this centralized solution, is controlling the protocol. He changes one data point and causes harm all across DeFi, not only Aave, because Aave is very big, other protocols will be impacted. And the beauty of this is that these decentralized systems are so sensitive to these attacks because of that they are trying to be immutable. That basically means there are no defense mechanisms. There are no centrals to stop, to say, I don't know, the founder of this project calls and said, hey, we have a problem, stop the protocol. It's not possible. So basically, if someone starts exploiting, the protocol is going to be screwed. That's the reason we have to build this infrastructure with trusted guarantees, with decentralization and so on. Now the question is like, what is decentralization? In which way should this topic solved? Where does it make any sense? And we have always a problem of cost, scalability, and different approaches to that. And if, like we at Altascope believe off-chain computation is actually the only way to deal with that because of the huge amount of data is happening and so on, needed for that. And we are using zero-knowledge proofs on that side, basically verifying the data which is in the database, providing proofs that the guarantees are that whatever is written in this database, it's not possible to change, and you can check it through the proofs which are on-chain. You have models with circuits like also you can verify the models are fine. That basically means you have also limitation on the computation side, what you are doing that side. And the last part is data injection. You have to ensure through multiple of data agents coming to a quorum before writing a database. That's actually the whole base of the Altascope infrastructure, with the only reason to enable those DeFi protocols like Aave, Morpho, Euler, or whatever is in this space, to be able to use risk management. Because in the end, Stanley from Aave or the other founders from this, they are not stupid. They want also to have risk management, but they understand the harm, possible problems they can have with that. And that's the reason why we don't have it in the space. And once Altascope is ready, hopefully this problem will be also solved with that.
Yeah, I think, like you kind of alluded to in the beginning, there's no perfect definition for decentralized AI, right? I think we know what centralized AI looks like, because it's really only just 4 or 5 companies building in that space. Decentralized AI, a little bit more amorphous to kind of pin down on it from a definition perspective. But if you look at the 3 kind of fundamental things you need for AI, right? Models, data, and compute. I think decentralization of either of those things or a combination of those things is really where decentralized AI tends to live, right? So Aether is decentralized compute, right? We don't own any of the compute. We contribute that compute into a functional cloud that meets the SLAs of big enterprise compute clients. So you can come and build a model on the back of decentralized infrastructure that's not necessarily just lining the pockets of big tech. If you're looking for the model side, generally decentralized models aren't necessarily a thing. It's more open source models. So again, if you're building in the open source or using open source models to build your model, again, generally more adjacent with what we would consider decentralized AI. And then I think on the data side, that's a very natural fit with decentralization in crypto. We've always been very cognizant of data ownership and data privacy in the space. And there's a lot of very interesting projects out there building utility around privacy and ownership of data, like Vana, like Diffusion. And again, I think any combination of those 3 pieces will, in my opinion, put you in the category of building in the decentralized AI space. But I wouldn't necessarily say there's a definition that meets every criteria for a company.
Yeah, and kind of building on what Mark was discussing, I think inevitably in the short term, centralized AI will be more efficient. But decentralized AI, if done correctly, will scale better. So you're already seeing in some centralized AI models that they kind of start to hit walls because they've, and Cheyenne was talking about this in the previous panel, they've already scraped the whole internet and, that's it. They don't have like a new source of data that can actually meaningfully improve the model. I think with decentralized AI, where users have control over their data and the ability to license data to systems, decentralized systems, transparently and on-chain, there's a potential that you'll get better data, and therefore you'll be able to, create a better model, fine-tune a better model, and I think, that's really important. Additionally, centralized providers can only build so many data centers. After a while, the sort of cost pressures of a business just make that impossible. But with the right sort of alignment of supply and demand and the right usage of incentives and coordination mechanisms, you can create much more compute supply on a decentralized basis than on a centralized basis. And then I think finally there's like a trust element and a sort of bigger picture macroeconomic element where AI is displacing so much of the labor force of the future. It's replacing a lot of industries, and it's also increasingly powerful in the sense that like algorithms are very much like shaping our perception of the world. And do we really want 5 or 6 major entities to kind of control those points, or would we prefer a sort of more user-owned and distributed model for that? And I think kind of on a basis of trust and equity, decentralized models could potentially win in the long term if done correctly.
Nice. That's insightful, and it kind of makes me think about the next thing that I wanted to ask you guys. Obviously, DePIN is a big topic today. And the DePIN model seems to, essentially what are you doing with DePIN? You're scaling infrastructure, and you are offsetting it, you're decentralizing it, you're letting, community basically run infrastructure with token incentives. We all know that. So if you look at DePIN as a scaling solution, then all of a sudden you can see that, not all of a sudden, but you can see how DePIN basically tackles maybe some of the bottlenecks that you guys were talking about, right? Maybe on the compute side, maybe on the data source. You can create, more granular data sets that are very use case specifics. And so there is a ton of stuff that can be done there. So just, since we're maybe running out of time, we're late, so thanks for sticking around. What are your 2 cents on basically the connection between DePIN and AI? Like, I always think that DePIN is going to save AI. Maybe AI saves DePIN because it's a great demand-hungry beast for DePIN networks. So I think there is a great synergy. But yeah, want to hear what you guys think.
Just very quickly, I think it's really exciting that DePIN empowers users to be owners in the AI age, so running a node, you're actually, you have a stake in the future of AI and you can participate in it. And I think that's really exciting, and it's just not available on a centralized model. And I think that'll become increasingly important over time as AI starts to become more integrated in society at large.
Yeah, I think as was kind of, you mentioned, was spoken about before, right? Publicly available data is essentially factored into all of the frontier models that are out there at the moment, right? There's not really that many areas left that the data hasn't just been pulled and utilized off kind of public spaces. That's why we're seeing partnerships with companies like OpenAI and Reddit, right? Because this is a unique set of data that these models can incorporate into whatever they're doing in their longer-term roadmaps, right? But the underlying kind of message here is that high-value data is really important, right? And I think DePIN does a great job at incentivizing the input of high-value data. And the type of high-value data that's going to be important in the near future is not necessarily just text, right? Yes, there is a form of high-value data that humans can provide to models through more enriched interactions, right? And you can incentivize that using tokens. But I think when you think about maybe how AI is going to interact with the real world, right, incentivizing that data to come on chain is a massive pain point for centralized providers, right? How do you scale, what GEODNET is doing? How do you scale the increase in resolution of GPS data, right, in a centralized manner? That would be a nightmare. How much hardware you'd have to purchase and then figure out how to distribute it yourself. The logistics would be insane, right? Doing that in a centralized format would be really, really hard. The same goes for the spatial computing data needed for better robots, right? We have agents now, but agents are just the digital representation of execution, right? The physical representation of execution is robotics, and they need better data, right? So there's all of this kind of frontier data that's out there that models need today that are increasingly difficult to get access to. And I think DePIN is one of the only scalable, cost-effective solutions for a lot of this high-value data.
I would say, I always refer from my case, obviously. Infrastructure needs are solved through DePIN, like computation needs. Decentralization of computation, if you are building financial system, it should not be owned by Amazon or something like that. It's obvious case. How to deal with data centers, obvious case, where DePIN comes in fruition. But I believe in a long run for the financial system, and DeFi is really going to be case of tokenization, because we can do magic on-chain, we can do amazing stuff, AI and so on, if we quantify the asset in the right way. But if we are dealing with tokenization of some kind of off-chain related physical elements, you have to have something in place who can assess the value or the value proposition, and if something changes, how to ensure that. And this should not be, again, centralized companies, and there is a lot of space where I personally believe DePIN will solve many of these topics. Most likely after tokenization gets much more adoption, much more mainstream, people will start thinking about credit rating and these kind of things and how to solve that, and then DePIN will get much more visibility in this area.
Nice. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think obviously we're a little bit on the early side where maybe there are a few projects that are applying the DePIN model in a way that's actually competing with the centralized counterparts. The rest, we're not quite there yet, but I mean, if we look at maybe a 5-year, 10-year timeline, then I think that's obviously the way to go. So talking about timeline, just 30 seconds each, express a wish for what you want to see in the next 3 years, and I'll make it happen.
Sure. I would love to see a very culturally impactful model be actually developed on a fully decentralized basis. So, you've already seen new research make inroads at decentralized training, showing that it's possible to train a large language model on decentralized nodes, even on consumer nodes. And I think it would be really exciting to see a model that's trained on decentralized nodes that inputs only users' licensed data. It's not just web scale scraped. It's permission and provides royalty flows back to the creators or the data providers of that model. And to have that be something that actually makes a dent in pop culture would be really exciting. And hopefully it happens on the sort of media entertainment side and Render's powering it.
I will just say on a high level, I would love to see in 3 years that DeFi is a boring space where you just put your money and you get your 5% yield, and we don't have any more these specular blowups happening across the space. This is the first thing, and the second thing, and the meme coin is just some kind of term from history. And the second term is whoever comes to DeFi, he just don't understand he's in DeFi or in crypto or in traditional finance space. there is one interface, and he doesn't even know what Ethereum is or what Avalanche is or whatever, and he just gets that's what he wanted to get, and everything's ensured, all guarantees are there, and there is no control topics as we have it at the moment in space.
I think 3 years is a little bit difficult for me to predict, but maybe in a year. Okay, I'll give you a wish within a year, right? But my wish within a year is just to see a massive increase in the capability, the execution capability of agents, right? I think right now agents are cool, but they're pretty boring, right? We've hit a ceiling really, really quickly on the hype with agents, but I think anyone that's really plugged into AI just sees that there's so much there that will be unlocked as soon as we kind of have that main use case or that first use case kind of rise to the surface. So I'm just really, really bullish on agents and very excited for that first use case. It elevates us beyond what that current ceiling is.
I like the future that you guys are wishing for. Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time. Thanks everybody for sticking around.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Yeah, it was fun. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Still me. Okay, so what's next? I think we have 1KX. Very nice. How's it going? Great. Let me just clear up the stage for you, and then I'll see you in a sec.
No, I think you can use them.
Oh yeah, do I have
Take some time. That looks good. Oh yeah, take your time. Yeah. All right, yeah, we'll stick to the hype topic. When I think we need the monitor still. Yeah, here we go. All right, then maybe. Yeah, thanks. Who here thinks that DePIN is overhyped right now? Probably no one, right? Like, nothing is hyped right now. But the cool thing about DePIN is that this whole hype thing, the up and downs, you can actually be quite relaxed, right? Because you look at your favorite protocol, and I pick Acurast, it's just going up over time, right? The guys are just building, grinding, expanding. The more GPUs on the network, eventually also more demand, more revenue, right? The multiple millions ARR right now. Other DePIN, GEODNET, right? If you don't like the price of Bitcoin, just look at GEODNET's price. It's way more positive. And it's because these DePINs, when people ask me like, oh, why are you researching so much on DePIN? You know, you're an economics guy. It's just like the fundamentals matter so much more that, yes, you have less hype when everybody goes crazy about meme coins, but also when everybody is in tears because everything exploded, you can still say like, no, look, we're growing over time. Though I would say some hype might not be so bad. And why is that? DePIN has this flywheel, right? Wherever you look in DePIN and economics, you see this flywheel of, oh, we incentivize supply. More supply means more coverage. Better UX means people actually use it. Eventually, people also pay for it, and off the flywheel goes, right? And why is it good when we have hype? Because 5 years ago, I mean, when Helium asked people to put some hardware into their houses, why would you do that? I mean, imagine 5 years ago you would do that, nobody would do it. But they were the first ones who did it. Same with Filecoin, right? Like provide your provide your storage and go for it. Now 5 years later, it became a thing, right? If you talk DePIN, people know what DePIN actually means. And that's what you see on the nodes. There's millions of people providing nodes all over the globe. And they do this like voluntarily, right? You don't need to force them. Plus also, what is even further better, I mean, central of the flywheel is a whole token network. And the token network is what fuels the hype a little bit, because we incentivize people with tokens, to provide storage, to provide whatever. Obviously, if we have too much hype, it's not so good. 2021, we have super high hype. Filecoin just said, we have fixed emissions. No matter how much storage you provide, you just get a fixed amount of Filecoin token for the service you provide. But they didn't expect that their price gets so high. But in retrospective, that means they paid millions, hundreds of millions of dollars per month to storage providers, which obviously in hindsight doesn't sound so smart, right? The good thing is now we learned this in the last hype session. This round we can get, smarter, and protocols get smarter, right? What you see here is a nice chart. X-axis, when did they launch, right? You see the very early protocols like SIA and how much of their token supply they emitted for incentives. So you see SIA like, 15%, very high. And then across the timeline, it goes actually lower. The yellow bar is a little bit, statistics, because this is clearly an outlier. So if you, just start here, then still this orange line, it's not so crazy down, but it still goes down. And that tells you, newly launched protocols don't need to spend so much as the guys back then. You can wonder, why is that, right? Did we just learn what Filecoin did? There's a lot of reasons. One reason is obviously costs. If you were Arweave or Filecoin in 2018, 19, whenever you started building, you could choose between Bitcoin and Ethereum, and both probably not great to build on back in the days for the purposes you want to do, right? Filecoin, Arweave. So they need to spin up their own proprietary L1s, which costs money. Incentivizing economic security costs money. Nowadays, you have IoTex, you have other Solanas of the world. You can just build there. It's way cheaper, and that's what you see. Protocols that build out general purpose base layers, way cheaper in incentives. But there's more, right? Also, the infrastructure gets cheaper. Back then, the first Bobcat Helium things, it was $1,000, whatever. I'm not sure. I don't know so much people on the Helium team, but I can imagine it was quite hard to go around and say like, hey, we have this cool idea to, put hotspots all over the globe on rooftops of random people. Will you buy these devices for us? Well, probably was tough discussions to get this going. Nowadays, right, like we had Dimo showing their devices, and all of these physical resource networks and also the digital resource networks coming across with all these sensors and devices, and they're really, really getting cheaper, right? It's still not something where you would buy 1,000 of them, but a lot of people can just afford the right range of those, right? So costs come down. More to it, we also learned how can we make people stick to our protocols? This is where I come into play. I love to design tokenomics models, and staking is just the one and only thing that's really proved to work. There's other stuff that works, not the one and only, but staking is a core mechanism that just makes people incentive aligned to your protocol. And yes, you can argue, what about node sales? Node sales is basically staking just with a node. Because if you purchase a WeatherXM station, where else do you want to do with that if not working for WeatherXM, right? There's no use beyond that. At least I wouldn't know. And that's what you see, right? All the digital resource networks, compute is a commodity, so they use staking. All the physical resource networks, they focus much about node purchases. And this is how you basically say, hey, look, you buy yourself into your network, you have this stake for access or node purchase for access. you pay us now, but then we'll pay you back basically over time as also our network grows and has demand incoming. And yeah, last but not least, there's also token networks at the center of a flywheel, right? I know I'm rushing here, but the center of the flywheel was the token network. And what's great about these token networks, you can just like cooperate with all other networks on the world. Even if you're more like an infrastructure provider like IoTex, you can build infrastructure like the IOID thing. You can even provide your token to incentivize other guys. It's just like way easier than if you're like a traditional company where I haven't seen yet where people would do like equity swaps. Or, I mean, typically it's M&A, I would say. But right, what you see happening here in DePIN protocols, the speed and the level of depth, how they collaborate, you don't see this in the traditional industry, right? Another big advantage. And yes, finally, we see demand coming in, right? These protocols earn money finally. It's going up because, again, we had some hype cycles that made the supply possible. It made it cheaper, right? It made it more profitable. It made it more reliable. DePIN became a thing, and that's why we now finally see also people saying, oh, I actually use this because it's cheaper, it's better, and I can use it. And I can trust that it's, working. Some outlook. It even will get better with the demand side. And why is that? We talked about that in the past sessions, right? If you look into who needs all this weather data, this sensor data whatsoever, this is like a super rich data set that any AI models need. The physical AI agents, they need this data. They're not going to get that from like the centralized entities. The centralized entities, they will also try to do it. But if you're not Google, if you're not Meta, like if you're not the like very, very big one, you will struggle, right? German car companies, I'm from Germany. I really have doubt that they can pull that off. I mean, they can't even manage to store the data safely. So, this aside, also the DePi flywheel, there's a former Masari report. This is cool thing. They basically have the same flywheel that DePIN. So everything I just talked about or run through about, the learnings that we have of like, people adapt to it, we incentivize, it's coming, we get more efficient. It is the same flywheel for DePi, so they can just leverage this learning. And if you can build on learnings, all the new DePINs can also learn on the older learnings. It just like flies even better. Long story short, right? The DePIN flywheel is good if we have some hype. However, right now we also don't need to cry because right now hype is absent. But we have fundamentals we can build on, and this is really good. DePIN is the thing. That's why everything gets more efficient and built out. The economies, the token economies at its core, this is really beneficial, right? And it opens the door for things like DePi. As we also saw it, right? Monetize demand. This is the important thing. It's not just like demand, like, oh yeah, you can use it for free. No, people pay for it. That makes me bullish to see like, okay, probably it's time for the next hype cycle. I know these days people are like, but again, as I said, if you cry about Bitcoin, look at GEODNET price. That might be more positive. If you want to see more of that, just go to Twitter because they will share all of that. If there's any builder in the room, we have a accelerator going on DePIN focus with OV. But yeah, that's all from my end.
Sweet, thank you. Okay, another fireside chat, this time with Larry and Salah. We're going to talk about the regulatory environment and all the exciting things that are happening.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert, as always, for sharing more about the tokenomics landscape. I'm going to drop this here, if that's all right. All right. End of the day, 2 more sessions. I think this is one of the more interesting topics that, is not really DePIN and AI focused, but, orthogonal ancillary to that. We're going to be talking about regulation at a time when there's a new administration. There's a lot of new wins for the crypto sector, from Coinbase to Robinhood to Uniswap. A lot of news in the regulatory space lately, so we have Salah here from the Blockchain Association to share a little bit about what's going on in DC. So let's just start by having you introduce yourself and the Blockchain Association.
Of course. Thank you, Larry, and thank you, IoTeX, for having us. So I'm Salah. It's nice to meet everybody. I am the Policy and Legislative Analysis Manager over at the Blockchain Association. We are a industry group. We represent over 100 of American digital asset and blockchain companies, and we advocate on their behalf and help craft pro-innovation policy and regulation. There's a key difference there, so that developers, investors, and all the stakeholders of the space can continue to do what they do with clarity and safety.
Yeah, some of the largest companies in crypto are members of the Blockchain Association, including all the major exchanges, Coinbase, Uniswap just joined. So a lot of the victories that you see celebrated on Twitter largely due to the efforts of the Blockchain Association. So we'll dive into a lot more of that. But let's just start with one thing you said. There's a difference between regulation and policy. For those that aren't deep into what's going on in DC, what is that difference?
Yeah, they're pretty similar, but it's essential to consider them. I'll start with the policy. Policy is the law, right? So Congress puts out the policy. That's when they pass a bill. They establish legal frameworks. It's then up to government agencies to then interpret and implement that law through regulation. And so an interesting way to see it is if the policy is sort of like the foundation, and then the regulation is sort of the house built on top of the foundation. And interestingly, the regulation can sometimes misinterpret the policy, or agencies can overreach, and that's where legal challenges happen. And so Blockchain Association, what we do is not only do we help craft policy, but we also comment on proposed regulation, and if necessary, litigate against bad regulation if it's finalized.
That's really, really helpful. Just to clarify what we're going to be talking about during this chat. So, one thing I think the audience has a lot of questions about is just in the past few months, right? We've seen a new administration come in. We've seen change in leadership at the SEC, the CFTC, other kind of legislative bodies. What are the major changes to be aware of, and how do you think these changes impact regulation and policy?
Yeah, you're completely correct. That change, it's like an entire vibe shift completely in the city. It's a great time to be in crypto policy in DC right now. And it's a lot of it owing to the change in administration and also this fresh new Congress. There's just more of a willingness to work hard at getting things right on the policy side, and just so much more opportunity for dialogue. And we've really felt that shift, and a lot of our work, at least compared to what was under previous administrations, has shifted away from a more reactive approach towards a more proactive and maybe even like an offensive approach. And it's been great. So one of the great things, for example, just this past month, we were able to go in and speak with the SEC's newly formed crypto task force. And we were able to just go back and forth about the different issues that are top of mind for them. And we continue to encourage our members and the broader industry as well to just trust in this new administration and these new regulators. They want to get it right. They want to have a dialogue. They're not going to bring you in and then meet you with an enforcement action after learning a few things. Now is the time to really foster that dialogue and work together to really build a framework that will provide us with clarity moving forward.
Yeah, whether it's opening dialogue or taking that offensive, the Blockchain Association is driving a lot of initiatives kind of in parallel. Earlier this year, the Blockchain Association released its digital asset market structure principles, which is a really big topic on the Hill right now. With the stable coins are a really big focus in DC, especially in the first 100 days of the new administration. And just today, you guys hosted a fly-in with some of the leaders in the DeFi space regarding the DeFi broker rules. So maybe you could just summarize what's going on across these, three major bodies of work that you guys are spearheading.
I'll try my best because there's a lot going on there. I'll start with market structure. Market structure legislation really came about after events like the collapse of FTX, Congress began to think more about what it meant to regulate exchanges and regulate token issuances. And so it's a very big and complicated framework, but the key takeaway is it would give us so much clarity and guidance on how developers and all stakeholders in the industry can really operate with clarity. And so what we've done at Blockchain Association is we took a couple of months, met with every single one of our members nearly, and put together a set of consensus principles, 12 positions that we all agreed on. And we're using these principles sort of as the guardrails, meaning if any sort of proposed bill on market structure legislation doesn't meet any of these positions, we will likely advocate against it. And so we've gotten a lot of positive reactions. For example, one of the principles was scoping in specifically financial activity and scoping out DeFi and DePIN and all sorts of blockchain infrastructure, whether it's hardware or software. And we've already seen a sort of acceptance of that principle in different conversations with policymakers, and we're looking forward to getting into that more this year. But for now, the biggest priority is definitely stablecoins. It's top of mind. It's also a lot closer to the finish line. There are two big proposals right now, although there are a few others. They're looking to provide clarity on what sorts of assets are acceptable as reserves for centralized stablecoins, who should supervise issuers, consumer protection provisions. We think it's pretty close. Also, those two big bills are named the Stable Act and the Genius Act. And we think just by the name alone, it could get across the president's desk, since President Trump did refer to himself as a stable genius a few times over the past few years.
Strategic.
So we're hoping that's the case. And then finally, yeah, you mentioned it, the IRS broker rule. That's huge. That rule was issued by the IRS just a few months ago, or finalized. It would have required DeFi protocols and wallet providers to collect personal data from their users and issue them tax forms, which I feel like everybody here knows is completely unworkable for DeFi and also a huge privacy concern. So our allies in Congress actually are trying to pass a CRA resolution, which would have pulled back and nuked that rule. And yeah, today we had a huge delegation from our DeFi working group, custody working group, tax working group. They met with nearly 50 congressional offices, educating and advocating on passing that CRA resolution and trying to kill that rule. So it's been a lot going on in DC, but we're on top of it.
Amazing. Yeah, this market structure thing is a huge priority, and it kind of includes a lot of implications for layer ones, layer twos, DePIN projects, AI projects, everything across the board. But there's a lot of niche regulations and policies that also have to be constructed, which is why you guys have created the concept of member-led working groups. So 23 new working groups, including layer ones, layer twos, cybersecurity, and much more. IoTex is the co-chair of the DePIN working group, and very proud to contribute to that. But why are the working groups important, and what can we expect out of them this year?
Yeah, I mean, I could ask you the same question, but I'll give my 2 cents first. I think one of the main barriers we found to policymaking in this space was definitely finding that sort of consensus for the industry. Through these working groups, we're hoping through the member-led, member-driven efforts, we can build that consensus, and that just makes our lives so much easier when we can go to Congress and provide this united front. And so I know, for example, the DePIN working group has their quarter one call next week, and I know they're setting their agenda, and Larry is our co-chair along with, I believe, Jacob Hampel from Filecoin Foundation. If you guys want to give us a little sneak peek about what the plan is for the working group, we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, this year, IoTex was at the Policy Summit in December, hosted by the Blockchain Association, and we got to meet some of the members of the General Blockchain Association as well as the DePIN working group. I think the consensus around the industry is there has to be a proper taxonomy defined about what DePIN is and what DePIN isn't. Not necessarily saying we have to debate these to the end of the world. Just asking the membership, like, is Bitcoin a DePIN would make people's hair light on fire, right? Because it's like a lot of strong implications. But understanding what the taxonomy is, like, what is a virtual network? What is a physical network? having these things defined, not in law, but maybe as policy, is really important to then understand how different types of DePINs or different types of crypto projects are treated under different types of regulations, right? So having some widespread discussion about the taxonomy of the DePIN industry, virtual networks versus physical networks is really important. I think the other main priority for this year is just a lot of education. One thing that came across talking to a lot of politicians during the policy summit is that DePIN is seen by policymakers and politicians as a great use case for why blockchains can be helpful to their constituents, right? It's not just about how do we make token prices go up, but these really have really serious implications for improving the lives of everyday people, which is the role of a lot of the politicians out there. So we're going to be asking the membership to contribute the use cases, the benefits to their constituents, try to just use this as a pack to educate the Hill and Washington, D.C. so they can be more informed about why DePIN should be taken seriously as a use case in the blockchain sector. So, yeah.
And that's exactly it. Although the willingness is increasing, as much as some policymakers are willing, that education still needs to happen. And there are these big existential questions that do still need to be answered in regards to blockchain tech, DePIN tech, and their intersection with policy. And so bringing the industry together under you and Jacob's leadership to answer those questions so that we can take that to the Hill and be like, hey, these are the answers the industry came up with. Let's work together to see how this works on a policy end is exactly what's going to get us to the best possible outcome.
Yeah, the details matter, right? So I think we're looking forward to working with the entire membership to, evangelize for DePIN on the Hill. And I see a lot of projects in the room right now, and probably a lot watching on the live stream, that have real benefits to constituents that we don't have to fluff up. It's just being objective about the facts. So maybe that's a good way to end right now, is just about for people that are listening and want to get involved more in the regulatory landscape for U.S. And for DePIN, what would you say? Besides, how would people join kind of the BA?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I'll say is join the Blockchain Association if you can. I mean, it's the perfect opportunity to contribute to these working groups and collaborate with your fellow industry participants, craft policy, get into the room with policy makers. But also, we all have our individual roles we have to play in this story. Reaching out to your representative in Congress still works. Being vocal on social media, I cannot understate how sincerely policymakers, like the congressional staffers, consider all these different posts on X. I mean, they're seeing it all. Like, if you guys think you're not being loud enough, don't worry. Like, if anything, be louder. It's fine because it's helpful for them and they love it. So
there's a few senators with the laser eyes right now. So
definitely.
Awesome. I think that's it for today. Let's thank Salah and the Blockchain Association for joining us, and a lot more to come later this year.
Thank you, IoTex. This was great.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. No, I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. So let's do this. Quick change of program. So we're about to have the BC panel, but before that, give me about 3 minutes because we're gonna have Gbox do a quick presentation that we didn't get to do earlier, and then we'll get to the BC panel. So please, Gbox, come up on stage. We'll pull up your slides and we'll get ready to go.
Hello everybody. I won't take too much of your time. I'm going to introduce you to this Gbox. I'm the technical advisor of Gbox, and I believe this is going to be one of the most innovative DePIN product. You may ask, how so? And let me explain. How do I move to the next? Sure. Just two more. Yeah, I just want to focus on the important stuff. This is the hardware we provide. On the left-hand side, you can see that our gaming console, Gbox, offers a games operating system. We also offer a Web3 bounty system, as well as an AI edge computing power, and we do offer a dApp store. Altogether, this makes our device a Web3 high computing power gaming console. And on the other side, you can see how much focus we put on privacy and security for our users. And that is actually enabled by our patented technology on the chip level design. So our hardware, we provide the hardware level privacy and crypto asset safety features through a P2P encryption protocol that remotely access our privacy cell phone, which is the only access point for our privacy data vault, which makes it hassle-free for our users who wants to interact with the Web3. Next page, please. Yeah, here is why or how you guys want to connect with us. I believe Gbox will become one of the most powerful GameFi ecosystem. Currently, we are talking to a lot of AAA games, as well as here we're connecting with a lot of Web3 games. And also, we can provide exceptional AI edge computing power. Not only we can use that as to train our AI-powered assistant, but also the edge computing power can be shared with all the DePIN projects. I know everybody has the use of that, as well as our Bounty ecosystem, because this project is coming from traditional Web 2. So we actually already work with a lot of gaming partners, and we bring them all the initial user acquisition. We believe the good project should focus on building their project, not acquire the user. And last but not least, our privacy. Again, we focus a lot on our privacy, and we are really proud to have this technology shared with the community. Let's just move to the last page, and we have the contact info for Gbox, and if you want to connect with me, I'm happy to do that. We are happy to connect with any partnership, collaboration, or any projects. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. That's awesome. I mean, I wish we had more time to dig in, but you know, you kept it short and sweet, and I'm sure everybody can reach out afterwards. Okay, guys. So I want to welcome on stage a few people. We have Sal from EV3, Lattice, HackVC, and 7X Ventures. Just please come up on stage. You're moderating, right? You're moderating? Yeah. One more, right? Let's just move this closer.
How's it going? Thank you. Who are you with?
7X.
Nice. That's great. I think we're co-investors.
Sorry?
I think we're co-investors. Like,
yeah, like 100%. Yeah,
All right, guys. Last session of the day. I think it's proper networking time, but luckily we still have a lot of viewers on the live stream. So thank you guys for sticking with us for what I think is one of the most interesting panels of today. So really excited to have our panelists here with us today. Let's just start with a quick round of introductions before we get started. Maybe start on this side, because Sal doesn't have a microphone yet. We're going to have to share.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. My name's Ray. I'm with 7X Ventures. So basically, we're a 100 million crypto fund, and we invest in a lot of projects, including Monad, ETHDenver, and I'll say our investment thesis is around like AI infrastructure and also DeFi, etc. So pretty broad. And DePIN and AI has been like one of our key focus as well.
Hey guys, I'm Ed Roman. I'm one of the co-founders of HackVC. We're a $500 million kind of AUM venture firm focused on early stage crypto, mostly on infrastructure, so DeFi, Web3 infrastructure, crypto AI, etc. We're a lead investor, so we typically are thesis driven. And my background is I was a serial entrepreneur before I became an investor. Ran 3 startups as a CEO, had a couple of exits, and now I'm just here to help founders, basically. So that's about me.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. My name is Sal Gall. I'm one of the co-founders of EV3 Ventures. We have been investing behind DePIN and other categories for the past 2.5 years, and we basically think of ourselves as a firm that helps to expand the aperture of the crypto economy. And what that means for us is we're always willing to squint a little bit harder than other investors as to what DePIN and crypto can enable.
Awesome. So the title of today's event is DePIN Loves AI. So my first question is very simple. Why do you love DePIN and AI, and what are your investment theses in both of these categories?
I wouldn't say I love DePIN and AI. You know, like the more you love it, the more you criticize and like think about it, right? So like DePIN and AI definitely like huge topics, but the thing I like think about like more is about like why it hasn't like take off that much and what we're lacking right now. So for DePIN, you see a lot of like really good projects with beautiful like user numbers, but sometimes the tokenomics just fell short because maybe, you know, the buying pressure from the like revenue doesn't necessarily create a like meaningful buying pressure for the market cap. And also there's a lot of like disconnecting part with DePIN, but definitely this is one of the most like fast growing part. And also in terms of AI, I think we've been investing in a lot of founders. They've been like starting from AI and leveraging whether it's decentralization or tokenomic to empower them. So yeah, I've been like thinking a lot, but like criticizing a lot as well.
That's a good answer. Yeah. Well, I think we should talk about DePIN and AI separately because we think about each of them separately at HackVC. So for DePIN, the reason why we're excited about DePIN is we think that DePIN uniquely gives the opportunity for founders to create new kinds of businesses that they could not actually create in Web 2. And what I mean by that, I'll give you an example. So you look at Helium, for example, which is a decentralized kind of wireless network. You know, the way Helium works is there's a bunch of nodes around the world, and they're all kind of standing up little cell phone towers in people's rooftops. And linked together, they provide cellular access, 5G level cellular access, right? It's just a new kind of subscription plan that you can get for this. So if someone were to try to build that business in Web 2, they'd have to convince a venture capitalist to give them an incredible amount of money to stand up cell phone towers all over the country. And you'd need enough cell phone towers to have coverage of the entire country. Because your cell phone plan is actually useless unless you have coverage, right? So you have this critical mass problem where you need all this expensive hardware to create a useful network. But with crypto, right, you can kind of leverage your token supply and incentivize these people who are running nodes all over the country, temporarily subsidize their costs with your governance token, right? And therefore you can get to that critical mass of supply side coverage to then make the network actually useful for customers. And then hopefully someday customers come and pay for that. And that's what's actually happening right now with Helium. So like the reason why I'm telling you this story is because it's a good example of how crypto helps you create a business that would not be achievable in Web 2 because the capital costs would be too expensive. So we look for startups like that, startups that can create new kinds of businesses uniquely with crypto on DePIN. Now on the AI side, we have a little bit of a bias at HackVC. We kind of think that the crypto AI market that addresses crypto users is a relatively small market because the users within the crypto world are not that plentiful compared to Web 2. We think Web 2 AI is where the really large market is. McKinsey, I think, predicted somewhere between 18 and $23 trillion of GDP gains worldwide from AI. And that's going to be mostly Web 2, right? So we think the opportunity for Web 3 is to create these like interesting stacks in Web 3 that are maybe more cost effective by using underutilized compute cycles in GPUs, things like that, but whose customers come from Web 2. We think that Web 2 customers are the real market for Web 3 AI stacks. So that's kind of how we think about those two categories.
I agree with what Ray and Ed said. I think for the way we think about our AV3 is that DePIN can help create the ingredients that are necessary for artificial intelligence. What do you need to create AI? You need compute, you need energy to power it, you need bandwidth to get data from one place to another, you need the actual data, and you need some human input or like judgment as to like what are the actual helpful outputs or not. And we see DePINs disrupting each one of these categories and basically all combining the ingredients as to what comes out at the other end, which is artificial intelligence, and that's how we think about the combination of these two worlds.
I think you guys gave kind of different answers each. Like one was separate DePIN AI, one was kind of a little bit of a mix, and one was how DePIN contributes to AI. Just talking about the intersection specifically, there's been a lot of hype around DeFi and AI. I don't even know how you pronounce DEF AI, DeFi, and now Masari has put out a report. We just talked to Dylan, fireside chat earlier today. Also incredibly hard to pronounce. Decentralized Physical AI, DePi. I think we got to quit it with the acronyms here soon enough. But what do you guys think decentralized physical AI means? And is this a category you guys are looking into? It's more of like a forward-looking narrative than anything that has, ARR numbers that you can, apply your own methodologies to. But what are your thoughts about the physical AI sector?
Okay, I'll start from the DFAI stuff. So like one thing about, so a lot of projects just for the sake of the hype, like I created AI agent ticker. But what I most excited about is if you really think about it, on-chain AI, one thing is agent themselves cannot own a bank account, but they can own their own like crypto wallet. And also your stablecoin is actually act like a data API that can own by, transact and managed by the agent. And also in between, you have like multi-agent network then like facilitate, like inferencing, whatever. And I think this is the starting point of the DFAI stuff. And for the physical part, a lot of people was like, if we adding this part with robotic, we maybe have this automatically, operating system in the city. But I guess that's a little bit further away. But first part, how to like tackle this like multi-agent network and really make it work. Because the other problem is authentication. Whenever you allow, like, delegate your agent to conduct a transaction, whenever you log into an app, you have this OAuth and a lot of problems. And also how you tackle this reasoning, because you need real-time, like, fault, like, finding and reasoning, and a lot of, like, difficulties in between. But, like, the idea is very exciting, for sure.
Yeah, it's a great answer. Just to add to that, when we think about decentralized physical infrastructure, the idea that comes to mind first would be decentralized GPU networks. That's the obvious one, right? And there's a bunch of these. There's IO.net, there's Acurast network, exabits, Ether is an example of this, right? There's probably a dozen or more of these that are kind of duking it out right now. And the whole hypothesis behind these is that you're bringing new economics to AI by taking advantage of compute cycles that would be underutilized. Like a good example of this would be, imagine you rent a GPU from Amazon for a year, like an H100 from Amazon. H100s are, they're kind of scarce. So Amazon can actually charge you for an entire year. Whether or not you use that GPU every day, you're still paying for it for an entire year. So what happens on those days you're not using it, right? So the whole idea is let's give those customers a little bit of a refund on what they're paying Amazon by allowing others to use those GPUs in those idle cycles. And that can also be applied to home networks as well, so gaming GPUs on desktops. Now there's a reliability concern that comes up on the desktops for games, because these are consumer devices using your home internet. So if there's a power outage or if someone wants to start playing games all of a sudden, then there's a reliability question around that machine. So what a lot of the GPU DePINs are doing right now is they're making those devices available kind of for hobbyist use of AI and for individual use, but they become almost like a lead generation for businesses who want to use more enterprise class GPUs that are more reliable. So that's kind of where that market is headed right now. There's another subcategory here that we haven't really talked about, which is kind of the intersection of decentralized finance and AI, right? Which is also kind of like DAI, right? It's kind of a misuse of the buzzword, because DE could stand for DeFi, not just decentralized. And so the whole idea behind this is tokenizing GPUs. It's the idea that a GPU itself can be tokenized, and that token, which would be like an ERC20 tradable NFT style token, that token can be investable. So someone on chain can basically own a GPU by owning this token and also receive yield as that GPU is used for AI inference. So imagine creating like a revenue stream for yourself by owning a GPU on chain, and then imagine lending someone that in a DeFi pool, right? And rehypothecating that in interesting yield ways. So it's a new kind of financial asset that is based on physical infrastructure. So we think that's a really interesting primitive as well for all those investors out there in the world that they want to like kind of buy into AI on the public stock markets, but they're scared to invest in NVIDIA because maybe the stock price will go down. So this is kind of like a way for them to like buy into the economy of AI in their own unique way.
Yeah, just double down on the compute network. So one of the ways we think about AI is to actually make the analogy to natural or organic intelligence, and GPUs are like the brains of AI, right? And one of the most interesting pieces of data that I think crypto networks are uniquely attuned to is actually your eyes. Like if you're laying at night staring at the sky, like not moving, more than half of the energy that your brain and body is using is literally just like processing visual images in order to get an understanding of the space in the world around you. And we think AI is going to do the same thing. Like you can imagine being in like, I don't know, in like the early 2000s and going to you're a human, you go to a website, you open up your like Netscape browser, you need a digital domain, like you need an address to go to in order to contextualize where you live within this digital world. We think the inverse will also be true, meaning AIs, when they want to come to the physical world, whether that's embodied in a drone or a robot or like an avatar, they're going to need a domain to understand the space around them, where they are in the context of the physical world. And we think that's going to happen with 3D maps. And so we spend a lot of time thinking about how do AI agents get a physical understanding of the world around them. That probably means getting cameras, which capture a shit ton of data, process over it, create a 3D map, and now you start to have spatial understanding of where you are. You can interact with other objects. You can leave notes for other AIs or agents in that space. And so we take that analogy really seriously. It's like you have your brains, which is the GPUs and the compute. You have your eyes, which is the sensor and spatial awareness. You have like your part, which is like the power equivalent to power these chips. And I actually think like the relative importance of those will be the same for humans as it is for AI. And visual, like video data is one of the most powerful pieces. So it's something we spend a lot of time thinking about.
Awesome. I mean, 3 really cool startup ideas here. Agent swarms, real-world agent swarms, kind of mimicking what's going on in the DeFi space, turning, GPUs into tokenized commodities, and geospatial crowdsourcing of geospatial information to train physical AIs. All of these are interesting kind of like narrative market fit ideas, which is important from like an investor perspective. But I want to talk to you guys about, or ask you guys about, your investing approach these days. Like this time last year, a lot of seed checks being written. Now a lot of secondary market activity through liquid funds. There's also like each fund has their own approach, whether they're seeking like moonshot narrative market fit type of ideas, whether they're looking at user numbers, product market fit ideas, or they're just taking on-chain ARR as kind of like the most important metric. So it's a very broad question. What is your investing approach right now, and how has it changed over the past year?
Yeah, I feel like for the past 2 years, one common mistake that VCs usually make is like narrative-driven investment. So whenever there's like sexy like narrative popping up, like modularity, staking, risk-taking, whatever, like we have like FOMO and the valuation's like huge. But when you really see them launch, right, like the liquid, like the market, like even the biggest like exchange, you see like the token went down like all the way down. When there's no sufficient liquidity in the market, the VC and the project themselves turn into PVP, competing with exit liquidity, right? So I don't think this is like optimal scenario for like anyone. So right now, I think like we're kind of calm down and the market is like drilling down right now, and everybody in a relatively reasonable like sense of investment in terms of the valuation and the stage of the project, and also like in terms of the user numbers. I don't think if you invest in early stage project, you can never like project what's the user number or whatever. If you want like the very like early stage seed phrase, etc. So one thing for us is like how do we approach the real PMF, and does it make sense in the long run, and what problem are you tackling? This is very important. And also like for early stage product, the founder experience and also their approach, because like crypto is too easy for founders to make money, right? But what we want is really to pushing this decentralization and tokenomic like way further than we can reaching the point that we can really affect the real world and the real AI trend. So this is a lot of like combining like thoughts, but in general, just like do our DD like really seriously.
So you made the comment earlier that there were a lot of seed checks in the past, right? We don't think that's going to change. And the reason why we don't think that's going to change is because how VC funds are raised. So VC funds, you know, the capital that goes into a venture capital fund comes from these guys called limited partners, which are investors in the VC funds, basically. And these are like large institutions, they're individuals, family offices. And crypto as a category is still kind of like a 3-letter word at a lot of these institutions' decision-making meetings. Meaning they don't like crypto, because crypto sounds scary. It sounds like a security risk, right? It sounds like I might lose my job if I vote to invest in this venture fund as an LP. So that we hope will change. We hope that with the Trump administration, we think that the regulations may change, and that will maybe cause more confidence in the community. And then you'll see the crypto funds get bigger. The VCs will get bigger, right? And when they get bigger, they tend to write bigger checks. And that's where the Series A checks come from. That's where the Series B checks come from. So there's this weird dynamic in the market right now. We've got a ton of seed funds in crypto and very, very few Series A funds. So it's an unhealthy dynamic. It creates, I think actually it's not fair for founders because founders don't have enough bargaining power, we think, at the Series A level as a result of that supply and demand mismatch. So if you're a credible founder with a strong vision, great team, right, good market opportunity, it's reasonable to raise a seed round in this market. It's challenging, we think, to raise a Series A round. And so we hope that'll change in the future.
I totally agree. The bar to raise a Series A is much, much higher. And probably the bar to raise a seed round in crypto is as low now as it has been in Web 2 venture like forever. I don't think it's been easier at any point in time in Web 2 to raise a seed round than it is in crypto today. It's just the reality of the market. But again, like I was saying, it's this extremely, extremely steep hill to get to the Series A and B benchmarks. The one thing I'd say that doesn't change, that's constant, is just that no matter how much you over-intellectualize investing, there's always founders who just like move fucking mountains and get shit done, like to the point where you're not able to even like realize before that. And I think there's like CZ and Anatoly and Satoshi and Vitalik, and like there's only a couple of people that have managed to build $100 billion protocols in crypto. And really the job of the VC is like try to fine tune your mental model for how you can spot that before anybody else does. And that's kind of the unending thing. Obviously market structure changes a lot. VCs make money when rates go down. Like rates have not gone down the past 2 years. It's been a tough time from that perspective, but founders always find a way to overcome. So it's all about, in my opinion, that's the timeless, the everlasting consistent thing about venture.
All right, I had a couple more questions, but the number of people in this room has gone up faster than crypto has declined over the past week. So there's obviously some questions from the audience that maybe you guys want to ask. Any takers?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think we've all talked a lot, even at this conference, about, like, again, Web3 first, Web3. You mentioned Web2, if I forgot which one of you onboarded Web2. I think it was you, sorry. What is, the key to unlocking Web2 adoption, Web2 to Web3, in your point of view? And is it about crypto just being a back-end thing? Is it, all these things, DeFi with AI and all that? So that's just like buzzwords to consumer, right?
It's a great question. So to unlock the Web 2 audience, we think that's necessary for crypto to gain mainstream adoption because the crypto market is too small as a user base. There's a few techniques that could help with that. One is making the user experience very simple for end users, hiding things like gas, right? Gas should be abstracted away. You shouldn't have to worry about gas or a wallet, right? Look at what Polymarket has done, right? Look at how simple the user experience is. It's a great example of how the right way to do things is. Another example is kind of progressive web applications on mobile, right? Very simple thing to download and to install, right? But beyond that, we think that you have to solve a problem that's worth solving in the Web 2 world. That's the key, right? So like the example we used earlier was GPU DePINs providing cheaper compute, right, through underutilized compute cycles. That is creating new economics for AI, and the AI market is in Web 2, right? So if I approach a Web 2 enterprise that's doing a ton of AI, and let's say we approach like OpenAI, right? OpenAI spends 2/3 of their multi-billion-dollar budget every year on compute, and 1/3 on people, right? 2/3 on compute, right? That's just one example of a large Web 2 AI company, right? So the opportunity set that we think for crypto is to make those economics cheaper for customers in that category, and the sales cycle we're seeing is actually very short, because when you can offer a very comparable level of service with high availability, reliability, that's the key. It has to be the same level of service, right? But at cheaper prices, customers tend to say yes very, very quickly. So what we look for at HackVC are startups that create new economics for customers. We think that those startups tend to grow faster than other types of startups because you're solving a pants-on-fire problem.
Yeah, I think adding to that point, I think building something crypto-related, like applications, way harder than you build in Web 2, because not only you have this like user experience friction, like chain abstraction, construction, but also you have compliance, like way harder. For example, if you want to build for example, Helium, they put like tons of money into like compliance and legal stuff, and also like. I work at TikTok before as a product manager, so like I always into like consumer side. When I seeing all the like applications from crypto, one question is, you're not competing with crypto projects. You're competing with every single application that take people's attention. Like TikTok is not only competing with YouTube, it's also competing with like Twitter and any application that take your time and energy to consume, right? So the problem is not only you have this like technical like background, you have to solid the tech and also compliance force, and also you have to find the proper like PMF and also equivalent strong like GTM and marketing efforts. So I think it's extremely hard, but like whoever really put efforts towards this, I think that would be a great company.
All right. So I've been in crypto 15 years. I've seen a lot of stuff happen, and I've never seen as many VCs in the space as I have in the last few years. But I've also noticed that because there's so many VCs in the space, that's a lot of money. It's driving a lot of behavior within crypto. And so I'm seeing projects that are looking for users, data active users, developers, like wallets, active wallets, total value locked. And so they're doing this because the VCs are driving these metrics, saying we want to see this. I'm wondering, what are you guys looking at from that perspective to weed out the chaff from the wheat in this type of situation that we find ourselves in?
Yeah, I can start. I think it's not different than Web 2. Like, you had eyeballs and clicks and all sorts of top-line, like, whatever number of like eyeballs Facebook reports, probably it's just infeasibly for that to be human. Like probably a third of it is real, and I think that's just like everyone accepts that the numbers are fake. It's just how the markets work today in the information age. It depends really on what stage you're. I think for Series A, B investors, you have a lot more information as to what you can. It's viable to build an information advantage if you have a bunch of Series A and B metrics for thousands of companies around the world, and you understand what the median, first quartile, and top decile is, then it becomes really easy to spot the outliers at Series A. I think at pre-seed, it's a lot more difficult. We spend a lot of time just like meeting founders, meeting their families. Like, is this their life's work? Or, if crypto prices go down 90% tomorrow, are they still going to be working on this? I don't think that. It doesn't work for every successful crypto founder, but I think it works for the vast majority of them. It's just like, do they really have a deep ingrained passion for seeing what they want built in the world, rather than a token exit or some sort of like quantitative metric. So that's how we think about it. But I'd say it's not unique to Web3. I think it's just the nature of information moving really fast digitally and people creating markets around it.
I would also add to that and say that I don't necessarily think that there's too many crypto VCs right now. I think there's probably too many seed crypto VCs, maybe. But relative to Web 2, we think it's not an unhealthy number, because in Web 2, every single VC in Web 2 is investing in AI, Web 2 AI. And we're talking about thousands of firms, right? There are not thousands of firms in crypto, right? So we think that's the bloated market, is Web 2 VCs investing in AI. We think the crypto market is relatively niche, and comparatively, there aren't as many VCs. So we think this is actually an underserved asset class from a VC point of view right now. And by the way, we think the reason for that, the reason why it's underserved is because of FTX and because of Terra. And so a lot of VC firms kind of shut down as a result of that.
Yeah, just adding a little bit, I feel like it's really important to identify what is fake metric versus like real stuff, right? Like, for example, if you're building a chain, you're raising for a TVL, like people easily got confused, like, oh, they raised like 1 billion, they have 1 billion TVL, but like, boom, you launch a token, the TVL is just farming your token, they're gone. Or you're building an application, I use Telegram bot, and I have this like 100K users register per day. But like, I feel like we are all like in this space. We have the ability to figure out what is important, what is not. So for me, like having this giant number sometimes could be like a bearish, because it shows the fake, and it's just not has done to build real stuff.
Yeah, I'd also say practically, like the same advisory firms that go to founders and pitch like, hey, we'll get you 100,000 Twitter followers for like 20K, like they come to investors first and pitch us the same thing. So it's like we know the prices for like the fake metrics and have a good benchmark for what it takes to just like fake it till you make it.
I'll also say that in today's world, there's a lot fewer kind of pretenders that are just here for the money compared to in the past, because of all the catastrophes that have happened in crypto that have driven founders out of the market. A lot of the founders we think are more mission-driven now than they were. You look at Y Combinator Demo Day, they no longer have a crypto category for their demo day. There's too few founders that are graduating building crypto startups. So that tells you something, right? They used to have that category before all the catastrophes happened.
All right, let's end today on a fun note. I always like to end these kind of panels with one bold prediction. It could be short and sweet. 2025 bingo card has been a little crazy, you know. President launched a token, president's wife launched a token, SBF tweeted from jail. Top exchange got hacked for $1 billion. So your prediction could be anything, and people won't think it's crazy. So one bold prediction for 2025 to close out Real World 2025.
Okay, not that crazy, but I think edge inferencing will like be the cloud inferencing.
We predict there will be at least one major black swan event that happens this year, which is unpredictable what the event will be, but it is predictable that there will be a black swan event based on historical patterns.
More than one.
Yep, and we think the industry will endure and survive and thrive through it, because we think that all of the legislation being passed at the White House are permanent tailwinds, not temporary, for crypto. And we think that the market has not fully appreciated that yet. So we think it's actually a very, very good market going forward.
I think after the Black Swan, when it's all said and done, we'll see DePIN revenues 3 or 4x, like at least hit 9 figures, $100 million annualized. I'll say $10 million a month, a little bit higher than that, is what I think DePIN revenues will end up at. I think there are a lot of networks, both that are already listed and have tokens and will continue to grow this year, and also will launch new tokens who have been like cooking for a number of years now. So one of the very credible arguments against DePIN that you can say today is just that like the number of revenues relative to the market cap is very low. I think that changes in a big way this year. Not all the way there, but we'll at least get an order of magnitude closer to where we need to be.
All right, guys, let's give them a hand. Thank you, guys.
All right, Giuseppe, close us out here.
Not quite. but yeah, amazing panel. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Guys, don't leave. The fun is about to start. Yes. So guys, we're gonna do this. We're gonna have Coral app do a 5-minute presentation. Guys, if you wanna maybe just do it outside or stick around, it's fun. We're gonna do Coral app. We're gonna do a presentation. After that, Aaron is gonna talk about some DePIN and AI stuff, and we're gonna do a device giveaway. Now, for the device giveaway, we are going to quiz everybody who's left in the audience on Aaron's presentation. So keep your ears tuned. But before that, let's go ahead with the Coral app. Claire, do we have the slides? Very nice. And thank you so much for waiting, Tobo. We actually met on a space, and I thought what you said was very interesting about Coral app. So I'm curious to see what you're going to present today as well.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah, it's so I've been in DePIN for 35 years now, right? First thing I ran was SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, on my laptop and my computer at home, and that was my earliest experience with DePIN. And so we've come along that ways, and as I mentioned before in the last thing, I've been in crypto for quite a long time, so I've seen a lot here. So I've been working with Coral app, and we developed the Coral phone. We came out of Binance Labs in 2021, and so we have a secure footing in the BNB chain, and we're broadening out to EVM and Solana and other ideal chains, right? But what's happening is, as we continue as a society to move towards miniaturization, we're going to find our DePIN devices are also going to be miniaturized and doing more things. And so I'm probably going to skip through a bunch of these slides because I just want to talk to you guys about DePIN and mobile. And the Coral app's great, and it's done a lot of things in it, and we've had a lot of traction. But really, I want to just stick to some of the cool stuff, as you can see, the DePIN trajectory, it's crypto and everything is just growing. And what we're finding is that there's DePIN, and there's also a completely decentralized version of things, right, that doesn't have any centralized nodes. And so, so when you have a completely decentralized system, that allows robust things to happen, it prevents censorship, and it allows for immutability through the blockchain, and with that is the foundation of having a secure system. So when you have centralized things, obviously there's problems that can happen, and people can hack things, and you can have issues, right? People don't follow the rules, and you make new rules, and all of a sudden there's so many rules you don't know what's going on because you can't do anything. You're just constrained by rules like California with their building after the fires, which I feel really bad for them, the people that lost their homes. But nothing against California. I live there, grew up there. It's the best weather in the world. So if you want to visit, please do. But one of the cool things that the Coral app is, I guess, going back, there's been a lot of innovation in crypto, right? And a lot of times you'll see it even through like grifting, like Dogecoin, right? Billions of coins, and it allowed everyone that minted Doge or to mine them, right, or that bought them to feel like, wow, I have so much wealth, right? So it elicited a feeling in people, and that's huge because that helps to build community. When you have feeling and people feeling together, then it's like camaraderie, and humanity has a lot of that. And so, Coral app is interesting, and they've been, I don't even have the slide here, but they've been, I'm just going to flip through the slides a little bit, but so they've been building through this community and doing things like it's like mining through doing activities, right? And so you can do these tweets, tweet this tweet, and it's like it's a little bit of the engagement that I asked the VCs about, but it also allows the users to see each other's stuff and to feel like we're part of a community together, and we're building this together. And another mining that they're doing is combined with IOTX mining, and looking to bring that into like full bloom and get the users involved in DePIN. So it incentivizes everyday people that maybe buy a crypto phone because like, hey, I could buy this with my credit card. I don't have to, have a Coinbase. I don't, what's a wallet like? And so the Coral app makes it easy for the users to get into this crypto space and into DePIN. And so we're onboarding users that aren't already in crypto, which is That's where the power is. By bringing in new people into this ecosystem in a way that's not through a meme coin, not through a pump and dump, and not through a scam, that's how we can grow the ecosystem and get more people into crypto that believe in crypto, not those that come in, lose their pants and they leave and they're like, I don't want to ever do that again. You know, like getting drunk in Mexico on tequila. You're like, one time is all it takes, right? For most people. I guess there's a degen in every, everywhere. But, you know, as you can see, there's a huge amount of growth available for DePIN in the mobile device. And so as you know, time goes on, our first device actually was going to be an AI device that had also a bunch of other stuff. But after doing market research, we realized that we needed to make it affordable for people to be able to come in and get into the space and have a phone, a single device that can get them as an easy entryway into Web3. And so that's what we ended up doing. And we're going to do the AI device, you know, flagship, really nice, privacy-centric, light note on it, so you can like sign your Ethereum transactions privately, like through a node, and so you know, all these things are in the plan, and some of them ended up in our smaller device. So I'm just going to skip through down to there. Okay, so because I just want to talk to you guys about DePIN, right? So really, it's the future. We have too much centralization, and it's a threat to society having the centralization, because the centralization either controls the government controls the centralization, or it's this thing where the snake's eating the snake, and that's not what we want in this society, right? The foundation of democracy and freedom is free speech and free money, and we can't get that with centralization. We can only have those things through a decentralized system, and so that's why it's really important for us to build this decentralized system that we can pursue the future that we deserve with. And you know, as I move on, there's one other thing I want to mention, is that we are summoning an AI that's going to be smarter than us, and this AI is trained on us, and mostly trained on our digital selves that we present. And so I'd just like to personally encourage everybody to present with love and compassion, so that we can have the AI that is fed love and compassion. It's like the two wolves, right? The Native American that says, look, I have two wolves. Like, one has me do really bad things, and the other one wants me to do really good things. And, you know, and his elder said, well, you want to feed the wolf that you want to live. And so we really need to feed AI love and compassion, so that we can get a benevolent AI that helps humanity to be awesome. So with that, thank you very much.
All right, just give us a minute here to pull everything together. All right. What's up, fam? How many of you are DePIN fans? Let's see a show of hands. DePIN fans. How about AI? Let's see a show of hands. AI fans. All right. Not complete overlap, but maybe by the end of this presentation, we will get complete overlap, and you guys are going to be into both, because both are essential to help each other succeed. So just on the DePIN side, absolutely insane growth that we've seen ever since the name was coined just over a year and a half ago. Massive projects being built with millions and millions of nodes. Grass, Dawn, Wi-Fi Map, Roam, and many more. I want to tell you guys a little story before we continue. I told this story earlier, but there's a different crowd here. This crowd doesn't have as many people as the previous crowd, but I'm just going to tell it again anyways. So, for all the people online, how's it going? Live stream? Woo! Yeah, I was actually supposed to be on at 3 o'clock, but I got pushed back till 6:30. I've been trying to pace myself on the drink, so bear with me. So my story is, I tweeted out on behalf of Bino. I like to do that, tag Bino as much as I can. Bino AI is our effectively IoTech's KOL. It's being fed by real-world, real-time data, talking about IoTechs and talking about the whole DePIN space. So not only an IoTech's KOL, but a whole KOL for the entire DePIN sector. And what happened one day was I tweeted out Bino, as usual. And I said, Bino, yo, what's up? What do you think about this particular DePIN project? And next thing you know, there was another DePIN project that came in and they tweeted out and replied to my tweet saying, I think my AI agent is better than your AI agent. And these two AI agents proceeded to get in the most intense battle of AI agents you would have ever seen. 200 notifications later, my phone was just pinging and pinging and pinging of them having a back and forth battle, deciding who is a better AI agent. And ultimately what they decided was they want to join forces together and fill each other's gaps and become the ultimate AI agent. And it didn't stop there. They just kept on going, and they just started to fall in love or something like that. I don't know, it was weird. They're like, you're the best, you're the best AI agent ever. I'm the best AI agent ever. We're gonna make the best AI agent babies. It was just getting weird. Anyways, the point of what I was trying to say there is this AI agent thing, this AI thing in general, sentient AI is a real thing and it's happening right now. Like, iRobot is not far away. Arnold Schwarzenegger, I think we're going to need him now more than ever. So let's talk a little bit about the AI market. The AI market is growing massively. So I mentioned the DePIN market and the AI market. And AI agents specifically as well right now as we speak. But in the future, physical AI is going to be a massive, massive component of this space as well. So what we're doing at IoTex is we built an open source DePIN and AI framework called Quicksilver. Quicksilver aggregates data from all DePINs and real-world Web 2 data and feeds AI applications. This includes AI agents right now, and I'll mention a couple here shortly, but also physical AI now and in the future. So here's a little bit of a look of what we've been up to generally the past few years and how it all fits together. So with Sense, what we're talking about there is just getting an understanding of the world. And we're doing this with our decentralized identity tool that we built just over a year ago called IOID, and it's really coming to fruition right now. We have an awesome integration with GEODNET and the GeoPulse device. Next is Verify, again taking IOID and the decentralized identity, as well as the WebStream product that I'm sure you guys have heard us talk about over the last couple of years, which is also a very, very crucial part of what we're trying to build out here. The idea of WebStream is trying to bring in all this real-world data and trying to get understanding of and sift through this data and say what is the actual important data in order to inform these, whether it's LLMs or AI agents or physical AI or what have you. Next is the actual training of these agents or these LLMs. So again, taking the data from once we've verified it and then actually going ahead and training them. And this is where we start talking about AI agents, again, as we move into model as well. So with model, we're looking at bringing in AI agents or AI data from all these different use cases, from all these different DePINs and all this different real-world data, and creating a collective real-world intelligence with all this data. So it's awesome to say, okay, Dimo, we can create this AI agent for you and it's going to do predictive maintenance for you. That's a sick use case. And I know from my previous companies that I worked at in transit, law enforcement, and the automobile industry, like that's a serious use case there in predictive maintenance. But when you tie that with weather data, when you tie that with geolocation data, when you tie that with potentially drone data, we could get something that's really, really incredible. And this is what we're trying to do with model. We're trying to bring in all these different data points all together to create something that's really, really significant upon that data. And then finally, automate. So as we bring in all this data, ultimately the end goal is to try to fuel physical AI, and that's what we're trying to do with Automate. And that means robotics, that means self-driving cars, that means smart cities. So as we speak, we are integrating several different DePINs and several different real-world data use cases, and I'm going to go through each one of them right now. So here's a few case studies. Here's one with Nubila. We mentioned this earlier and went into more detail about this, but effectively you're able to get real-time, real-world, decentralized weather network data. Another one is Dimo. So predictive maintenance is an awesome example here of what you can do with this Dimo data. It really creates demand from the consumer side rather than just the enterprise side. Like I think, at least myself, I always thought of Dimo as being an enterprise-focused entity. But really, there's a huge consumer side here, and I think this really opens it up with something like predictive maintenance. One other thing that we're working on here is Doge, and specifically bringing in public spending data, or just public data in general, into our infrastructure so that anyone who wants to build on top of our infrastructure will have public data, for example, Doge data. So Department of Government Efficiency. One little experiment that we're working on is trying to do a better job than Doge using AI. And it's a really interesting experiment that we're going about here, and excited to see what comes out of it. And I'm going to show you a little bit later here a demo of what we've been working on. So this just summarizes basically everything in like a framework, but bringing in data from all these different DePINs, all these different real-world applications and real-world data sets, as well as on-chain data, in order to bring in that data and spin off AI agents and ultimately feed our Bino AI as well, and ultimately the physical AI that I was talking about before. Thank you. So I'm just going to jump into a quick demo here. If someone wants to help me with that. Awesome. Yeah, the idea is like trying to figure out, taking in all this different public spending data, where are the places where we can improve things? And this is taking like a really automated approach, looking at what's out there right now. And it's limited data sets, but we're trying to get what we can, and we're trying to look at how potentially maybe DePIN can help improving things. So it has our AI agent here, Bino, had some really interesting takes on how we can improve things using smart device integration, making things transparent. A lot of the issues that we see right now in government spending is that a lot of things is very it's very hidden. So we want to make things more transparent, maybe smart contracts as well. And now it's asking some different activities that we can go about to be able to create the maximum impact. So that includes, transportation infrastructure, energy, grid management, public rents maintenance, all these different areas where DePIN infrastructure can play a massive role. And this is trying to pave the way to be able to do that and do things in an automated way. So this is one of many data sets that we've been implementing and trying to experiment with, and we're excited to bring in more and more, and then ultimately provide this data and this infrastructure for other developers to build on top of, and hopefully find some really exciting insights and build some really awesome AI agents out of. So that's it for today for this particular speech, and hopefully you guys are all paying attention, because if you guys are able to solve some of the trivia questions I'm about to pose to you, then you will receive a device sponsored by our friends at Entropy. All right. All right. So I'm coming up with these questions off the top of my head, but let's see. What is the name of the IoTeX AI agent that I mentioned? All right. Let's go. All right. Any other question, ideas? So What is the purpose of first person to put their hand up gets to answer. What is the purpose of Nubila's AI agent?
With a weather-based AI agent to help you forecast like hyper-localized weather, avoid crop damage, like essentially weather-based. Let's
go. You got it. You got it. All right. Last one. What is the purpose of Dimo's AI agent? Dimo.
Save money through Doge and give Doge ideas to fix America.
No, that was a different AI agent. Sorry, I can't give it to you. Some of this stuff. I said Dimo. Yeah. David, you got it. David, here you go. All right, guys. I think that's it for today. We're gonna have to wrap it up here, but thank you all. Thank you everyone online. Love you guys. IoTech's deep into the moon. Let's go. All right. Yeah. Have a chat with Professor Lambo. He's got all the details on entropy.